Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the $2,500 Nerd Street Gamers Rainbow Six Siege tournament. My name is Razors. I'm joined, of course, as always, by the wonderful Uzo. Uzo, how you doing today?
Doing good today, Danny. We've got some exciting matchups. We got some exciting teams joining us too, as well. This tournament probably is the most stacked that I've seen it in a while. But this is also the first time that I'm broadcasting this tournament, so I'm expecting some really good matches to happen in our quarterfinals. We've got teams among the likes of Beast Coast, Joe Academy, Just Shoot Back, teams like that, PogChamp as well. So we should be in for some really hype matches.
Yeah, before we take it too much further, I would like to introduce our sponsors. Our sponsor, Mike and Ike. Take your Gandy game to the next level with a pack of Mike and Ike original fruits or Mike and Ike Mega Mix. Delicious, fruity, chewy flavors will help fuel your game and power you to keep you playing at your best. Power up with Mike and Ike. But now that we've gotten all that out of the way, we can go into talking about the teams. Like you had said, we've got some, pretty high-value teams, some teams that are in Challenger League. I guess only one. I guess PogChamp didn't end up making it back, but still some good competition for us today. So it should be good. We did have the round of 16 played out just before this, and it was Joe Academy versus Infamous Esports. Joe Academy, of course, did win, as that will be our matchup first. Joe Academy versus Guacamole, who had a bye in the round of 16. Other matches that finished up, we had the Shop against Noobs, who ended up going in favor of Noobs. They will be playing Beast Coast in the quarterfinal. And then we have PogChamp, and then your Wife's trash.
Well, yeah, your wife is trash.
Your wife is trash. Your Wi-Fi is trash. I don't know.
Your waifu is trash. Yeah, it's anime references.
Okay, yeah, that's definitely going to go way over my head. But yeah, you see the teams right here. Like Chris said earlier, some very high value teams.
So looking at the matches that we've missed so far, looking at the round of 16, PogChamp getting a bye win. They'll be playing the winner between Orion and GND. Meanwhile, right below that, it'll be the Jewelers versus Just Shoot Back. They'll be playing against your Wife is Trash since they beat the Ohio State. Beast Coast coming in with the bye. They're currently going to go up against Noobs, which is otherwise known as XPDHM, Canadian Challenger League team. And then we have Guacamole, as we mentioned before. They'll be coming in their round of 16 with the bye, coming in to play against Joe Academy in this best of one for our quarterfinal. And then after that, we'll be heading into the semifinals, which will be best of three, as well as our grand final. And the teams that I'm expecting to make it into the semifinals are going to be PogChamp and Just Shoot Back to play each other, as well as Guacamole and Beast Coast to head ourselves into the semifinals.
As you see on the screen, the prize pool for the teams competing today: first place, $1,500; second, $750; and third, $250. So some decent amount of money that these teams are going to be competing for. Even if you come in third place, I mean, $250 for a day's work isn't too bad. Obviously, all these teams playing for the grand prize of $1,500. Yeah, but it should lead up for some competitive siege. And I know that we had a lot of teams that even signed up last minute, and so a lot more teams than we expected coming into today. So it should make for some fun games, and hopefully a lot of these teams are going to be bringing some interesting stuff to the table. As I don't know, I mean, I've yet to see. Obviously, I've casted some of the people on Guacamole before. Kool-Aid. I casted him in AGN, Hitman as well. And then some of the players
we casted Hitman
on Joe.
We casted
Hitman in Challenger League too. Yes, that's right. And then I've of course heard of a couple of the players over on Joe, and I think I've casted Axe before. But regardless, it should make sure some good gameplay, as we are going to be getting right into things here, ladies and gentlemen. Villa will be our map today, and Thatcher will be the first ban by Guacamole.
Thatcher getting banned out on, I believe the map is Villa. Yeah, so
yes.
Yeah, so Villa's going to be our map. So Thatcher getting banned out here doesn't really surprise me. He's pretty common to get banned here on attack, especially if you're starting off on defense like Guacamole is. Joe Academy going to ban out Ace. No surprise here. They want to make... well, I mean, it's a little bit surprising to me, especially since they're starting off on attack. But obviously, Joe Academy has some kind of game plan heading into this. They've probably practiced without Ace in their scrims recently. So we'll see how no Ace and no Thatcher will impact this matchup. Meanwhile, we're going to get into our first defender ban. Mira, no surprise there. She's pretty much a default ban no matter the map you're playing. Also, just so you guys are aware of, Echo is permanently banned for the time being until further notice due to a bug with his yokai drones. So we'll be seeing Wamai get banned here by Guacamole, and that'll round up our bans.
Definitely standard bans, I'd say, for Villa. You kind of want to get rid of that Ace because he's such a useful hard destructor, and then the Wamai as well for the defense, along with the Mira. Able to burn through a lot of utility. Both of those operators are, especially since you have to deal with those windows, and also the Wamai with her ability to deny the throwables. That was probably one of the quick pick phases I've ever sat through. Wow, that was quick. Did that seem fast to you, Chris?
Yeah, this is I guess everyone knows exactly what they want to play. We're bringing in Smoke for area denial, Malusi as well, Valkyrie for intel, Jaeger and Cater, no surprises here, especially with Thatcher being banned. Meanwhile, on the attacking side, you're trading out Zofia for IQ. That's a little bit puzzling to me, considering the fact that Zofia is one of the most picked attackers, if not in the top three. So we'll see how no Zofia being played out this round will work out for Joe Academy. I'd like for them to keep it, but I do see the reasoning for picking that IQ because there is a Valkyrie being played here, and that leaves it for Gasher to not 6-pick that operator away, while IQ did get 6-picked by Axe. And I haven't really seen Joe Academy play outside of some EPS matches. That's the only league that I'm aware of that they're in. As far as Guacamole is concerned, this team used to be known as Poached before dropping Junior and Jay. They ended up getting DQ'd in the most recent U.S. Challenger League qualifiers for not submitting their IDs, is what I've heard. I'm not sure if that's confirmed, but I think that's what I saw on the timeline. So instead, they've gone ahead and picked up both Kool-Aid and CZ. Two players currently at 17. They'll be turning 18 around the next year. And whenever the Challenger League qualifiers do come around, I do expect for Guacamole to make a pretty deep run, if not make it into Challenger League altogether.
Definitely some talented players on both these teams, young talent to be most specific. But round number 1 currently underway. It'll be a defense of the Aviator and Bar room, although the attack seems to be focused on clearing from the master side of things. They're going to have to deal with the Valkyrie as some pre-fires come through the wall. Og will get lit up just a tad as the MPX doesn't do too much damage, so especially through a wall. Gasher will be able to fall back off that angle after dealing a little bit of damage, and the drones will follow through just to clear out, make sure he's not still lurking on the bottom of the stairs, especially with that Nitrocell capability and with the cameras that could possibly be placed inside of Trophy or Statuary. They will be spotted out by the IQ. Excellent work here by Axe to try to find those cameras, take down that intel. But the rest of the round ensues, and they've already taken control of the entire north side of the map. But Nitrocell will go through, only downs Axe. Nice intel there. Maybe not all the cameras getting spotted out, or maybe just a lucky throw, but it'll be 20 HP for the IQ for half the round remaining.
Yeah, it looks to be that Gasher was the one that ended up using that C4. So Hitman and CZ will be able to keep their C4s in their pocket as the rest of the round will ensue. Got a minute 20 left to go, and Gasher's still trying to pressure up onto these Astro stairs, but he's going to make it rotate away down below into the kitchen dining area. And you've only got 70 seconds left to work with as Gasher starts to make his move down below inside of Memorial, seeing if he can use that hole that he used his C4 with to look forward and try to see if we can find any picks onto the attackers. Axe remaining at 20 HP. This is not looking good here for Joe Academy. There have been no picks on either side, but Hitman looking to find the first as he sees a leg, but he's not going to find it. That's instead it's going to be with Woods. I'm sorry, Axe. Og. Og is the one that got it. I'm so sorry about that.
Yep. Either way, it's going to be a 3v4. The attack trying to push the aggression here as it'll be a push into sight. The Habana not able to win the fight. CZ, a nice headshot onto Woods. This is now going to leave things in a 3v2. Og trying to push things back into his team's advantage. Could possibly find the Jaeger too. Just barely misses the head though of Vlader as he's on top of those main stairs. But 20 seconds left, all in the advantage of the defense here. It's going to have to be a push in through this Aviator door. They'll call it out. 1, 2, 3, push in, but the smoke comes out at the right time. It's going to deal a lot of damage to both players as they got 2 crossfires to worry about. They will find 1 though, but it's not going to matter if Vlader gets the last 2, and Guacamole will take round number 1. An excellent defense of the Aviator site.
Very good hold, but way too close for comfort there for Guacamole. I think it ended up going down to a 1v2 at the end there. And then Vlader just coming up big there, getting the last 2 picks inside of games. So overall, good round win to come out there for Guacamole. And it looks to be that there is no site lock. So if you win a site, then oh well. Okay, that's interesting. Unfortunate settings around, but I'm sure that both these teams will just play on.
Hopefully they can just hopefully
yeah.
Yeah, I think there might be a couple of settings wrong with the server, but I mean, I think that these 2 teams, they can definitely play around that. So hopefully we don't need to rehost because of that, especially for my sake. That tends to ruin all of my notes whenever teams do a full reset. So it just makes it more difficult for me. But regardless, they are going to go to a different side. It'll be Trophy Statue. As it looks like we're going to be seeing an extended hold into the Aviator room itself. Some reinforcements coming up over here, and also onto the bar wall potentially. As it's like Joe or it seems that Guacamole expect Joe to go for an opposite side take every time. So if they're going to be defending the Aviator site, they have to defend the Trophy and Statue side of the map, and if they are in Trophy and Statue, then they need to be defending the Bar and Aviator side of the map. So going to be going for 2 different extended holds on 2 different sites. It's going to spread them thin, and it looks initially like the attack is actually going to come through Master from Joe, so this entire extended row might prove to be fruitless.
It looks to be that Joe Academy want to make their entry into Master Bedroom to get the wall open as quick as possible, but with no Thatcher on the board, it's it's going to be very tough for Joe Academy to get that open. CZ right now is going to go ahead and make some bullet holes to look over on the northeast side from Astro over to the bathroom. Gasher trying to help him out right there by with the shotgun in hand. I think he's going to be making some shotgun holes to look down below him, but for the time being, he's going to be on cams right now, right behind that office desk inside of Astro. A minute is already eclipsed here, and the IQ of Axe is going to have to go below and try to find that electrical, and he'll do so successfully, I believe, getting both of them, if not, yeah, that's what it looks to be.
Yeah, it does look to be that way indeed, and Woods, he'll find the first kill of the round. The Habana opening things out onto Hitman, that Maestro, and CZ as well, so a 2K for the Habana on the entry. Gonna get met back by Gasher as they'll try to even the man count just a little bit here in favor of the defense, and this one by later could possibly catch one in a second in his grasp. He's gonna hit the shots. He will not. He finds one, but the immediate trade as Axel been taken down to about 25 HP. Low HP on Woods as well, not full, so potentially could be won by the defense if they pick their fights correctly. Is that the foot of the player inside of Master? No, there's no way it can be. As he's on his drone, just spotting out the last few players. A minute left, so it's still plenty of time for an attack with a man advantage to execute, as they do have drones as well. JMR has one. It looks like you will get one shot. Woods has one as well. Axe actually has two on him as well, so they could go for a lot of intel work here. It seems like they already know where a couple of these players are. At least the information could be a little bit old at this point. As he might want to go for a little bit more of a roam. The push out coming through. Woods looks like he will actually lag out. That's so unfortunate. Kool-Aid, though, makes things a 2v1. So what was looking very good for Joe is now all in the hands of Guacamole. And it will be. Kool-Aid finds the last kill. No way Guacamole win that round, as they have an unfortunate disconnect on the side of Joe Academy.
The timing on that could not be any more unfortunate. That is a huge loss for Joe Academy right there. But we're going to go ahead and go into a quick rehost, make sure our settings are correct. But that was a massive loss for Joe. That they had a 3v2, and then that's so unfortunate for Woods. Joe had everything set up correctly. Woods was making sure that no one could get into statuary, and that way they could get the bomb down, and then everything just fell apart the moment he was disconnected. But currently it's a 2-0 score right now in favor of Guacamole on Villa, Guacamole on defense, and Joe Academy on the attack. But we're just waiting for the players to join back into the lobby right now. I'm not sure if we're doing a fresh lobby or if they're joining back into the same lobby. But for right now, I guess we can just talk about the operator bans, because it was Thatcher and Ace that came in for attack, and then Mira and Wamai on the defense side. So how do you think without Ace it's going to impact the attacker side?
I mean, Ace is, he's got 3 sets of like breach utility, so you can obviously use that, on a triple wall or 3 separate walls itself. So the fact that he isn't available makes the attack, I mean, it makes it a little bit harder. I mean, they still obviously have Maverick, Hibana, and Thermite available to them, so they can flex onto the different operators that they need to. So Ace isn't that, like, he is a strong operator, and obviously him being banned is definitely influential, but I don't think it's the most influential ban to an attack that still has 4 hard destructor options. The Thatcher definitely is a blow to Joe, because the only other source of denial for the walls would be a Kali or the IQ, which we saw them bringing to go below and to destroy that utility. So the Thatcher is definitely influential. The Ace is definitely influential, but I think honestly the most influential is what's on the defense, the Wamai, because their ability to kind of elude gadgets, the nades and shields and whatnot. I think that she's the most influential operator in this out of all the 4.
Yeah, with me personally, I've been thinking, like, I'm wondering why teams aren't going for a Jaeger ban starting off, because with Wamai, granted, he has a shield, and that's a piece of utility that you already have to burn, whether it's with Zofia, Ash, or with a grenade or some kind of explosive. But if you ban out Jaeger, then you have to build up those magnets over time. And also, Wamai only gets 5 of them compared to 6 that Jaeger has with those 3 ADSs. So I'm honestly curious if like later on down the road teams are going to start banning Jaeger instead of Omai. And I understand why they're banning Omai because the magnets can be placed in unusual spots, whereas Jaeger they'll either be placed on the floor or on a wall. There's no in between, and those are easily compromised. It would also be useful, I think, for Joe to possibly bring in a Twitch or maybe a Lion so that way they can get intel and not only just use Lion for intel, but Lion also has those the new hard breach, the secondary hard breach gadget. Same with Capital. Capital brings a lot of area denial for the attackers to get to go in and plant. And from what we've seen so far, Maestro hasn't been brought out once for Guacamole in their first two defense rounds. So hopefully, Joe, they can pick up on that, possibly bring in a Capital, bring in that secondary hard breach, try to make it a little bit better should their hard breach die. Because when you come in with that secondary hard breach, you're still able to vault through the wall and create lines of sight into the bomb site.
100% agree. Especially on a map like Villa, Capital can be so influential. But he hasn't been brought, and I don't know. The attack had that last round. That was definitely their round to lose, or I guess Ubisoft's round to lose. I don't know. I mean, that was just unfortunate disconnect time, to say the least. Right when they were coming down to the executes and they had the man advantage, and it immediately just flipped. The disconnect happened, and then a kill went towards Guacamole, and it was GR in the chat. So
Yeah.
just still waiting for the players to get into the lobby, or to get the lobby reset. But I don't know. I mean, those two rounds look good, and now that those two sites are locked out for Guacamole, they have to either go to Kitchen or the library site. I doubt that they'll go library. We rarely even see pro league teams go to library, so I wouldn't really expect a team of this caliber, both of these two teams' caliber, just this tournament in general, to go to a site like library. It's more likely that they'll go to Kitchen. But Villa is defensive sided, so it's not over for Joe Academy. If they can win this third side here, I mean, it still looks good for them in the map overall.
Yeah, just looking at the bracket and seeing what teams are still going through, looks to be that Drillers and Just Shoot Back are still playing in their matchup, and as well as Orion and GND. So we're just waiting to get the show on the road. I know it's been a long wait, but we can go ahead and kick it to a quick break. We'll be back as soon as the match is ready to go. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Nerd Street Gamers Rainbow Six Siege tournament for $2,500, presented by Mike and Ike. We're getting back into the game right now. Just waiting on a couple more players to enter into the lobby. I promise it's not going to be much longer, but we're going to get into round number 3 as soon as possible. Guacamole has already won Trophy, Statuary, as well as Aviator games, so they'll be heading either into Library Dining or into Kitchen. I'm sorry, Library Office or Kitchen Dining, but it looks to be that they're going to go Dining Room Kitchen for their third bomb site.
Makes sense, not gonna expect them, like I said earlier, to go library. They're bringing the standard site or the standard lineup for the basement. They're gonna be bringing a bunch of nitro cells, potential of 3 if Pulse, Mute, and Valkyrie all are bringing them. And the attacker lineup is going to remain the exact same as it has the previous 2 rounds. So Joe Academy not choosing to go for anything different. As you don't really need to. This is a really good lineup. You have your set of grenades on the Iana and your destruction, the soft destruction on the Ash. So, and possible breaching charges as well on the IQ. So for this top floor attack, those breaching charges, if they're being brought, yes they are going to be very useful for making that vertical destruction.
Yeah. So you're also bringing on the defensive side. Meanwhile, you're also bringing in a Pulse, which is the first time we're going to be seeing this operator come in this matchup, as well as an Alibi. Alibi, I've heard, is a substitute for Smoke, given that she can be area denial and she provides a lot of intel. Also, she brings in a shield as well, so there's that benefit to having Alibi being brought as well. Also, she's a 3-speed with a fantastic gun, can take gunfights from pretty much any range. As long as you're able to hit the head, it doesn't really matter. It's game over for you. But we'll see how Vader can perform on that Alibi role this round, as well as Kool-Aid. I'm expecting Kool-Aid to be roaming down below in the basement, and since it wasn't 6-picked, I'm expecting for Joe Academy to hunt down Kool-Aid down below, as he's currently going to be, I believe he's going to be currently playing there. If not in the basement, then he'll be up on the first floor inside the bomb site, just trying to get active intel.
Getting an extended roam from Guacamole, as they're going to be defending the top floor here, and they also have a couple of members inside of the library, at least one. So with these mute jammers and the Thatcher being banned, it's going to make things a little bit more difficult to gather this intel, as they're not sure where these jammers are, especially with the Prismas as well. I have to be wary of that, as the Vault in comes in through the closet. Could possibly go for a few pre-fires here, but later unaware of the angle being held by the IQ. The Pulse is spotting them out, and it's being spotted out from below. Yeah, he'll finally go for the pre-fire. Later takes out Axe through the wall. The IQ taken off the board. That's going to be a huge pick, as there is a Pulse, so a direct counter to Kool-Aid is now off and dusted.
Absolutely massive pick to come from Vader, and that's just great RNG to come through from him as well. You've already burned off close to half the round, and you've lost your IQ. Your only source, there's not even a source of any soft destruction coming out here from Joe Academy outside of Og with the Ash charges. I don't know if JMR is bringing flashbangs or breaching charges. Woods possibly could use the Hibana pellets, but it doesn't really make sense to do so. So this is looking like a really big loss here to come out for Joe. But they've already taken care of Vader. There's a minute 10 left on the clock. I don't know how this is going to go for Joe, unless they can just win their ones as they enter into the bomb site, but that honestly doesn't really look likely. You still have Gasher on a nearby roam over by 90 Hall. You have JMR, who is currently watching that 90 Hall, but Gasher will get caught out, and that'll force him to retreat back into games, but JMR is already rotating into Aviator, making sure that Gasher hasn't been moving over towards those main stairs. This is going to burn off so much time if JMR can't get him down. And there goes Natsad being taken care of by Kool-Aid. This is not looking good here for Joe Academy.
Nah, the man count in favor of the defense, and still with roamers on the board, this could prove detrimental, but they clear him out just in time. 30 seconds left. Gasher is gone. It's now left to the site members. Not sure if there's any nitro, so actually a rotate will come up. Hitman rotates right up the Astro stairs, and this could be perfect timing, as there's a down here from Woods. Trade though. Hitman gets one above. It's now a 1v1 as Woods He'll put it into that Hitman above, has the vertical advantage. Woods gonna put this diffuser down, but does Hitman have the intel? Looks like he will drop in through Laundry. The plant isn't even stuck by Woods, and he knows exactly where the mute's coming from. Nice shot through the bomb chassis. Hitman goes down. The first attack victory for Joe, and it comes off of the rehost.
Wow, what an incredible comeback there for Joe Academy. It honestly didn't look like they were going to be able to come in and win that round, but they were able to establish themselves with crossfires, setting up wonderful trades. And then Gasher, I feel that he got a little bit too aggressive on that 90 hallway over by on the classical hall, or actually long hall. But wow, great pick to come through from JMR. Great teamwork from JMR and Woods in that round, establishing themselves to solidify round number 3 in their favor. And the way that round was going, it should have been in favor of Guacamole. Well done from Joe Academy.
Indeed. And with the rotation being complete, we'll go now back to Aviator, the original site for Guacamole, as it's looking like a similar lineup to the first time around. The only difference this time being that there's a pulse instead of the Valkyrie. So still bringing that Nitro Cell, but it's going to be a different form of intel instead of the cameras. Since there is being an IQ rut, they figure, well, the IQ's finding all of our cameras, so might as well bring the pulse. Might be able to let him live a little bit longer, and maybe even be able to deny the IQ as well. But still, a little bit of a change here could prove to strengthen this defense even more than it did the previous round, or it could come back to bite them. We'll just have to wait and see.
Similar setup as what Guacamole had this time around, but instead of Valkyrie, we saw that Gasher 6 pick into a Pulse. So with this pick, I'm curious where Gasher's going to be playing, possibly basement to try to feed some intel, because Pulse is still able to feed up for at least 2 floors, like at least if they're standing within the hallway. But if not, he'll probably be lurking around library right now, as he's going to be doing so with CZ based off the intel that we can see here. So this Pulse is going to be very critical for Guacamole in feeding intel. And the hard counter is going to be with Axe. So if Axe is able to clear out a Gasher and possibly CZ, possibly moving in with Axe and Og down below, maybe even including Sod, but he does have that diffuser. So I'm curious to how Joe Academy are going to react and respond to this Pulse that's being played. But Gasher's already looking for a potential victim onto Og here.
Yeah, this could be a huge pick on the Ash. Take down a huge utility operator with all the flashbangs and utility that she does bring to the table. The Nitro will go up, and might wait for him to come back towards it.
No.
It's just a second too late. Og will get away with about 5 damage, I believe, done to Og. At least that's what it looks like. That is incredible. Regardless, though, CZ will be able to find the frag, as Woods will be taken out of commission. The Hibana off of the board, so the only hard destructor being brought here by Joe Academy now taken out, as Axe will get the trade, taking CZ out. CZ did already dispense his Nitro Cell, so not the biggest kill in the world. Later we'll even put the man advantage back into Guacamole, so definitely a round that looks like it's going to be favoring Guacamole, as they're still trying to clear out this player inside of Laundry. Gasher just baiting these kills in, as a Nitro Cell will come through, just gonna have to waste that before he dies. Flashbangs to follow as well, and there's 3 attackers over here. Gasher has a 0 chance. Later is going to try to pick up the pieces. He'll take a little bit of damage and deal some onto Axe, but he will be able to get away. No, he won't. Axe, a nice headshot there. A triple for him. He might be looking for the ace in round number 4.
Blader should have just retreated back to the bomb site there. And if he did want to play aggressive on those red stairs, just hold top landing. Unfortunate pick right there from Blader, but his C4 is going to get checked out. Not find anyone, unfortunately, coming out from Hitman. That's going to leave Kool-Aid and Hitman in the 2v3 here on the site, but there's 25 seconds left to go. I don't think Kool-Aid even expended any gas grenades outside of the one that he just has right now. So potentially 2 more for Kool-Aid to come through in this round, but he's going to find a great pick here on Axe. Now a 2v2 as Og is starting to push his way into the bomb site, getting pressure from multiple angles here as a final Toxic Babe will ring on out. Kool-Aid finding one, and that's Hitman with the other. Guacamole coming massive here on the backs of Kool-Aid and Hitman. A 2v3 very well played from the defenders on Guacamole. We put ourselves in a 3-1 split.
Excellent defense there from Guacamole, especially Hitman and Kool-Aid on the Cade and Smoke, able to clutch out that round in the disadvantage nonetheless. And that'll be another victory for them in Aviator off of kills. Only one plant to come down thus far from Joe. It was in the round that they were successful on, so I don't know. They're going to have to now attack onto Statuary and Trophy yet again. And if anything's telling from the previous round, we're going to likely see another extended roam from Guacamole, or maybe they're going to read into the attack they saw previously and not go for that extended hold, maybe push more for a master defense. Looks like we do have the Maestro being brought out again by Hitman, so going to be having that to their disposal, but I mean, initially it looks like it's going to be a similar defense. I wasn't able to see if anybody went towards the south side of the map to reinforce over there, but it looks like actually Gasher is on that side. Yes, he is. So he is going to be going for this extended hold yet again. Last time, I mean, Joe decided to attack through Master, so they didn't really have to deal with this roam whatsoever. I would expect them going to do the exact same in this round. I mean, at least that would make things a little bit easier for them. They wouldn't have to deal with this extended roam, or maybe it would be better for them to deal with that, take a few kills, and then attack onto the rest of the site. But based off the spawns, it doesn't look like that's going to be the case.
Yeah. Good pick from Caesar there to find that drone, trying to limit the intel game that's going to come out for Joe Academy throughout the rest of this round. One comment that I have is questioning Woods and why he's roam clearing with Habana that previous round. I mean, I'm not so sure what the plan was. Maybe he thought he was able to win out the gunfight, considering it's a Type 89 versus a UMP 45. But right now, in this round, Axe and Og are going for a duo roam clear, hugging each other very tightly to get rid of those electro claws that were placed out by CZ earlier in the round. But CZ, he's going to try to keep some pressure built, looking through that hole that's made inside of Astronomy floor. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I believe that looks down below into kitchen, around kitchen dining. But right now Gasher is going to be playing inside of on the platform of Red Stairs, and just below CZ is going to be Og on that Ash.
Only a minute gone. It looks like they're still trying to clear out downstairs, trying to get the Kaid off of the wall. Axe should have already done that. It looks like they have. And again, the only hard destructor are going to be the Habana. So, not choosing to be bringing anything else. Just try to avoid the impact trick. And terrible timing there from CZ. Holds the angle the entire round, comes off of it, and misses out on a kill. Gasher going to be the first player to fall in this round. It will be, I believe that was Saad to get that kill, as it'll be a double kill here for Vlader. Og and Axe both taken out with headshots. Nice shots here from Vlader, as he looked like he rotated downstairs yet again and was able to catch off the rotate from the attackers downstairs. And another nice shot there from Vlader, hitting the heads in this round. Is he going to peek on the Master? But no! How does Woods win that? Such low HP on the Jaeger. Possibly a reason why he won that, but it's now a 1v3 here for Woods. Hitman peeks right on the Master door and takes what's little left off of the HP of the Habana. Another defense here for Guacamole as they rack it up and confirm the first half in their favor.
I don't know if Saad had a stutter or exactly what happened, but he just stared. He just stared at Vlader and got absolutely massacred. Oh man, huge round for Lord Vlader there on the Jaeger. 5-3 for the man. And Kool-Aid's been putting up some pretty big numbers as well. Him and Hitman only have died once since the rehost has come about for us here. 4-1 split here for the defenders, and if Joe want to have any good standing when they switch over to their defense, they need to win this round. It needs to go into their favor. Otherwise, this is going to be a very bumpy road, because all that Guacamole will have to do is just win 2 attacks, which the way the game's going and the way it's been played out, I don't think it should be too difficult for them. I do think that Guacamole has better mechanical skill compared to Joe Academy, but you know, like we said before, there is no Thatcher, there is no Ace to help out the attackers here, so it does bring it in more in line with the defenders. So hopefully for Joe Academy, they can build up some rapport and try to get something going whenever they switch sides at the end of this round.
I definitely think like, they need to find some sort of momentum before the side swap, for sure. Otherwise, it's not looking good for Joe Academy whatsoever. I mean, it really hasn't looked good. This is another chance at the third site, that kitchen site for Guacamole. It was such close. You know, it came down to that 1v1 between Kool-Aid, I believe. No, who was it? It was Hitman and Woods in the 1v1 situation. Oh, some pre-fires coming through. Kool-Aid almost had the big brain 5-head play, but unable to pull that trigger. If he pulled the trigger a little bit earlier, he might have been able to get the pre-fire onto that sledge, but or not the sledge, whoever that was on the other side of the wall.
I think it was the IQ.
Okay, must have been the IQs. It was the pulse and the IQ going back and forth, but could have possibly found a kill for free there. As again, it's another roam upstairs. So the defense has been consistent from Guacamole. They have yet to change how they defended all three of these sites. I mean, that could come back to bite them. It's unfortunate, you know, that they're the ones being casted, as other teams are not going to be able to see this and be like, oh, well, they don't really change their defense on Villa. Maybe if we take them there, we'll be able to know exactly what they're doing. But regardless, it'll be, you know, about 1:50, the first nitro so off the board. Og baits it out perfectly, though.
No chance Kool-Aid wins that gunfight. JMR is going to get the opening picker onto Gasher, who hasn't been able to find anything going for himself. But a close gunfight. CZ loses it. The pistol coming out from JMR. 3 massive kills in about 5 seconds for the Nomad there. Losing all 3 members of CZ, Vlader, and Casher. Kool-Aid on very low HP is about 1 shot of damage from going down without a fight. And then Hitman, the only member alive with full HP. This could be the round here for Joe Academy to put themselves at 4-2, unless Kool-Aid and Hitman can blow them sky high. But right now, Kool-Aid has made his position up above. This is huge here. Axe going to be able to take care of Hitman. Kool-Aid has to win that gunfight, and he'll do so against JMR, confirming it. Now he's got a 3v1 down below on the bomb site. Saz going to go ahead and get that bomb planted down. 40 seconds to go for Kool-Aid, but he's not even going to find one in this retake. Axe shuts him down. Joe Academy rises up, and they'll be at a 4-2 split heading into their defensive half.
Big round for Joe Academy, and yet again another plant on that site. So excellent objective play, at least on one of the sites for the first half. Other than that, though, it was Guacamole in the driver's seat. So I did have to say that I'd be pretty proud of that first half if I were Guacamole. You can see it on the scoreboard here. Not really a lot going for Tad and Og. Unfortunately, 1 kill between the two of them, as it's really been the Axewoods and JMR show here for Joe Academy. On the other side, though, Gasher playing that support. We saw him on the entry, or no, I guess no, that wasn't him. That was the last half. I was thinking we were having different Habanas, but hopefully he's able to find a little bit more success here on the attacking half. But regardless, I mean, his team is doing what they need to do. So as long as they stay consistent here through their attacks, this could be a Guacamole map and send them into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, just a refresher on you guys who might not be paying attention to the bracket. G&D ended up beating out Orion, so they'll be facing up against PogChamp in the quarterfinals. Meanwhile, the Jewelers will be playing against Your Waifu is Trash. And then Noobs are still playing Beast Coast, and we're obviously here with Joe Academy and Guacamole. So my prediction at the beginning of the stream went completely out the window with Just Shoot Back. So it'll be between PogChamp, G&D, Your Waifu is Trash, and the Jewelers for that first semifinal, or to play in the semifinals right now. So switching sides here for Joe Academy and for Joe Academy and Guacamole. This is that just took the words right out of me. I'm very curious as to what this strat is going to be. They need someone to hold on main stairs, which is going to be Axe. But if Axe is currently distracted, then that Valkyrie of Og that's currently playing inside here could possibly get fragged. But he'll be paying attention onto that study door, and that shield is just there to prevent him from dying. So I'm really curious to see how the strat works out for Joe Academy.
It's definitely a much different strat than what we saw from Guacamole when they defended the site. We saw them go for that extended hold and a much different attack as well from their opponents. So Going to have to be just waiting to see how the rest of this round plays out. The push out starting to come out onto the main stairs as the utility is starting to be dumped. Try to clear out those ADSs. Sad will get the opening pick onto later, so going to be taking down the Ash. A lot of that utility off the board. No more Ash charges. Destruction going to be being brought, but Axe is going to be traded off as a minute 30 rings off the clock. It'll be a 3v4. Og from still inside of Study is able to find the pick. Yet to be able to clear him out. Hitman finally does the job, but JMR will get the trade. So leaving the advantage still in favor of the defense, as it'll now be a 1v3 for Gasher. Down below inside of Art, just barely misses it as the Bandit rotated up main stairs. They have to find the Bandit prone here with the with the bearing 9 out, finds the headshot on the side. Not sure how he wins that gunfight, but in a 1v2, it's still looking unlikely. Refuses to take out the type 89. He finally will. I definitely think this is a better choice for these types of engagements. Bearing 9 not the best, unless you play it all the time. But with 45 seconds left, still intel possibly with the Valkyrie cameras. No drones though for Gasher, unless there's pre-placed by his teammates. Won't be able to find much intel. Still bulletproof cameras as well. They're gonna know exactly where the Savannah is as the pre-fires do come through. The Legion Mine is hit. Only 30 seconds left for the 1v2 to happen.
Gasher has no more drones to work with in his favor that he can use to find intel. But there is a bulletproof sitting inside a Study, and honestly, this push could have been prevented for Guacamole if they would have just pushed over from the master side of the map. But already, Gasher's going to try to rotate around, but he can't even think of where to entry onto. JMR is going to find the second pick, taking care of Gasher. And the first defensive round for Joe Academy will go in their favor.
Yep, so already the defensive sidedness of Villa rearing its ugly head, at least through one round of the second half. It'll be it'll be a dining. So they're going to switch up the rotation here, it seems, unless they go for a last second switch up. No, they will not. So it's going to be dining and kitchen. Not choosing to go to trophy. I could come back to bite them. But honestly, I think they're expecting to have to play the site regardless. So why not go to it second? Throw off the attack a little bit as a Lion is going to be 6 picked, and so will a Cade. We could possibly keep the enemy on their toes a little bit, never really knowing what you're going to do. So, definitely. It's definitely big brain here from Joe, but whether or not it'll work out for them, unknown.
Yeah, I like this 6 pick for Hitman to switch away into the Lion. He's also going to be bringing in the new secondary hard breach. So, my question right now for Joe is if they're going to be reinforcing the hatch inside of Master. And I like that Kaid placement coming out from Saab there. He's shooting open the bookshelf to give himself an opportunity, or to enable that the pantry wall doesn't get opened up at all, unless that's going to get spotted out by an IQ, which unfortunately for Guacamole isn't being taken here. So Hitman bringing in that secondary hard breach to help Gasher with the breaching utility, as well as getting some info. And I think Lion is perfect against Joe Academy, given how aggressive they like to play off of each other. They're always constantly fighting for trades. They're constantly playing around each other. So the Lion is a very top tier pick, in my opinion, to come out here for Hitman on Guacamole.
Already, the attack has spotted out the bomb site already. So they know that it's kitchen. The attack coming down through jungle as the Ash is pushing in aggressively to the first floor. So they're not going to try to clear out above. Hitman actually bringing the DMR as well with the red dot. An interesting choice. But yeah, like it doesn't seem like they want to clear out the top floor. There is one person playing up there. So, I mean, they could have some holes for down below, but ultimately it doesn't look like much is being invested into the top floor whatsoever from Guacamole, as the first kill will go in favor of Kool-Aid. He takes down Axe. The pulse off the board, that's one nitro cell and all that info that he does bring with the scanner. So excellent job taking him out first, as about half the round remains Vlader will tack on a second kill for the attack as they're looking weird for an execute. Vlader, a second kill, a double for him. Does Hitman know, though, that the player Smoke is playing close by with the shotgun to prove imperative.
How does Saad win that?
Yes. How does he win that gunfight? Sawa 2v2. Woods, he'll find a kill as well. So the 2v5 potential here from the last two defenders. Saad on the triple kill will save his teammate. This is now a 1v2. CZ does have full HP though. The last two members on Joe, both below 25 at least. Saad is, Woods just above it. A nice shot from CZ. It's all up to Woods. He pushes through CZ with 2 headshots. Guacamole somehow win the round after almost throwing it to Joe. Unbelievable gameplay here between these two teams.
Oh my god, that round was way too close for comfort. Guacamole nearly sacrificing a 5v2 in their favor. I don't know what's going on with Gasher, but there's been quite a few moments in this matchup where it's gunfights that he 100% should be winning, and he's just not able to connect the shots. I don't know what's going on with him. Maybe they didn't have a warm-up scrim, and he's still getting warmed up after 8 rounds of play. But something's happening wrong with Gasher here. I don't know if it's nerves, but he shouldn't be used to being casted. He's been casted multiple times before, so they've got to be very thankful for CZ right now winning out that round. They've only got 2 more rounds to go at least if you're on Guacamole to win out these next 2 attacks. And Joe, they're gonna opt to go down below into the kitchen again. And one thing that I wanted to point out earlier in that round was that Joe had expended a C4, and then they had already taken care of Og, who I believe was still playing up below, or I'm sorry, up above. But Og and Gasher are pretty impactless in this matchup so far. Obviously, Og is helping with the utility. Gasher's being on that support role as hard reach. Excuse me, but I'm a bit surprised as to how like they're getting into these gunfights that looks to be in their favor, and then they still just end up losing it. I'm not so sure exactly what is quite happening with both those players right there, but hopefully for their sake they can pick it up and get going.
A notable difference in the attacking lineups between these two teams. We saw the IQ being brought by Joe in every single round that they were on attack, but Guacamole have yet to bring that IQ. And we see there is a Valkyrie being brought out here. It has been brought out in every single round here for Joe. So the potential of missing out on that utility, maybe they're just going to rely on their drone work here to take out those Valkyrie cameras as some free fires coming through the wall, and it'll actually be JMR. He'll find the first kill out to Vlader. The Ash off the board, and an operator who in this meta has a lot of utility to burn out ADSs and the Wamais, with the Wamai being banned. Not going to have to deal with that, but Hitman trades things out. So it's back to a 4v4, and it looks like top floor is actually completely in control of the attack here, and they've realized that, so they're going to start to control it and make their way on to the site as the destructibility is going to start to come through between these operators. And actually comes through, it will miss though. So he's just not able to get that timing perfectly.
That's 2 C4s expended, and with JMR dying without using a C4, at most they'll have it with Og. Because Axe and Saad have already expended them. I'm not so sure if Og still has one in his pocket, but this is already a 3v4 for the attack. Kool-Aid on very low HP as well. Hitman and Vlader off the board. Hitman not being able to provide that intel with the Lion, but the Pulse now looks to be he's going to be finding some solid evidence with that cardiac sensor, trying to enable Og to use that C4, and they're just trying to wait for who I believe is going to be the sledge up above. Good night, Kool-Aid. He'll get blasted sky high. All of a sudden, it's on Gasher and CZ to win out the round here. Got CZ up above, trying to reload, trying to put himself into a good position to win out the round here. But Gasher trying to entry in from Laundry. It's not going to work out for him, and CZ is still up above. Gasher's able to take care of Saad, who's prone inside of Laundry. Hello? I'm not so sure what Saad is thinking there. We didn't get to see exactly what happened. I don't know if he was down, but right now CZ has a prime opportunity for the player on the table inside of Tetris, but due to him being prone, he's not going to be able to find him just yet. 35 seconds remain as CZ will start to make his entry down below inside a red hallway and start to make a move inside of Memorial, but he does have an impact to deal with that Malusi Banshee inside of Memorial. Gasher trying to make his move here from Laundry. This is not looking good here. Time is winding down, and CZ and Gasher need to win these heads-up gunfights.
Yeah, Not looking good indeed, and the Toxic Babe still coming out from Woods, as Malisi is actually still doing damage as well. 13 seconds left, and the push needs to come through. They're just waiting their time. They know one's here on Tetris. They're going to hit a nice shot. CZ takes the head right off of Og, pushing through behind. Could potentially be lethal, but no. Axe does catch it out, and the last player being the Habana Joe Academy win off of time. And after going back to the kitchen, they will be successful in their second endeavor, which is surprising. I'm honestly surprised that they went back there to begin with, but to be able to win it on the second time shows that they were able to, make those changes that they needed to their defense and come out ahead in the second effort.
This game is actually a lot closer than it looks to be, because based on the round, or based on the way that Guacamole has been playing, the one thing that's like really hurting them right now is their time management and just losing bodies early on. They lost Vlader right off the bat when they made their entry up above. They used 2 lion scans for one operator on the defending side, which was JMR on that Valkyrie in the previous round, and then they allowed for Og to rotate away, not able to act upon that intel. And Gasher, although he was on the astronomy window repel, wasn't able to find Og in time, and that allowed for Og to rotate back down to site. So the Lion's still going to be coming out here for Hitman. He hasn't been able to use much of that hard breach utility that's on his secondary gadget. So hopefully for his sake, he's going to try to find an opportunity to use it, maybe create some pressure more onto the defenders. But the problem with that is that it only takes it only makes like a small square that you can ball through. Although that mute jammer, I'm not so sure will be effective from Saad, considering that Kool-Aid is on the sledge and he'll just end up sledgehammering that window. But at most, it'll just prevent that wall from being breached open. Although I really don't see a need for the attackers to really open that, since from all the games that we've seen on Villa over the years, we've never really seen teams need to open up that window inside of the walk-in closet, or the wall inside the walk-in closet.
Just a quick update for you guys, as Beast Coast has won their quarterfinal match, so they will advance to the semifinals to play the winner of this match between Guacamole and Joe Academy. So look for that match potentially next. But we have still this match. We still need to determine a winner here. Guacamole does have the advantage, but some early gunfights. Og peeking out aggressively will deal a lot of damage to Kool-Aid. Not able to find the kill, and is hesitant to go for the repeat, as he knows he needs to waste a little bit more time before he just gives away his life like that. Playing it smart with the bulletproof camera here. All the intel got to come to his favor, but the Lion and the pre-fire from Vlader. Excellent teamwork there between Hitman and Vlader, able to take down that Jaeger and also find the second kill on to JMR. So an excellent entry here onto the round.
Yeah, the defenders looking to get a little bit desperate here, trying to see if they can put themselves in a good position. Hitman and Kool-Aid are very low on HP, so this is justifiable for Axe, Saad, and Woods to peek out onto those 2 operators. But right now, C4 is going to come below. It's not going to do. It's only going to be able to take care of Kool-Aid, but you've only got 4 more to go. He was on very low HP. Wasn't going to be much of an impact, but CZ will disconnect. This is going to be huge here. A 3v3 here. Advantage gone from the favor of Guacamole. It'll be the final Lion scan to come out here, but Saad trying to fight against Hitman, who has on very low HP on that rappel, nearly loses his life. And now Woods will be playing close with the shotgun as Blader starts to make his entry into Statuary. He's going to be using an ash breach to go ahead and move and get rid of the shield. He doesn't know that there's going to be Axe, but Hitman is going to get taken care of, as well as Vlader. Great shots from Saad and Axe. But now Gasher's going to have to win this 1v3 against Axe, Saad, and Woods. He's got 30 seconds to do so. Not a whole lot of ammo in those magazines from the Type 89. He's going to have to make some very smart decisions to make his move here if he wants to win this round. Those gas canisters coming out from Woods. This is not looking to be a Guacamole round. This looks to be a 5-5 split at the end of the round, but neither one of these players can hit their shots as Gasher starts to bring out the flashbang. He knows that Woods is playing close, but Saad swings in from Trophy, able to clear out Gasher. And if I'm not mistaken, we possibly are going to be going into another rehost.
Did they who used the first rehost? Was it Joe that to use the first
Yeah,
rehost?
it was Joe because they lost. Yeah, Joe lost one of their players, but we'll be rehosting since CZ isn't able to reconnect, which is truly unfortunate. That's twice in a row, or twice this match that we've had disconnects, which is really it's super unfortunate for both those teams. But we're currently at a 5-5 split here. That round could have potentially gone in the favor of Guacamole had CZ been able to remain in the lobby there. And I don't know exactly what's going on, if it's like the players' ISP or if it's the servers themselves, but it's it's super it's got to be super frustrating for both these teams to have to deal with disconnects, especially when you have man advantage like Guacamole just did, and then your advantage is just gone. You have no way to use the Zofia lifeline there to help coordinate your attack, and the Lion was able to help Vlader get a pick there, obviously, but it's just been a tough. It's been very tough for both these teams with the rehost. Granted, we've only had two, but it's super frustrating to deal with. And in this round specifically here, I don't think that should have been Joe's at all. Kool-Aid obviously getting the pick, but then you lose CZ right there, and then Hitman's able to find him, and then Kool-Aid trying to peek with the pistol instead of the loses the gunfight versus Woods, and then here it's just easy for Woods to win it out. He's got a tight angle to work against Hitman using an SMG-11. This round right here, I was super questionable. I'm not sure why Gashler was trying to vault. That just it just worked in the favor for Joe. And right here, Vlader shouldn't have peeked. He probably should have just rotated up towards landing, like I mentioned earlier in the map, and it just ended up being Hitman and Kool-Aid able to win it out, all getting choked to death there by the Toxic Babes, and Hitman coming in with a massive swing onto the default plan. And JMR here, I'm very shocked that CZ lost this gunfight.
Yeah, definitely not a gunfight that he normally loses, as he's been one of the top performers here on this map. There's been so many Rios that it's been hard to keep track of his kill count. But regardless, he's been definitely fragging out for his team and has been a huge impact for them, for Guacamole. And it's part of the reason why they're tied right now. It is 5-5 with that last round. So we're going to be waiting to see exactly how the rest of this map unfolds. And this 2v5 almost here. Again, CZ in the 1v2. He's able to clutch out what was a 2v5. Able to be brought into a 2v1. But CZ able to take the head right off of Saad and Woods. And again here, just on to Zofia, able to pop heads.
Yeah, he's been able to hit some nasty shots and pretty amazing flicks. That round right there, I think if CZ would have just been a little bit more patient, he probably manages to stay alive there. Vlader, unfortunately, shooting crouch level as Axe peaks at standing head level. And this round overall was just a nightmare for Guacamole, losing CZ in the process due to a disconnect. Not fun at all for Joe Academy, but it looks to be that we might be having to go to another break right now, just trying to get everyone situated in the lobby. Terribly sorry for all the technical difficulties, but it is what it is. But we'll be back in a few moments. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Nerd Street Gamers Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege $2,500 tournament presented by Mike and Ike. Once again, I am Uzu, this is Razor, and we are trying to get into the game for our third time here after 2 Rios, but we're trying to get this matchup done and dusted. It's currently 5-5 between both these teams on Villa, and it's been really back and forth for both these teams. We're going to go ahead and start off on round 11. Guacamole on attack with Joe Academy on defense. Aviator Games is going to be the bomb site here for both these teams for this 11th round. And we're going to be needing at minimum all 12 rounds to be played out here. Could be 7-5, could be 6-6 in favor of either team. We don't know, but hopefully for their sake, one of these teams ends up coming out with a 7-5 because they just want to get moving on and play Beach Coast.
I'm definitely rooting for the 7-5. I don't care which one of these teams win. It's been an excellent game thus far. So, regardless of the victor, it's been entertaining, and I'm sure that the rest of chat will agree. As I don't know, we got some problem. Kool-Aid needs to get an SSD because he's been the last one to load in here a couple of the rounds. So not only have we had the Rios problems, but Kool-Aid can't even afford an SSD. No, I'm joking. He definitely has an SSD. It's just it's just connection issues, but we're in. So it will be the Aviator defense. Joe Academy trying to close out the comeback here, as it was 5-2 before the last 3 rounds have gone in favor of Joe Academy. They've only had the opening pick, though, in one of those rounds. The other 2 went in favor of Guacamole. So, not always the opening kill getting the round win.
Last time we came here, I believe it was Gasher in a 1v3. Only able to find 1 pick onto Saad, who was prone on top of the main stairs landing. And one thing to note here for Guacamole is that Gasher is no longer on Habana. Instead, he's going to be on Capital, bringing in that secondary hard breach. For right now, Og, he's gone ahead and placed up a cam outside overlooking the east side of the map. But for right now, no one on Guacamole is going to be anywhere near that for Og to hop out. And Vlader looks to be entering over towards the front door inside the main lobby, but he'll have some barbed wire to deal with, as well as Axe on top of that main stairs landing. But it looks like that Vlader missed the breach charge on that barbed wire.
Yeah, it's going to persist through the rest of the round as the drones are coming through. Not sure if Og was spotted out here, though, on the bottom of red stairs. Could be deadly here if he wasn't. The drones are not going to spot out Axe. Some flashbang is going to come through to try to dispense the ADS, but it doesn't look like it's going to be successful. Hitman trying to clear out the Malusi of Saad downstairs. Going to take a little bit of damage and puts up an air jab. Try to cut off the rotation of the Malusi. We'll go for a drone as well. And like you said, the Capital being finally brought by one of these 2 teams, and we see that hard destructor secondary utility for him as well. The can opener. Oh, and a run out here. No, a peek from the master window. Saad, after getting pushed off the roam downstairs, goes right to a kill on the balcony on that side window of Study. So excellent play there from him. Aid almost comes up and ruins Axe dead.
Saad is living in Gasher's head rent-free right now. I think Gasher has died to Saad maybe 3 times so far in this matchup. But CZ's gonna go ahead and take care of the Malusi charge on the study door, heading into Aviator. Another nade from below by Kool-Aid is gonna take a little bit of damage onto Woods, but Saad's gonna find a second pick here onto Vlader. This is not looking good here for Guacamole, down 3v5. You have to worry about Axe on that 90 hallway. Hitman on low HP, 1 shot, and he's at least confirmed for the down. I believe it's gonna be Axe all the way on that 90 hall, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so Axe gonna have a gunfight here, I believe, against CZ over on that hall. The smoke's gonna come around here and dissipate and disrupt some of the view, the vision coming out from CZ. But a good pick to come out here from Og. Kool-Aid can't win that gunfight. This is a nightmare here for Guacamole as CZ starts to pressure on up. He's got to worry about the wall, but there's 2 currently There's two members of Joe Academy making their way over on the 90 Hall, but Og is going to be able to find that down onto CZ as Hitman on very low HP. They can't even find one. A flawless round here for Joe Academy, and we'll be heading into round number 12 with advantage in favor of Joe.
The first flawless round of this match going in favor of Joe Academy. As they didn't look back once Saad was able to find that opening pick onto the Capital. It'll now be back to dining and kitchen. So even though, no, I guess that makes sense. That was that's the only site opened up unless they want to go to library. So we'll be back there. Not going to be bringing. I guess they are bringing the same. No, let's see what's going on with the Legion here. Possibly a Pulse, I would assume, maybe. But they didn't have the Valkyrie.
So. Yeah, because the last time they go dining, Sada always took. Yeah, Sada would always take Cade. So that'll be used to defend the pantry wall. And he also places it on the ceiling from what I believe is on Master Wall, if I'm not mistaken. So the last time we were here, I believe it's been 1 for 2 for both these sides. They've won one, lost one. So this is the third time we're going back to this bomb site for Joe Academy. And the last time it came down to, I believe, Gasher, if I'm not mistaken. He's been the one that's constantly been last alive for a majority of Guacamole's attacking rounds. So I think Saad's just currently drone hunting right now below in the basement, but he'll retreat himself up towards the pantry stairs.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Match point here. This could be it for Joe if they are just able to successfully defend dining once again. So it looks like we're going to be seeing a top floor clear in through Master or Guacamole, as that's where the spawns and the repels are going to be coming. Whew, the Valkyrie getting aggressive there. JMR on the Master door. Takes a few shots at CZ, but CZ being on the upside down repel has that advantage with the perspective. So not able to give away that kill so easily. An air trap does come out. That'll be easily shut out by the Valkyrie, as it'll be Kool-Aid. He'll find the opening kill of the round on to Og. So the Melusi and Nitro Cell off of the board. Gonna be a decently good pick for the attack, as a Nitro Cell of Saad's is going to connect onto Kool-Aid. So that's going to be another huge pick. Not only are the grenades down, but one of the soft destructors is also off the board. And another member in favor, two in favor of Guacamole. It's looking like we're going to be seeing overtime here, ladies and gentlemen.
Unfortunate, Hitman's not able to find the ADS before it eats up an air jet, but Saad's currently on a flank right now, all the way up above. He's going to try to find one, lighting up CZ very much here, but I think he should just get the hell out of Dodge, but he's not in a position to do so. Currently getting wallbang, got 3 members to fight against. Not a smart play there from Saad, leaving Woods all on his lonesome in a 1v4. You currently have one sitting right outside of Laundry Door, as Woods is going to start to pressure up around there. It's going to be Gasher on close watch. He can't win that gunfight. Woods starting to bring this back for himself. A 3v1 here with the SMG-11. One's going to currently be inside. That's going to be Vlader. Can he win this gunfight? But Woods is trying to find a second one all the way over into kitchen. He's currently going to be stuck inside of Laundry. Going to have that trusty M59. Can he win this game, this round here, and the game for Joe? But currently up above is going to be CZ trying to shoot him down, but there's Hitman with a 3K on the round. We're not done here, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be going into overtime as Hitman is able to put the final nail in the coffin on Joe Academy in regulation.
Well executed attack there from Guacamole, as they were able to find the opening pick, and then from there on out it was really just trades going in their favor. Possibly might have the wrong OT sides here, which is unfortunate. Gonna likely have to go into a rehost.
I would assume so, given
confirmation.
Yeah, I would assume that we're gonna go into a rehost. That's this is gonna be our third rehost. We just need to switch the overtime sides with Joe on defense and Guacamole on attack. Shouldn't be more than a couple minutes, but it's been a rough road here for both these teams. We're finally gotten through the rough stages of regulation. and now we got to go into overtime where at most 3 rounds will be played. Both these teams, they just want to get this match over with and head on to Beast Coast. But the way it's gone with Joe starting on defense, I think it might be in their favor because they've won 4 out of their 6 defensive rounds, and unless Guacamole are able to play the way they did that previous round, I don't know if Guacamole are gonna be advancing here because they have to do 2 attacks should they lose their first round then win the second. So it's gonna be very tough for Guacamole considering that they are starting off on the attack in overtime. But with the way the game's gone, if Guacamole are able to keep all their members alive throughout the majority of the round, they usually end up winning out the round either way because they're just able to find the necessary angles that are used to peek down through into the bomb site. And a majority of the sites that were played there from Joe Academy were down below inside of kitchen dining. And Joe is currently 1 for 3 on that bomb site.
Definitely agree. And also, just an update for you all. Your waifu is trash has beaten the Droolers, so they advanced to the semifinals to play the winner of PogChamp versus G&D, which is, I mean, hopefully that match is currently going on. Otherwise, we might be here for a while. So, 2 of the semifinal spots have been taken. Your waifu is trash and Beast Coast. So, we will be getting right back into the game here. Or no, actually, no, we're going to be going back to some replays. We are going to be getting back into the matchup quick soon, as we're just getting the side switch and everyone back into the lobby. But I don't know, with this last attack or this last defense here, I mean, things looked good for Guacamole. I definitely think, like you said, it looks like things are going to be into. Who does get defense again? Is it Guacamole that gets defense?
It'll be Joe Academy starting on defense on overtime.
Okay.
Because
So, yeah.
they're rehosting because Joe is supposed to be on D for OT. And
Yes.
in my honest opinion right now, for Joe Academy, they should honestly choose to go Aviator Games because that bomb site's been the one that they've most won here in this matchup. So Kitchen Dining, they've only been able to successfully win it 1 out of the 3 times that they've gone there. They started their defensive half on Kitchen Dining and then ended up getting won out by CZ in a 1v2. Then the second time they went there, they were able to win it. Third time, they honestly I have that backwards. But yeah, it's just been a wild ride here for both these teams, and they just I can sense and feel the frustration from both sides. But it's just been a heck of a game. We're currently tied 6-6. We're moving into overtime, and my honest opinion right now of this matchup is that Joe Academy, they look to be if they're able to win these next 2 rounds, obviously they'll be heading into Beast Coast. But if they're not able to win on their attack round, which is probable, it's likely that they won't win their second round. Should they win the first round? Just given off the history that we've seen, because it's been 4-2 on both sides for when they've gone in their defenses. So if Guacamole, like I mentioned before, if they're able to stay alive and if they're able to keep man advantage and keep that control, they'll more than likely be able to win out the round. Although I do say that, it's happened before where it got super close because Joe had a 2v5 turned 2v1 against CZ, and CZ was the one who ended up winning out that clutch. So I'm looking forward to see what we're in store here for overtime. I'm not so sure if we'll be kicking it to a break. I think we're just getting the rest of the players in the lobby. But yeah, we've got just a little bit more time. We're just waiting on a couple more players to enter into the lobby. So the way that this matchup is gone, I do think that Joe should elect to go into Aviator Games since that seems to be the bomb site that's worked out for them the most here in this matchup. I don't know what your take is on this, Razors.
Yeah, Aviator Games, they're 2-0 on that site. And they've only gone to trophy once. They did win that as well. Dining, they've actually gone to the most. They've gone there 3 times, and they are 1-2 on it. So I would definitely expect them to either go upstairs to trophy or to the Aviator site. for their first defense. And as we get right back into the match here, we will be able to see exactly where they're going to decide to go. So again, if you don't know how overtime works, it's basically a best of 3. First team to win 2 rounds wins the match, and it will be that trophy aviator, that trophy statuary site for Joe.
Do or die here for both these teams. They're trying to win the $2,500 prize pool, get themselves $300 each per player. Gasher switching away Hibana, going into the Lion. Coley, the first time we're going to be seeing him bring out a buck. No sledge to be played out here. Your nades are going to come in with Hitman on the Iana. Nomad being traded up to CZ, Ash with Vlader. So nothing much is being lost here in terms of resources and utility for the attacking squad. There's just a little bit of a difference in guns that are going to be used for that attacking squad. Meanwhile, on the defending side for Joe, nothing's really changed here for this bomb site. Is the last time we came here, JMR was on that castle, and it ended up becoming a pretty quickly 5v3 in favor of Guacamole, excuse me. But yeah, so with no IQ being brought here, these Valkyrie cams and Mute Jammers are going to be very impactful in the round, in my honest opinion, especially since there is no Thatcher being brought, or obviously since he's banned. But I'm really excited to see how this round is going to unfold, because this is the first time we'll be seeing Buck be played out by Kool-Aid. My honest assumption for Kool-Aid on this round is that he's going to be down below, trying to see if he can create some pressure onto the defenders that'll be playing inside a trophy. If I honestly want to give my input here, I think he'll be trying to go for the players inside of trophy instead of statuary, possibly going down below to get rid of anything down below inside of statuary. So we'll see what Kool-Aid does with this buck on this round here.
Yeah, I was going to talk about this actually. The lineup from Guacamole is completely different than anything that we've seen from them thus far. They have the Iana, Buck, and Lion all in play. They were bringing the Lion, different person on the operator, but the Buck and Iana are completely fresh. So obviously trying to switch some stuff up and possibly win out this first round on attack could prove huge for them in this round. The hold, though, is inside of Closet. Saad has dispensed the Nitro Cell, and he actually going to get close-ups with the shotgun. He's going to go for one, and will take down Blighter, but the immediate trade-out comes from Hitman as it's a double-up for the attack. They will be putting themselves back into the advantage after losing that player early on. Shouldn't really matter too much. It looks like the servers might be a little bit bad here, but the Master Hold has been dismantled, so could be a huge round here for Guacamole, especially since they do have the man advantage.
This is looking really tough here for Joe Academy. Axe going to be on very low ammo here. He'll have to go for the reload. But the Lion DMR coming in from Gasher, trying to provide some covering fire and suppressive fire, is going to force Axe to rotate outside of Statue so he can get a look on into Master. Right now, CZ's not going to be taking any more damage. Axe, however, takes a load of damage, and that's going to be a big pick here from Hitman, but a trade will come through from Og. Down goes the smoke, down goes the Iana, those nades were already expended on Saad earlier inside the walk-in closet, but a big pick to come through from Kool-Aid. He'll take care of Og. Axe, one shot of damage. 1v3. Gasher's going to go ahead and start planting with Kool-Aid down. No one's going to be able to stop him. CZ gets the final pick on the round, and Guacamole put themselves on match points.
A huge win there for Guacamole as they take the side that has only won 4 rounds thus far. I guess 5 now, but the attacking side, huge. They'll now go over to defense, and it'll be a question of which site they're going to choose to go to. It looks like it will be that Aviator site, as that was, they were 2-0 on Aviator and Trophy, so they could go to either. Definitely wouldn't want to see them go to Kitchen. They didn't win a single round on Kitchen, so that wouldn't make too much sense. But Aviator and Games, curious to see if we're going to see another roam or another extended roam from Guacamole if they try to hold in through the Trophy and Statuary like they did in the 2 previous defenses of this site. But overall, it's up to the attack here. They need to try to win the side that hasn't been favored this entire map and isn't favored historically on Villa.
As bomb site, if I remember correctly, will be 2 for 2 for the defending squad of Guacamole. So, for their sake, I think they obviously want to make this a 3 for 3. They have yet to lose this bomb site against Joe Academy, and the look that Joe Academy, or the strat that they had on this bomb site when we saw them play, was super confusing because they had a shield with the hatch reinforced sitting on the inside of study, and it ended up going in favor of Joe Academy. But the one thing that Guacamole probably should have done that round, instead of just attacking from study, I'm really surprised. I'm not so sure who the IGL is on this team for Guacamole. I think it might be Hitman and Gasher that might be co-IGLing together, but there should have been a call for them to just rotate over towards Master side, attack that side of the map, because clearly there's hardly any resources being used from the defending squad on that site. So back into round number 14, excuse me. Vlader's going to be roaming all the way down below in the basement. There is no pulse being brought here by the defending squad of Guacamole. Wood's going to get his drone shot as he's trying to keep tabs on inside of 90 Hall. And I'm not exactly sure who will be playing inside that hall, but for right now, Kool-Aid and Gasher are going to be sitting inside a site. I think CZ might be on a close-by roam with Vlader, but Axe right now is just going to be down below, making sure that he doesn't get flanked up pantry stairs, as well as the stairs right outside of Astronomy. But Vlader getting super close here. Can he find this pick onto Axe, who's already rotated, I believe, towards Astronomy stairs?
The potential here, as the Iana cloak is going to be running through the hallways, just clearing everything out. So useful is that operator. Has basically 5 drones. I believe she has 3 different cloaks, if I remember correctly. But regardless, it's easier to clear out areas when you have an extra drone or 2 in the pocket. The roam game's still here, though, from Vlader. Yeah, as he is going to be playing Run Around the Rosie here with Axe. Axe is just going to rotate right up red stairs, as Vlader is going to replace the hole in which he had just filled. Only a minute left, and like we said, with that roaming Jaeger still on field, it could prove detrimental to this attack. Axe and the rest of the attack stacking up on the top of red as the drones are going to start to fall through, and the wall is starting to get opened up here. Pre-fires here from Woods as CZ vaulted up on the table, is trying to find the angle onto that window, but on the door.
Where is Vlader right now? I'm very curious where Vlader is. Og is going to get the opening pick onto CZ, though. 35 seconds remain in this round, but Vlader's all the way over on Astro. Woods is going to take care of Hitman. This is not looking good here. Vlader needs to make this flank work in favor for himself. He's going to find one, however, not going to be able to take care of JMR, but if he can keep him locked all the way back here, this is not going to work out for him. Gasher finds the opening pick. The plant's gone down. He's going to lose the gunfight to the Iana as Axe is there to trade off Gasher. Kool-Aid with one into Assad. Now a 1v3 for Kool-Aid with an SMG-11 in hand. The Ash charge from below is going to be able to take care of Kool-Aid. And there's Og from down below with the R4C in hand. We're going to need all 15 rounds to be played out here in this matchup.
What a round there from Joe. I mean, the attack winning the first 2 rounds in overtime is unheard of. I mean, definitely shaking things up here for the final round, which has every single site opened for Joe Academy, as it looks like they're going to choose to go to Aviator and Games, switch it up from the first round of overtime, as they did go to Trophy and Statuary. But wow, this is this has been an absolute barn burner. It's hard to tell who's going to win. We do see the 6 pick here from the Habana to the Capital, so no hard destructor being brought by Guacamole, but we did see them do this a couple of times. 6 pick over to that Capital and nullify out, or even the Lion, and nullify completely the hard destruction. It's a curious call, especially for the Aviator site, as they're going to likely reinforce every single exterior wall to the site. But obviously they want that Capital for the smokes, the fires, and it does have the hard destruction with the can opener in its back pocket. So it does have that possibility as well.
10 seconds to go.
All the marbles ride on this
5 seconds to
round?
insertion.
Will it be Joe Academy moving on through and taking out the newly formed Guacamole?
Out to locate a bomb
Or will it be Guacamole, the team that has the underage stars of Kool-Aid and CZ? CZ coming from Canada will be able to win it out and play up against Beast Coast. Everything rides on the next 2 minutes and 43 seconds for this round here. Vlader going to be repelling outside study, droning it out, making sure it's clear to move on through. This is the exact same setup that we saw come out from Joe Academy. This push right here from Guacamole needs to come over from Master side. I can't stress enough how many resources are being brought here into study, as it is an important site to an important part of the map to hold, obviously. But right now, I just don't think that it's good here. A great shot from Axe down below onto Kool-Aid. He'll take out the buck, and that's going to be a great standing here for Joe Academy.
A huge pickup, as that's all the vertical pressure taken off of the board. They still have Ash and the possibility of the grenades on Hitman to go through the floor, but losing the skeleton key is huge for a top floor defense in Bar. They have taken out a little bit of the utility inside of study, but they have yet to dispense that member, I believe, that is sitting on top of the hatch. They still have 2 grenades, so I'm not sure why Hitman is pushing from the opposite side. They're not going to be able to clear him out unless they get smash charges from below, potentially. But that hatch has to be reinforced. So it's curious as to what the attack's goal is here in this round, as it's pretty split up. About half of it remains, and Hitman all on his lonesome over inside of Trophy. Slater is going to be pushing up the main stairs. Has 2 different angles he's going to have to worry about, and that'll be 2 quick kills for Joe Academy, as they are swiftly in the driver's seat for this round. 2 versus 5 here for Hitman and Gasher. They have to frag out huge for their teams if they want to win this map and move forward in the tournament. Definitely not looking good for them.
50 seconds remain. Hitman has got the flank of a sentry, but he's going to get caught out by Sod rotating in from the bar. Gasher will hit the shot onto Sod and trade him out, but Gasher will have to win a 1v4 for a lifetime. Technically a 1v5. He's got that bulletproof can to deal with. He'll go ahead and smoke off the door that's over on inside of study. This is not looking good here for Gasher. Pre-fire is coming out. 30 seconds remain. You have Og prone inside the hall. Toxic Babes are being blasted on out here. This is going to be GG. I don't see Gasher coming away with the win here. Very low HP. 20 seconds to go. He hasn't been able to find more than just one. Finally, he'll get taken out by GMR, and Joe Academy will be your victors here. Finally. 15 rounds is all it took. And Guacamole will be defeated here by Joe Academy, and they'll be moving on to play up against Beast Coast.
Huge. And not only do they move on, but now chat can't make fun of me for the way I say Vlader's name anymore. So that's awesome. But an 8-7, huge, very competitive match here between Joe and Guacamole, as Joe Academy, like we said, comes out victorious and will be moving on to play Beast Coast in the semifinals. So also PogChamp has won its quarterfinal match, so they will be playing Your Waifu is Trash in the semifinals. So either of those 2 matches are going to be next. Not sure exactly which one we are going to be deciding to cover as of right now, but we will definitely be getting that out to you shortly. But I don't know, Chris, what do you think? What do you think was the X factor for Joe Academy in those last 3 rounds in overtime?
The X factor there, well, number one, they lost Kool-Aid very early on in that round. He was trying to get rid of, I believe, whoever was trying to play 90 in that round, and it just didn't work out for him. He ended up losing the gunfight. They had the high ground. You know, they had to look down while Kool-Aid has to look up, and unfortunate that Kool-Aid ends up losing that round, or losing that gunfight there for his team. And the game could have been over in that 14th round that we just see the highlights coming in here from Joe Academy winning out that round. But, you know, with this setup here coming in from Joe, I think they should have just forgotten about pushing main stairs. They should have just forgotten about, you know, trying to push study, trying to push master, or trying to push main, and instead just all 5 push from master side, push from the trophy statuary side of the map and see what you can do here, because there was so much utility, so much resources being spent on study on the main stairs. There was nothing being used on the other side of the map. They could have used Gasher's hard breach utility to open up the vault wall. They could have done so many things differently there, and it just didn't work out. Hopefully for Guacamole, when they watch this back, they'll possibly take that feedback into consideration. But that's a tough pill to swallow. You had 3 rehos to go through, and you end up losing 8-7 to Joe Academy. And Joe Academy, they're not to be slept on. I'm not talking down on them, but it's just frustrating to go through and lose a match like that. I feel like you would rather get blown out rather than lose a close game like that in the best of 1. But congrats to Joe Academy. They'll be playing up against Joe Esports. But our next matchup is going to be with PogChamp versus Your Wife Who Is Trash in just a few moments. So we're gonna cut to a short break and get back to you guys in a few moments.
Welcome to Field of View with Nerd Street Gamers, your weekly dose of gaming news. I'm Darth Mike, coming to you live from the rolling fields of Whiterun Hold, and we've got some industry-shaking news this week, so let's dive into it. Sony have had their second PlayStation Forward online event, and in it they've revealed more details about their next generation of consoles. Starting with the main PlayStation 5, the console will be priced at $500. This is the version with an optical drive and all the bells and whistles, so it's competitive with Xbox's Series X in price point. Meanwhile, their digital edition comes in a little lower on the radar at $400. This version ditches the disc drive, but still has all of the energy and oomph that you need for that next generation of gaming. It's a little bit more expensive, coming in at $400 as opposed to $300 for the Xbox Series S, but it should still be a very attractive purchase. And frankly, despite all of the insane computing power that's being promised this go around, the next generation of consoles look downright affordable. Alongside the details about their next console, Sony also unveiled a whole bunch of game announcements, starting with one of their tentpole franchises, Final Fantasy. The next iteration, dubbed 16, looks pretty awesome from the cinematic trailer we saw. It seems to be set in a medieval era. There's swords and sorcery as per always, but there's also a whole bunch of crazy fantasy buzzwords, something about an icon and crystals, and there's a kid who's the Duke's son who you're either trying to protect or kill, and he either turns into a phoenix or an ogre. I'm really not sure what the hell is going on, but it looks awesome, so be sure to check it out. For this next announcement, folks, you better don your sorting hats because we're headed to the Wizarding World. Hogwarts Legacy has been announced, an RPG set in the Harry Potter universe that puts players in the role of a student attending Hogwarts in the late 1800s in a completely different era for the franchise. Now, this game's been rumored for years, and it has a fervent following already who've been trying to compile all the little drips and drops of leaks and information they could, but now it's actually out there in the world and it looks good. And it had better, folks, because if they do this right, if they make you genuinely feel like a wizard in an RPG scenario exploring and experiencing the world, they're going to have a guaranteed blockbuster smash hit. But if they do it wrong, if they fail the fan base, well, there were a whole bunch of other titles teased, announced, and more details given, but But the most exciting announcement came right at the end of the broadcast, when a teaser popped up for the next iteration in the God of War franchise, this one titled Ragnarok. Now, we don't know anything about it, apart from the fact that it comes out in 2021, and it deals with the end of the world of Norse mythology, although frankly, end of the world feels more like a 2020 thing. In a cool piece of gaming news, Valve are bringing a new update to Left 4 Dead 2, a nearly 10-year-old game and the first update in 8 years, this one made entirely by the community. The Last Stand game mode will feature all sorts of new content, and it's free, so check it out. In a complete industry shakeup, Microsoft have announced the $7.5 billion acquisition of ZeniMax Media. Now, if you're not familiar with ZeniMax and you're wondering why on earth they're worth $7.5 billion, you might recognize some of these developers under their umbrellas who make some of these games, a few of which might be some of your favorites. They're a huge tentpole developer still privately held, now part of the Microsoft umbrella, and that could completely reshape the gaming industry as we know it. All of these games will likely now be Xbox and PC exclusives that won't be sniffing the Sony market, but as has already been established by Microsoft, the current exclusivity deals will be honored for games like Deathloop over on the new PlayStation 5. This is going to completely change things, and it's all part of Microsoft's bid to build basically the Netflix of gaming with Xbox Game Pass, where for one monthly subscription fee, you'll now have access to all of these games, including any new releases in the franchise on day one. This is huge, and it's going to reshape the face of our industry. I don't know what this is going to look like 2 years down the line or 5 years down the line, but I am very curious to find out. That's it for us this week on Field of View with Nerd Street Gamers, your weekly dose of gaming news. Now I'd better get out of here so I can keep my knees safe. Not again.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Nerd Street Gamers Rainbow Six Siege $2,500 monthly tournament presented by Mike and Ike. My name is Uzu. Alongside me, I have Razors, and we just got done seeing a grueling matchup between Guacamole and Joe Academy. And they'll be going on, and Joe Academy winning 8-7. They'll go ahead and face off against Beast Coast in the semifinals in a best of 3. But that match is going to be played off stream. We're going to be switching over into PogChamp versus Your Waifu is Trash. PogChamp, they've been waiting for quite a while to see who they'll be playing up against. But finally, they'll be going up against Your Waifu is Trash. And the roster sheets that are going in for both these teams. For PogChamp, we've got Prod, DP Fire, Nyx, Trippin, and Young Alec. Meanwhile, on the Waifu side of things, you've got Wubs, Braction, Defiance, Call, and Search.
Yeah, definitely some big names that you know at least on both of these two teams. Definitely a couple more known names on the side of PogChamp as, these are some of the players that were in Challenger League last season. Not going to be in Challenger League this season, but still trying to grind it out is this squad. So I'm excited. This could be the first time that this iteration of PogChamp is going to be casted live. So it should hopefully be some good siege. I'm excited to see what Your Waifu is Trash bring out today. Hopefully they do a Braction, so we all know who he is. So hopefully he's able to bring a little bit of experience to this roster and make things interesting here as we're just waiting for a couple more players to load in to the lobby. But we can kind of talk about how PogChamp got here. They did play against GND. They played on Villa. Not able to see what the score of that map was, but they were able to successfully beat them over on Villa. And of course, the matches for today for this are going to be Oregon, Coastline, and Cafe for the decider. Oregon being chosen by PogChamp, and then Your Waifu is Trash picked Coastline, which I honestly think that Coastline is definitely not a map that you want to be picking against PogChamp, especially with the gunners that they've got on their squad.
Yeah, bringing in DP Fire and Young Alec. DP Fire recently turning 18, Young Alec coming in from Spiker. I wouldn't want to engage in a gunfight against either of those guys. They also picked up Nyx as well, coming in from Disrupt Gaming. So, they've got a very stacked roster alongside Prod and Trippin. So, the only notable player that I know from Your Waifu is Trash is going to be Braction. He played in Challenger League Season 11 back with Shook Squad. And other than that, there's pretty much not much that I know about the rest of Your Waifu is Trash. So we're just trying to get things underway. But then again, the maps that are going to be played out are Oregon, Coastline, and Cafe as our decider. Oregon chosen by PogChamp. Your Waifu is Trash picked Coastline, with our decider landing on Cafe. So if this does go to 3 maps, it'd be insane. I would honestly love to see this go to 3 maps. I think Your Waifu are definitely, without a doubt, the underdog in this matchup. But it's safe to say that PogChamp are the favorites to come in and make it into the grand finals. Meanwhile, on the other side of the bracket, you do have Beast Coast going up against Joe Academy, and it's expected to see both PogChamp and Beast Coast make it into the grand final at the end of their best of 3s. So we'll see how this matchup, as well as the other matchup in the other semifinal, play out.
The bands. Let's get right into the matchup, ladies and gentlemen. PogChamp, Your Waifu is Trash, best of 3. Thatcher will be the okay. It looks like we might have done a little bit wrong with the bands here. It looks like Your Waifu is Trash picked the wrong. It looks like there's some wrong sides going on here, so we might have to fix that, as the bans aren't definitely not going to be right because the wrong teams are banning first. So we're gonna probably have to go to a rehost here.
Yeah,
I'm not
we've
sure
got to
exactly.
go into a rehost because the sides need to be swapped. So blue should be on attack and orange should be on defense. I don't know what was going on between both teams before the match started, but it looks to be that PogChamp will be starting off on attack and Waifu will be on defense. So
And it looks like
I
the
guess they're just
bans are going to stay too.
yeah, I think they're just getting the bans out of the way so they don't have to do that. But we'll be going with Thatcher and Maverick as our attacking bans, and Mira as well as Omai. So these bans were pretty much the same, or as what we saw back on Villa with our last match, except it was Ace that was banned instead of Maverick. So unfortunate, we already have to have a rehost here. But it's going to be Thatcher and Maverick for our attacker bands, and Mira and Wamai as our defender bands heading into Oregon. But PogChamp will be starting on attack, while Waifu will be starting off on defense. And we're trying to get things situated. We're very sorry for that, but we're gonna cut to a quick break, and hopefully be back into the match fairly quickly. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Nerd Street Gamers Rainbow Six Siege $2,500 tournament presented by Mike and Ike. We're very sorry for all the technical issues that are going down, but we do have all the players back into the lobby, and we'll be getting the game underway very shortly. For our second matchup here, we've got PogChamp versus Your Waifu is Trash. PogChamp, notably for their performance inside of recent Challenger League seasons and stages, we'll be heading into our defensive side for for Waifu is Trash. They'll be heading into the second floor for dorms and main hall. Meanwhile, the PogChamp side of things are going to be starting off on attack. And one thing that did catch me by surprise was that there was no ace ban, and it was Thatcher and Maverick ban. So obviously, starting off on attack for PogChamp, they want to feel. Oh my. Okay. Yeah, well, Maya was supposed to be banned instead of Malusi. I just caught that right now on the operator bans.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers. Attackers, recover the diffuser.
Yeah.
We're gonna cut to a short break here. While the team killing stops and we try to get the operator bands back in order, but it should be short, so we'll be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We finally have everything sorted. I promise. Everything is situated, everything is in order. We can finally get the game started between PogChamp and your waifu is trash. First bomb site will be heading upstairs into kids' dorms, as well as the dorm's main hall. PogChamp starting off on attack, with the defending side being brought on, or I'm sorry, with the waifu being on defense. A lesion will get picked out by Braxton, so no Goyle will be brought out here. Maximum of one shield, most likely will be brought by the smoke of Call, unless he's bringing in barbed wire. So we'll see what the utilities can be brought out here for the defending squad, as it's going to be only one shield with that smoke and only one C4 for the mutes as well. But they'll be looking to impact trick the walk-in closet wall, as that's a primary wall to get open if you're trying to win the round on attack.
Your typical SAS combo with that dual shotgun, especially strong for this top floor dorm site. But we might even have an extended hold in through the armory. There's an ADS going down from search, and the front door is actually opened up. I'm curious if there's going to be a spawn kill from anybody on the side of your waifu is trash. It looked like the Legion may have wanted to go out, but Nyx, his due diligence, stays on the drone and is able to detect that before any of his teammates succumb to that angle. It looked like he was the only one spawning there, so good on him to be able to check out his own spawn peak. So he'll be able to make his way out of spawn successfully as the rest of the attack unfolds. It looks like they want to thermite open or at least ace open up the attic wall up in through the big tower, as that's where a lot of the spawn, a lot of the repels come. But seemingly already detecting out a roamer. It looks like the Zofia will go downstairs now. Looks like they will not be able to detect this Jaeger playing down inside of laundry just yet, as there hasn't been a drone to go down there, and they will have to, play out the rest of this round like they're attacking the top floor.
First minute of play has already eclipsed, and Prod's going to go ahead and make sure that the attic wall will be opened up to where you can run through it for deep fire to pressure on in and get something going inside of attic. He's going to go ahead and use one ash charge to clear off that bulletproof cam after expending some utility on the ADSs, but Braxton and Young Alec are going to be able to find their opening picks here. Braxton goes down after finding Trippin, so a good trade to come out from the Zofia of Young Alec.
Yeah, but a huge pick here for Braxton. That's the thermite down. So one of the hard destructors off the board. They still have the ever-lingering ace, as he does have those 3 Selmas that he can deploy onto walls. So definitely not out of the woods just yet if you are on the defense. It is still 4-4, and this peek here from the mute, Gravioli barely escapes with his life there. As Flink up the main stairs, search, he'll find 2, and Call tacks one on for himself. It's all of the prod now in 1v3. 58 seconds left. Can the ace do it? Still has 1 Selma left, but with Jaeger playing inside of armor, is he going to be able to find the frag? Yes, he will, but such little HP does he have now in a 1v2 situation. He has about 45 seconds. He might use the last Selma to open up the wall in through the master closet, but he could go for an entrance. He still has 2 smoke canisters. He will dispense 1. The nitro comes out and it does a little bit of damage, puts him on about 10 HP. With the mute playing so close, there's 2 shotguns he's going to have to go through in order to deny this round for the defense. We'll find the mute jammer below, so that should allow for the Selma to go off inside of the closet, limiting the angles here for the defense. But with the Toxic Babe coming out, 15 seconds left, it's going to be almost impossible for Prod to push through this doorway without dying to the smoke, or at least one of the shotguns here by the defense. He's going to be allowed to enter into the site. He's going to go for the attack onto the attic, but Gravioli, he peeks wide from the breach inside of the closet and takes out Prod. An excellent defense here in round number 1, going in favor of your waifu is trash.
LSG coming away with 2 picks there, as well as the Jaeger from Search on a masterful flank. Very well done flank from Search there. and LSG able to come alive there for his team as well, picking up both those members picking up 2 picks for their team. Braxton starting us off with that first opening pick, but was quickly traded out by young Alec. Overall, very well played round coming out from Your Wife Is Trash. And for their second bomb site, they'll be heading down below into the basement. Braxton going to be switching off the Valkyrie into a dock. So I'm curious to see if he'll still be bringing intel with a bulletproof cam, since there won't be any of those cams coming out from the Valkyrie, or if he'll be using barbed wire to deny entry coming in from those attackers. But for the time being, it looks to be he will be bringing in that bulletproof cam, as that'll be the only outside source of information besides the default cams. And with no IQ being brought here, I want to say that Valkyrie would have been the better option. I think she would have been the better choice here for Your Wife Is Trash, but obviously there's something else here for Your Wife Is Trash that they want to pull themselves through into their lineup and see what they can come away with. They are also bringing Goyo for additional shields, as well as area denial to shoot those gas canisters and get themselves some room to work with. With Ace being brought here, I think this should be a little bit easier for PogChamp to attack through, provided that they're able to stay alive and not get flanked again by Search.
Yep, Search definitely playing a huge role in that previous round with the double kill he was allowed on Armory Stairs, but nevertheless, round number 2, PogChamp, their second chance here. It's going to be a different site, the basement. And like you said, the interesting choice of Doc being brought here by Braxton. They could have brought, like you had said, the Valkyrie, bring a little bit more intel, or even potentially a Maestro as well, but going to be bringing the Doc. It doesn't really make sense for the basement defense, but barely missing those shots as DP fires. Braxton's going to be lucky he got away with his life there, but he won't get away with it the second time. DP fire lands his opening pick going towards the Ash, and there goes the Doc, and along with it, all the utility that he brings to the table. All 3 stim pistols now gone. The bulletproof camera that he was bringing is still going to linger, but other than that, you've pretty much lost an operator for no trade back whatsoever. And Nitrocell going to be tossed out here by Defiance. It won't land on its mark. But Defiance actually lands the shot on DP fire. He might push up the stairs here. Does a second. 2 headshots for Defiance. How is he allowed to win those gunfights and return safely back to the site? 1.5 minutes and 2 huge picks on the side of the defense may open up this round for them.
Probably going to equalize here onto Search. Down goes your Jaeger. And like I mentioned before, I think the Valkyrie would have provided a little bit more benefits for the defending squad of Your Wife Is Trash, but already Defiance managed to get themselves in an advantage with the Vector in hand, able to take care of both DP Fire and young Alec. So right now, Paul is just trying to hold on for dear life here inside of the blue bunker, fighting against Trippin in this 1v1. But for right now, that Smoke does have the advantage. He doesn't have to necessarily peek here, and he's got one more toxic canister after tossing that one out. Prod's going to try to see if he can shoot him down for any damage, but I believe that they do have one more reinforcement. That's exactly what that Smoke is going to be doing. Prod trying to see if he can get some angles to work in his favor, but he's not going to be able to find any kind of damage onto any of the defenders. Nade's going to get tossed out, and that's going to deal a lot of damage here onto Call. But Defiance is getting shot up to all hell here. 3v3 here, 25 seconds, or close to 25 seconds here. He does have one more. He has no more toxic canisters, and now Defiance on very low HP. Able to find 1. Can he find 2? He can't do so. He won't be able to clear off Nyx. Trippin will get picked back up, but there goes Ravioli. And Prod able to clean up LSG. PogChamp fighting back. A very close second round here, but a round win nonetheless for PogChamp, and we equalize here at 1 apiece.
Almost an excellent 1v3 there from the Jaeger. Just unable to find... Or not the Jaeger. Who was it? That was Defiance. Or no, it was Call, I think. Honestly, I'm not sure who it was. But regardless, an excellent effort there to try to clutch out the 1v3 with 1 player downed. But the first round for PogChamp, as that's going to be the laundry attack they're successful on, and we'll call for Waifu. Your Waifu Is Trash to go back to that laundry defense. Not wanting to go to either meeting or to dining, because that's where I normally see the third site go. But, you know, they're not comfortable with that. They'd rather go down to the basement and stick to what they know. And hopefully it's going to have dividends for them. They are going to be bringing the exact same lineup, so I'm not going to be switching anything with that regards. Hopefully we see a little bit of a different hold though, as I mean, obviously once they were able to get those initial picks from Defiance, nothing else happened because of it. So definitely need to see them tighten some stuff up here on their anchor roles and possibly not peak as much, as they were just giving away free kills to PogChamp.
Time around, we're going to be seeing a shield being placed inside of the bomb site compared to the smoke using it inside a blue bunker. So your waifu's trash will not be defending blue bunker at all here. They'll just be using the mute to jam those walls, and with no Thatcher being brought here, it's going to be a little bit tricky to get that wall open, especially also with no Thatcher and no Maverick, since they are both banned on the attacking side here. So with no Kali, it's going to be difficult for Trippin to open up the deep bunker wall, but at least he can try to get some, either Trippin or Prod can try to use their Selma or their Thermite charge on that single wall that DP Fire is currently trying to progress up right now, very slowly, trying to creep his way and try to find the opening pick here for PogChamp. We've also got Trippin entering in with him. There's going to be a mute jammer on that wall that Trippin is desperately trying to get to, and there's really no way for them, for PogChamp to get that wall open, unless they're able to use Nyx with those nades and get inside of E-Box, nade over the wall, and get rid of that jammer. So it's going to be a very safe wall for that defending squad to use for right now. Braxton trying to take a gunfight here against DP Fire, and neither one able to really find an opportunity for them. But a nade will come out, and as well as the fire to burn off Braxton to low HP, but he'll just stem himself back up to 100 HP.
That's the beauty of being Doc, you know. You take a little bit of damage, you're able to stim yourself, or your teammates right back up. You can see, back up to full HP. Half the round remains now. No opening kills just yet. But Call playing close on this breach. He has the mute jammer to protect him from that wall being opened up either by the Ace or the Thermite. But DP Fire, he opens up the killing of this round yet again, taking down Defiance. And he will also allow for the wall to be opened up and open up that mute jammer. Not the wall that the smoke is playing on close just yet, but this still is going to allow for the entry. They could even toss in a grenade, take down the shield potentially, or even just kill the smoke outright. It's going to be interesting to see how PogChamp chooses to play this. It looks like they were able to get through mute jammer. They will be able to open up that wall, but nobody's going to be able to deny Call from rotating back to the safety of the site. So he'll be able to continue to use those mute jammers and potentially stall out this round even further. As I say that though, another kill goes in favor of PogChamp, but Call he'll finally refrag as he takes out Trippin. A 4v3 here left for the attack. Still plenty of denial on the side of the defense. Actually, no, he has one toxic babe left. And a nice shot from the fire. He takes out Call, takes down Gravioli. They still all lift up the search. The Jaeger in a 1v4. He's on about 20 HP. Absolutely no chance, seemingly, for him to win out this round. It seems like he knows that. It looks like he might just be waiting for the kill. Keeping Fire from inside of Freezer finally finds the frag, and PogChamp win their second in a row onto the laundry attack.
What a way to end the round for DP Fire. They're picking up 4 beautiful kills, the last one being a wallbang with the pistol inside of Freezer. And you just cannot challenge DP Fire in a 1v1 gunfight as long as he has Ash. If he's got Ash with the R4C, you are losing that gunfight 10 times out of 10. There's no hope for you. He's the world eater on that operator. There's no chance for you at all. You saw it with Braxton. You tried to see it with some of the other members. I believe it was Call as well as Defiance, and Braxton getting picked off by Young Alec, who was the only other member to get a kill that entire round. There was all DP Fire and Young Alec, and that puts PogChamp up at a 2-1 split here as we'll return to the second floor, which is the only bomb site that your waifu's trash has been able to win. And that was only due to the fact that, one, Braxton got the opening pick onto Trippin, if I'm not mistaken, and then it was immediately traded back by Young Alec. And then after that, you had the flank come in from Search, and then the two-piece coming in as well from Defiance, or from LSG, excuse me, as well. So this is going to be an extended roam, or extended hold into Armory. granted. You know, you're always going to be holding attic as it's a common entry point for this map. So
Attackers are moving
they
out to
really,
locate a bomb and defuse it.
Waifu really want to hold Master and Armory and attic as best as they possibly can. And they're bringing the Mute Jammers in to do that. They're also bringing in Legion Mines to alert them should any attackers come up from a certain spot. So we'll see how the rest of this round, how this round is going to work for PogChamp to see if they can deduct and try to fight against the lay of the land here that's coming out from Waifu.
Another interesting hold inside of Armory here from. I saw the DG and I wanted to say Shark Gaming, but from your waifu is trash. Okay. Oh, as I talk about it, the caster's curse strikes once again. Young Alec will completely dispense of the Armory hold, and that's going to be giving that away free to the attack. Ravioli almost able to catch Alec as he rotated up on the rappel, but just moving in a little bit too late. He might actually be able to take over the spot here from Braction, and if it does go undrone, this could prove huge for your waifu is trash. He just needs to be. These Mute Jammers are perfect as well. The intel is being denied perfectly by that mute, and I mean he could be allowed to persist inside of Armory for much longer than he really should. Search here on the roam yet again. We saw him in the previous defense of the side roam deep inside of Laundry, so he's not going to be changing his MO whatsoever. As it looks like DP Fire trying to get rid of the Maestro camera. Not sure if that was caught out by an ADS or not, but it didn't seem like the Ash charge was allowed to go off. The second one does seem like it does go off, and DP Fire did get a little bit of intel here on the Jaeger, who's inside of the meeting entrance. It's going to be an easy kill for DP Fire as he rips his head right off of Search. Nitro will get the trade back out onto young Alec, but still not looking strong here in this round for your waifu is trash. An aid comes up from Nyx, not able to land onto its mark. He was trying to get Defiance, but it will allow for the exothermic to get placed onto the closet wall and for that entrance to be made into the site.
I think he was able to impact trick it, so Trippin's Thermite Charge will not be of use there.
Oh,
Defiance
wow,
able
right.
to clear off DP Fire, but he's going to come around and be able to impact trick it yet again? No, he doesn't. He's not able to as he gets picked off by Nyx. That's a massive pick here. Finally, another pick comes through for Trippin onto LSG. All of a sudden, it's all on call in a 1v3 sitting inside of dorms, but he's going to get shot in the back by Nyx, picking himself up a 2K, and PogChamp rise up 3-1.
Yeah, 3 rounds now in a row for PogChamp after getting shut out on round number 1. They come back strong, and now it is all open here for your waifu is trash. They can go to any site that they want. Seemingly, they want to stick it through on this dorm site, as that was the only site that they were successful on. Again, not wanting to go to either meeting or dining. Either of those 2 sites split up between kitchen. So I don't know. It just seems like we're seeing, well-coordinated play from PogChamp, which we expected coming into this. We expected PogChamp to show out, as they are, a bunch of ex-pro players on this team, ex-CL players. Every single player on this team has either been inside a Pro League or Challenger League at the least. So definitely some experience when you look at the roster of PogChamp, but I mean, your waifu is trash. They've shown some strong moments here in this map. They just need to try to stick those together and allow that to happen through the entire round, not just little short instances of these good moments. They need to stick it through the entire round and start to tack on a few here, especially since they're on defense on Oregon.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how that strat's going to work around this time, because the last time that we just saw the previous round, Braction was just absolutely clueless as to where the attack was coming from. Just got shot in the back by young Alec. So I'm not so sure if he's 100% on this team. I know that he was on Kaioken inside of the most recent Challenger qualifiers, which PogChamp also played on. Yeah, but so I don't know if they just need more practice, but this Jaeger is just foolishly playing in garage. I have no idea what he's doing in there, but he's just a free pick for PogChamp, getting surrounded, and DP Fire able to clean him up, and he's currently 8-3 in this series. Oh, you gotta hit your
what a-
shots, Defiant. He can't even land one. That's gonna be yikes factor for me right now. But DP Fire already starting things off hot, able to clear off Search, who was playing inside of the garage. You know, unless you're able to reinforce off those garage walls without sacrificing too much on the defending side, I would never recommend for someone to be playing inside garage. At least with the way the map layout is currently being held right now. But ooh, Trippin looking over towards Armory, but Braxton is going to be held safely and tightly inside of Armory.
No pick given out from the attack just yet. They are in the one-man advantage after taking down Search early on in the round. That opening kill, and a minute and a half remains. So still have Gravioli to play with inside of Master. The repeller's coming in. It doesn't look like Alec is aware of the positioning. He can just go for the run out. The shotgun blast comes through. No intel on this Master whatsoever, and Alec will fall victim to the M590. Looks like the Bishop is coming deep in through the attic. A Russian from Defiance. What was that? DP Fire is waiting right in the hands of him as he'll find that kill. Give his team the advantage yet again. As the attack in through attic is coming out pretty quickly. Gravioli had the ability to possibly shut down this attack. It's going to be DP Fire caught between a rock and a hard place. He'll finally fall, but his teammate there for the cover. It's now all left up to Gravioli in the 1v4. He'll find one, but can't find Prod. Excellent job from PogChamp to execute onto the site and take their picks one at a time before finally taking out all the members of Your Waifu is Trash. They are in the driver's seat here for the first half, up 4-1.
Very well executed attack coming out there from PogChamp, and 4 rounds on Oregon. This map has been claimed to be the most defender-sided map currently in the pool. But right now with Ace, it's anything but. He provides just so much utility for the attacking squad. You're bringing in both Ace and Thermite to open up walls, and just the coordination and the teamwork and the overall on PogChamp just looks so much. The skill ceiling is so much. It's a lot higher for PogChamp compared to those on Your Waifu is Trash. You know, granted, you know they do have Defiance. You know they do have a notable name in Braxton, but right now it's mostly just been LSG and Defiance. You know, Search had one good round, and he has been quiet ever since round number 1, and I'm sorry, round number 2. I don't know. It was one of the 2 rounds that they were upstairs, but
I'm pretty sure it was round number 1 because that was when he found the 2K.
That's right. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, he's been quiet for the past 4 rounds, and he just. In all honesty, right now, I think that they just need to give up trying to make hero plays, because that garage play definitely looked to be a hero play, where they're trying to catch PogChamp off guard. You know, they're trying to resort to these unpredictable factors, but PogChamp, their droning is thorough. Their communication is thorough, and they're catching everything that Waifu is currently doing down to a T. They're locking it down. DP is just absolutely swinging everything in sight. Currently going 9-3. He could have gone 9-4 that previous round if LSG was able to finish him off, but fortunately for Prod, he was able to pick him off and fight for DP to keep that 3.0 KD. But right now, PogChamp are currently droning everything out from the second floor, droning out the first floor, making sure that it's clear to enter through into the building and get to work on it, attacking that bomb site.
DP Fire seemingly taking some team damage early on in this round, the final round of the half. Going to be this defense of Laundry yet again. They have yet to win this site, so it's going to be difficult for them to try to change that around in this go of things. But it's a different attack from PogChamp. In the previous 2 attacks of this site, they came in through construction and big tower. This time choosing to come through from small and execute down the main stairs as well as in through freezer search.
Hello? Where is this happening?
Find the first 2 kills. Nyx and DP Fire going down.
Oh my goodness.
Yet again, we talked about him not doing well because anything and pops off, but the trades are going back and forth, and somehow, some way, we're in a 2v2 favor of health in favor of Waifu is
What?
trash. As Braxton catches Prod on guard, sitting right underneath the hatch. He left all up to tripping. The flank coming out from Ravioli as he just comes right down Freezer stairs. An excellent round for your Waifu is trash as they salvage what little they could on a 4-2 half on their defense.
Oh my God.
So
What?
they'll have to go to
What was
attack
the-
and try to replicate what we just saw from PogChamp.
What was the what? What was the thought process there? Like, Prod's not a bad player, but that's highly questionable from Prod. I don't think they had any more drones to work with on that side of the map. I don't know if Prod still had any drones left in him to utilize to get information, but there was a minute 15 left on the clock. And I don't know if that has to be miscommunication. There's clearly something wrong that happened there between the comms for PogChamp there that led Prod to literally fall into his death.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as
That
many bombs as
is
they can.
wow. I can't believe that PogChamp allowed for Search to get 2 flanks in the span of 6 rounds, 2 flanks off and get a 2-piece. First pick onto Nyx, second pick onto DP. I don't even know. I don't know if he rotated up main stairs and just went to the second floor and flanked down White, but clearly something happened there that PogChamp were not aware of, and obviously with all 5 members up, no one's on a flank drone. That is a big question mark for me for PogChamp here.
5 seconds remaining.
Well,
Attackers objective is to locate
PogChamp,
bombs.
I mean, they do have the advantage now. They are up 4-2, and they are now on the favored side for Oregon. It's all the pressure here is on them to kind of shut this match out. They are in the advantage. Your Waifu is trash. I mean, they could just if they put a few rounds together here on attack, we could easily see an attacker side at Oregon. It's just not very likely based on the history of the way that this map is played out, but it's very likely that they could just throw things. It's very possible, I should say, that they could, completely turn things on its head. But yeah, it looks like they aren't going to start that way. Trippin able to just shut down Search. I'm not really too sure
Oh
what
my
Search's
God.
plan is there. They're not even going to take care of the shield and just push right into the angle being held by 2 defenders. Definitely not the play here for the attack, and it's now a 1v5 for Gravioli as he finds one onto Nyx. He looks like a defeated man, in a 1v5. Definitely not the situation that you want to be left in, and he's being spotted by a camera. At this point, you might just want to take the tactical timeout. It looks like
What is DP Fire
DP
doing?
Fire is going to try to go for a cocky run out there, unable to find the frag, and it'll be Gravioli walking right down the stairs into the crosshairs of DP Fire, who gives PogChamp their 5th round of the map.
I was actually tripping that got the pick, but yeah,
It was tripping. What did I say?
DP was the one
Fire,
that was
probably.
outside.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
he was the one
right,
that was
tripping.
detected.
Yeah.
Nah, you're tripping. No, tripping's on PogChamp. But oh my God, that round just was a meat grinder
Shit show.
for your Waifu's trash. That an absolute meat grinder that they just gave PogChamp, and they just fed into Trippin and DP, and they didn't even bother trying to clear off whatever ADSs were left. They didn't bother trying to use their utility to blast off that shield and make the gunfight easier for yourself. That the thought process that I'm seeing from Waifu on most of these rounds, it's highly questionable. And I understand, they're not as experienced, they're not as seasoned as PogChamp, but I'm at a loss for words for for some of the rounds we've been seeing. And as seasoned as PogChamp is, they've allowed 2 rounds on their own to be ruined by Search on a flank when they were on attack. So now that they're on defense, hopefully they aren't allowing Search to get any more of these free picks. I'm not so sure exactly what's going on with the communication that happened in those 2 rounds that happened with PogChamp, but something obviously needs to be fixed.
Locate and defuse a bomb.
So moving on to round number 8 here. I think that Waifu, they just need to slow things down, just breathe, drone everything out, and try to formulate a coordinated push onto the bomb site.
I mean, at this point, we need to see some we need to see Waifu step it up in a big way if they want to have a chance on this map. Again, this is PogChamp's map pick. They did choose Oregon, but the next map is Coastline. And, I mean, PogChamp are no slouch of a team on Coastline either. So definitely, if you are what your waifu is trash, you want to try to salvage, I mean, what little you can of this map and try to figure out what you're doing going into Coastline. Because regardless, it's not looking very good for you as construction is already starting to come through. Nobody is inside of Armory, so I'm curious as to why they're choosing to buck underneath it. Possibly that they just don't have that intel and they're not droning it, but there's nobody playing in there, and I don't believe there's anybody playing in there at all. As Search is just going to try to hop in, go for a quick shot, hops right back out the window, and actually takes out DP Fire on the flank. Not sure exactly where the Jaeger is, but a Nitro Cell does come through. Yeah, possibly from Tower, or from, it might have been from Garage as well. But regardless, a Nitro Cell comes through, will miss its mark, so that's going to be one piece of utility off the board here for the defense, as it's going to be in the advantage right now for the attack.
DP Fire losing his life early there. It's not a good sign for PogChamp, considering he's been their top fragger throughout the majority of this map. Obviously, he is their top fragger at 10-6, but Nick's going to be able to pick off Defiance, who tries to entry from Trophy into game. Right now, Prod's just going to try to hold on lock for Attic, but Young Alec will be getting picked off by Colin. This is the first time, I believe, from what we've seen for Your Waifu is Trash, that this is the first advantage that they've had the entire series. So, things are, well, outside of that first round that they won, but things are really not looking good here for PogChamp, as they're now faced with a 3v4 deficit. 35 seconds remain. They just got to hold on to the bomb site, but Trippin getting pressured, I'm sorry, getting actively droned, actively spotted, and he's gonna have to deal with two members. Almost takes the head off of the ace from Braxton there.
Yeah, definitely still possible here for the Waifu is Trash as Nyx tacks on with the Alda 3v3, 15 seconds left, and Prod still below, has a Nitro Cell, possibly denied planet, but still evilized up for Nyx. Could potentially use this defenders to spot it out, but Nyx goes huge here. Another kill for him. It's now all of the Braxton in a 1v2 with the Malusi slowing him down and the player downstairs. It's likely impossible he wins this round, and PogChamp win off time alone after giving up the first 2 picks of the round to Your Waifu is Trash. The site players come back strong and win that round out for their team, pushing them to match point on map number 1 here in the quarterfinals. The semifinals.
So according to Twitch, that Waifu is a pickup squad, and I wasn't sure if it was a pickup squad or if it was just, you know, like a new team that would be formed for quals. But 2 rounds isn't necessarily bad against PogChamp for a pickup squad. If they were like trying to be like an established team, then, you know, it would be worrisome. But for a pickup squad, they're not doing too terrible. There's been some very questionable plays that have come out from Waifu, but PogChamp are for the most part are in the driver's seat for this map, and they'll run the tables. They'll win their 2 defenses so far here as they go up 6-2, and they'll be possibly playing on their final round, which is going to be inside a meeting kitchen. If I'm not mistaken, I believe that meeting kitchen is the strongest defender bomb site on this map. I could be wrong though, but if I do stand corrected, this map is, or this particular bomb site is the most won site for the defense.
Really?
5 seconds left.
That's interesting.
If I'm not mistaken, yeah.
I can't confirm or deny that stat, but
To locate a bomb and defuse it.
that's definitely curious, because I would feel like this site is the least played, at least from the matches I've casted. But I mean, we also do tend to see it a lot inside of EU Pro League and NAL. So it makes sense as to why it would be defensive sided. But regardless, it looks like it's going to be the tower take from Your Waifu is Trash, as all 5 members are going to be repelling and entering into the tower some way or another. As only 30 seconds up the board, and the drone's already getting out intel. It'll be Defiance to open things up onto Nyx. the Vigil going down here. Intel plenty for your waifu is trash. It seems like that was how Defiance was allowed to get that kill. Even with the Vigil being on the board and being able to elude those drones. You could possibly see a peeker from Sturge, but no, it'll be a peek from Trippin. Regardless, it'll be him to take that kill, and even the man count back out to a 4v4, and that'll allow him to stay here and safeguard this entrance into the site.
DP Fire able to fight back onto call, so no more nades will be utilized here for the attacking squad. Defiance on one shot of damage, and he's going to get easily sniped by that M590. Fraction's trying to provide some cover, but he's not really able to find anything for him before being able to take care of Trippin. So now 3v3 as Defiance will get picked back up to 20 HP. C4 gets choked out! What a swing from young Alec. He's able to take him out. DP Fire locking it down here. 3v1 all for Braxton. Can the Concentrator be able to find this 1v3 in his favor? Only time will tell. He's got 75 HP, still 2 smoke grenades, and both of his drones with over 70 seconds left on the round. You have both Prod and young Alec on below half HP. DP Fire, the only member that you really have to worry about if you have to take a gunfight against him. 9 times out of 10, I'd pick DP Fire. Braxton trying to entry on in from the big tower. He's going to make his way on in from the kitchen hall. Finally be compromised before making his entrance in, but he'll back away. I believe DP Fire trying to rotate away from tower. He's going to bring out the pistol, see if he can take care of Braxton. But there goes young Alec. PogChamp win it out fairly easily. 9 rounds played out, 7-2 scoreline. And they'll be moving on into their second map, which is going to be Coastline.
Yep, I mean, an excellent map for PogChamp. And really dismantling Waifu and DP Fire, especially, really popping off. I mean, I've seen it time and time again. Every time I cast him, it feels like he always is going off on Oregon. And, of course, Trippin, Nyx, Prod, everybody really going positive in this matchup, aside from Alec, who is even. So, regardless, though, it will be PogChamp winning out the map. Waifu have some things to work on, and of course, if what Twitch chat is telling us that this is a pickup squad, I mean, honestly, not too bad being able to take up 2 rounds off of PogChamp, who looked very, very strong. So, excellent effort for Waifu. They do have now the second map, so they do have Coastline, so things could possibly go their favor on map number 2, but from what we saw from PogChamp on map number 1, it doesn't seem likely.
Yeah, I would have to definitely 100% agree with that. But, you know, PogChamp just completely running the table. And like I mentioned before, DP Fire and Ash, you cannot peek this kid. You just can't. You cannot win a 1v1 gunfight versus DP unless, you know, maybe if you're like, I have no idea who would be able to win a gunfight against DP. But, you know, he's just going absolutely nuclear here. 12-6 for him in this matchup versus your waifu is trash. And overall, PogChamp played a very solid game. They only ended up losing 2 rounds, and a lot of their attacks were fairly coordinated outside of 2. They ended up having Search flank off, and those were his 4 picks on defense. Were 2 rounds, he ended up getting 2 picks on the flank. I'm not so sure what Defiance was doing pushing the smoke like that, though.
Yep, just as we let the replays finish out here, it's more of like a highlight reel here for PogChamp, aside from, you know, that first round that he was able to win, and then the 6th round. It's more of just like a highlight tape for PogChamp.
This round here was ridiculous. This round was absolutely ridiculous. I cannot believe that Search was allowed to flank DP and Nyx in the way that he did. And, you know, PogChamp got it down to a 2v2, and they had over half the round here. This play right here specifically from Prod, it just has me scratching my head. I don't know what caused him to drop the hatch like that. There had to have been some kind of miscommunication. This pick right here from Defiance, I really can't blame Nyx, I guess, because obviously Nyx didn't deal enough damage to take him out. But overall, PogChamp are absolutely storming through this map and or storming through this series. You know, they've only lost 2 rounds, and next map is Coastline. I think that, you know, you should ban Ash from PogChamp if you're on your waifu is trash. But, you know, maybe Search just needed to warm up a little bit more. Maybe just get adjusted to how PogChamp plays, and we'll see how that ends up going for your waifu is trash. But we're just waiting for the teams to make sure that they're ready. Coastline is going to be our second map, and for those of you just joining us, welcome. We've gone through one best of one already, which took a little bit longer than usual, but it was Joe Academy winning 8-7 versus Guacamole on Villa. They are currently playing up against Beast Coast right now in a best of 3, and for those maps that are being played, it's currently Oregon and Clubhouse, with the decider going to Villa. So that map should be very interesting indeed, and a lot of people's expectations are to see PogChamp and Beast Coast head into the final. And obviously, Beast Coast, they have a Challenge of the Game next week on Saturday. They don't want to reveal any strats on stream, so I think that if Beast Coast does make it into the finals, which they should have no problem doing, they'll probably end up just playing defaults and adapting to the pushes that are coming out from PogChamp. So that's the community's expected lineup to see, the community's matchup to see in the grand final for that $2,500. So, and for those of you who aren't aware of what the prize pool is, it's $1,500 for the winning team, $750 for the losing team, and $250 for the third place team.
A lot of money indeed, especially for some of these players, the tier 3 scene. Only one team, honestly, like that's in Challenger League right now, but PogChamp, they've been in Challenger League before. So this is a decent amount of money for some of these teams, and that's why we have the competition that we're seeing, and why things are as strong, But enough talking from our end. We know why y'all are here. Y'all are here to watch some Siege. Map number 2 will be Coastline. PogChamp going to be starting out on attack. Your waifu is trash. Will be starting out the bans, and it's likely. I don't know. I expect to see the Ash. I hope we see the Ash. That would be 200 IQ from your waifu is trash, but it's actually going to be the Lion.
Lion ban on Coastline is probably one of the better bans for this map because of how open Coastline is. And if you're having someone on flank watch up above and you're coordinating pushes on attack, it's an absolute nightmare to face against a seasoned team like PogChamp, who will also be starting again on attack for this map. So Lion being banned here from your waifu is trash is a good pick, in my opinion. Thatcher getting banned out from PogChamp, he's not necessarily needed, in my opinion. Obviously he does, help with executes. He's able to EMP outside of hookah door if you're attacking the hookah bomb site and getting rid of any nearby electronics that are preventing the attackers from entering into that bomb site. Valkyrie also getting banned out here is another one that I really like here from PogChamp. It's going to limit the intel that'll come out from the defending side of your waifu is trash and make this an even more attacker-sided map, in my opinion. So the only intel that they'll be utilizing will be with Echo, Maestro, and any bulletproof cams that come outside of those default cams.
Omai will be the final ban. She's been banned in every single map that we have had so far today, so still not going to be able to let her get playing. I don't know. It looks like in chat, looks like they were trying to ban, or at least Braxton was trying to ban Jaeger.
I think they were trying to ban Jaeger too. DP wouldn't get frags without him. That's actually true, Prod. DP wouldn't be able to get frags on defense without Jaeger. I 100% agree. DP is an Ash Jaeger crutch player, Kappa.
And Alec has got to throw it back at Search. And he's got to say, you're not going to get fragged either, my guy. So shade going both ways, but regardless, it'll be the defense of Hookah first for your waifu is trash, as they are going to try to start things off strong on Coastline. Again, they're going to be on defense. Coastline being one of the few maps that is in the competitive scene that actually attacker sided a fairly good amount of the time. So definitely reasons for why PogChamp chose to start on attack. They want to obviously start on their strong side. Some teams choose to start on the weak side because they sometimes feel like they start the match kind of slow and are able to push things back as time goes on. But not the case here for PogChamp. They want to start on the favorite side, go up ahead with a lead into the second half, and then try to shut things out on the second half. So almost don't know. It's gonna be curious. We actually even see a spawn peek here, I believe, from Call. It looks like he's elevated on that table. But looking at the screen, it doesn't look like anybody spawned there, as we have the luxury of being able to see everybody through walls.
Yeah, it looks like they just ended up spawning over on pole side and main entrance. So the attack's going to come out, well, starting off on the east side. Young Alec already making his entry inside of Hall of Fame. He's going to have to worry about Search currently playing inside a theater. Excuse me, trying to go for a wall bang over into the white hallway. Oh, but he barely sees Search, not able to tag him up much, though. We'll lose about 40% of his HP. Now Search just trying to fight for his life here as Alec is still fighting with alongside DP Fire, who loses the fight. Search able to clean up the ash of DP.
Yeah, excellent opening engagement and start to the map for Search. Is Trippin even things out onto Defiance. Low HP though for Trippin and Alec, as well as Search. He's got about 25 HP, but ultimately in favor of your waifu is trash is the health. Not only they have a full member's worth of HP advantage, but they're also not going to have the man advantage anymore. Braxton, he will go down to Nick, so an excellent clear of the roamer. As again, it will be traded right back out, left at even man count and about even health as well. Search and Alec are on such little HP. Search going to be taking even more damage, forcing himself to rotate back to the site into the safety of the bar.
So just trying so hard to not get shot in the back by the Nomad outside on the hookah balcony. He knows it's Prod, and Prod is very scary on that Nomad. But Search being on low HP as well as young Alec, things are pretty even here for both these teams. You got less than 50 seconds to go. Prod, oh, getting so close, but I believe that's going to be LSG on that roaming smoke right there, trying to get a pick onto Prod. Great intel coming through, and LSG will have to retreat back up to the bomb site. Meanwhile, Search and Call are on the other side of the map, or on the other side of the site, sitting inside of billiards. But right now, there's less than 40 seconds remain. Prod is going to be on the double window rappel, trying to see if he can fight anyone who would be LSG sitting behind Pink Bar, but for the time being, he's going to be sitting over by Cool Vibes.
Looks like the final push is going to want to come in through Aquarium, and a grenade will go up. It's not going to do any damage to Khan, who was in the relative area of that grenade, but with 15 seconds left, there's not much coming out from the attack. There are a couple thrown repel. Search, a nice headshot with the bullet hole, takes down Alec and drops the diffuser as well. 6 seconds left, one player still on the repel. Possibly can take it out, but no, it's actually Prod who gets the kill, and they did have the cover here as Nix goes for the plant. 2 players left. It's all for Prod to try to stop him. Victor's down. It's a down, however, though, onto Nix. Prod, the last remaining defender here. Seems like there's an air jump on this door. He will get hit, but not revealed enough to give the frag away to the Nomad. Prod gonna have to hit his shots here because what coverage from Prod, allowing Nix to get the plant down, and in the post-plant position, able to clutch it out against the smoke of LSG. Excellently played there by Prod.
Oh boy, that has to be... Oh my god, my heart would have been pounding right there if I'm Prod. Low HP, 1 shot away from being fragged off, and Nix barely able to get the plant down. Prod had no extra coverage on that window. Nix getting down the moment the plant went down. Oh my god, Prod is the hero for that round for PogChamp.
Excellent. I mean, that round literally that round literally comes down to Prod and Prod alone. If he's not able to get the coverage there on that window and allow for Nix to get that plant down, that was a round in favor of your waifu is trash. And it looks like your waifu is trash. You're gonna go back to that same bomb fight. I guess they seem like they're still confident in the fight. They did look good. They looked strong going into the final 30 seconds of that round. It just came all down to Prod hitting a shot from that window, and the round going in favor of PogChamp. If they can, lock it out and waste just about as much time as they did previously, that round easily could have been their favor. Could have gone either way. Ultimately, like we said, it just goes in favor of PogChamp, but not bad that your waifu is trash are coming back to the site. And is Defiance gonna actually go for a spawn peek here? It looks like we have a run out here as well from the Vigil. It looks like your waifus trash are getting super aggressive here, trying to catch PogChamp off guard with a couple of spawn peeks and runouts to start round number 2 here on Coastline.
That last round, man, my mind is still racing from that round from Prod and the engagement he had with LSG. Oh man. For right now, Defiance looks to be prepping a C4 possibly for the penthouse bathroom hatch. And he's going to be hiding in here for the time being. And he doesn't even look like he's been droned out. Alec just making sure that, you know, the southeast corner has been droned out. But it looks to be that Defiance will be compromised here. And Alec might be getting some wall bangs. As Defiance is trying to fight up against here. But oh, Search isn't able to pull the trigger quick enough. C4 will come around here as DP Fire engages with Defiance. This is so chaotic right now. LSG going to be taking down the Defiance. Will find 2, possibly 3. He's on 1 HP, but he'll win the gunfight either way against Trippin. DP, Trippin, and Alec are all taken care of. Nyx being taken care of by Search. And all of a sudden, Prod is in a 1v4 outside on the hookah balcony.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Yep, definitely not an enviable situation from Prod. The hero from the previous round is going to have to be the savior in round number 2, as he's got a 1v4 situation. Granted, Defiance is on 1 shot worth of HP, but he's going to have to find him first before he's able to even get the frag, and then the other 3 remaining defenders as well. And as the utility keeps regenerating here from Call, he'll be able to put down some more goo mines and slow down this attack from Prod, who looks like he might even be just waiting out the remainder of this round. He has kind of a technical timeout here. Talk with his team, see if he can't find a couple more frags, but ultimately this is a very unwinnable situation from the Nomad. But I don't know, he could find a few picks, you know, pat the stats for the tournament. Not that these are really being recorded or that it even matters, but regardless, you know, always fun to just, you know, let the defense kind of throw as you sit outside on repels. But he is going to choose to get aggressive here, try to find the Jaeger behind the aquarium bar, but Search pops up, knocks down the head of Prod. A little bit of game of whack-a-mole here between these 2 players goes in favor of the mole himself, Jaeger. Round number 2 in favor of Waifu, quite convincingly.
Very convincing round. I completely agree from your waifu is trash there. And, you know, coming into this, I thought it would have been more so on the attacking side of PogChamp, but they just completely flooded 3 members into Hall of Fame. They opened up the double window and had no intel inside of VIP and just were not able to get any kind of intel. And they just flooded Hall of Fame all single-handedly, 1 by 1. And, you know, Defiance going absolutely massive there for his team. So well played there from Defiance, and he had some backup with Search as well, being able to take care of Nyx on the white rappel, and Nyx not able to win out that gunfight as well. So finally, your waifu's trash has been able to win a round since round number 5, I want to say, on Oregon. Pretty sure it's round number 5 that's their last round win that they've had. So they've been starved of a win here for quite some time, and being able to win it out here early on in Coastline will put them in good standings for at least for right now.
The kitchen site now for your waifu is trash. They're bringing a similar lineup as we saw in the previous 2 rounds. Actually, no, the exact same lineup as the previous 2 rounds. Neither of these 2 teams choosing to switch up any of their operators thus far, which is definitely curious, because normally it's the defense you see that changes operators quite frequently, and the attack will stay the same, but the defense choosing to not change anything, possibly just their play style on this map, or their preference, as they like the operators that they're bringing and they don't really need to change it. Aggressive hold here to start things off inside of Sunrise. Search and Fraction who are trying to hold the attack from PogChamp, but with Prada already entering into security, he's likely put an air jab down on the security flank. and is able to push his way in through blue bar, but he's going to have to deal with Braxton here. I'm not sure if they are aware of the Vigil's location. Definitely aren't able to drone him out as Braxton's going to get really aggressive. You're going to go for the peek. We'll take down one onto DP Fire. Will he get the Nomad as well? Yes, a huge double kill for the Vigil as he starts this round off with a bang. 2 players off the board for PogChamp, and not only that, but it's your Nomad and the Ash, 2 big utility ops.
3 members of Waifu, maybe even 4, are currently all on the side of the double bar. But that's going to be a big pick to come through from Alec, finally cooling off Braxton. Nyx fighting back onto the call, but he'll be immediately refragged by Defiance with that 1.5 scope on the P10 Roni. So now with a minute 20 left to go, there's so much time left in this matchup, in this round here. Alec trying to make his way inside of Sunrise. There is one possibly behind the bar, but he'll go ahead and make sure that it's clear, and they're just base checking a lot of stuff. I don't even think there's many drones. There's only one that's being left with Trippin. So there's not a whole lot of intel to be used here from the attacking side. Defiance trying to go for a little bit of a pot shot over into Sunrise from lobby, but he'll instead make his way inside of the deep lobby and look over towards the long hallway, all the way over towards Sunrise, as it's going to be Trippin, who's used a Soma charge to go ahead and open up that long hallway and make sure that no one can push into bathroom safely. So now you got 40 seconds left to go. Alex misses the first impact, but he'll be able to connect the second, and now Trippin is going to be looking over towards Beer. Alec will equalize here onto Defiance. Down goes the Mozzie. No more C4s to work with here for the defending squad, and LSG has run out of those toxic babes.
Yep, short time left, and looks like the first gas canister from Trippin. No, the second one actually, as he's already used one. He's going to try to block some of the line of sight here. Is he aware though? The Jaeger's close left. Yes, he is. The pre-fire comes out. Trippin makes things a 2v1. Last up here is LSG. I'll spot the player at the kitchen door. He's going to ignore for the time being, but goes for the shot. Young Alec for the cover. An excellent shot there by the young gunner himself. Able to close out round number 3 and give PogChamp back the lead. As I mean, that was a given. I mean, that round was going in favor of Waifu. They had the man advantage, but just the guns coming alive on the side of PogChamp, able to win out that round for their team and able to bring it back from the deficit. So another excellent attack here on Coastline, and your Waifu is trash. It looks like they're going to go back to the kitchen site. They don't really want to go to the double bar defense. This is a pickup squad, so that would make sense. The double bar is more of a strategical site. It's a very strong site, but it's more for teams that have coordination and know how to play off of each other. It's very unlikely that you'd see it played in like a ranked style play, a ranked play style. But regardless, it's back to kitchen, and I don't know. Things are looking good here again on map number 2 for PogChamp. Again, it is early, so things could sway to the side of your Waifu's trash. But yeah, I don't know. Braxton talking about, I guess his teammates. I don't know. I wasn't really paying attention to chat.
I guess the rest of his teammates seem to be like high schoolers from the looks of it. But Prod calling out Braxton to IGL them better from what it seems. It's been a pretty interesting matchup so far here, at least on Coastline. But definitely a lot better than what we saw in Oregon. So if any map that could go in Waifu's favor, it would probably be this one. And I know that we said before during the operator, at least I said during the operator ban phase that this map would look to be more attacker favored, but so far with the way the rounds have been going, you're ending it in a 1v1, 2v1. It's not so much of a landslide from what we saw on Oregon. Alec, however, is going to be able to pick off Defiance fairly easily, all the way sitting inside a hookah. That was a really bad play from Defiance. I think he was trying to find more of an answer to look out over on the aqua balcony, but for now LSD will have to rotate away, but he'll get caught off guard by the repelling prod from the Nomad.
Excellently set up here is the attack. Surge waiting to shoot that drone, and he will get stuck on the door actually as he tries to rotate out. Unfortunate there from Surge. Everything going wrong here for your Waifu is trash in this round. This is a 5v2 here. 5v1. Excellent shot from Trippin. And not a single player has taken any damage on the side of
A bomb has
PogChamp,
been
and now
located.
now Braction's trying to see if he can get a clip here from PogChamp.
Let me
Don't
get
swing
my
wide and
clip.
tap the door, trying to start it, but Alex cuts that down. No clip for you, Braction. Nice try,
Nah.
but it'll be PogChamp getting the first flawless round of Coastline.
Alex says, no, sir. You can't put me in your montage. You can't put me on YouTube. Instead, PogChamp are going to say, we'll put you on YouTube. So Alex finally able to shoot back this game, which is duly noted. Yeah, I noticed that he wasn't like he was rather quiet on Oregon, but finally Alec able to put himself somewhat on the scoreboard here. 3-1 scoreline, and that last round is exactly how I was expecting it to go for PogChamp for pretty much from the start. But they were getting caught off guard by the plays that were coming out from the defending squad of Waifu. And it looks to be that they've already gone ahead and adapted to the playstyle that is being utilized here by Waifu. DP switching away from Ash, but we're also getting a Cav
Attackers need to
from
locate
Braction.
any bombs as they can.
Y'all ain't
This is
ready
gonna
for
be
this.
a cat and mouse game. We'll see if PogChamp are able to identify those shotgun shots, because that shotgun is very distinct when you shoot it. But
Oh yeah,
Man.
when you hear this Spaz shotgun go off, it's like no other.
and Braction's already been compromised by Alex Drone. There's no escaping
Bomb
this.
located by attackers.
So they're aware that there's a Cav being played here. Braction will find 2 drones for his trouble, and we'll see what Braction is able to do. I honestly, for right now, for the game plan here from PogChamp, my expectation with their comms is okay. They have a Cav.
5
Let's
seconds
just
to
all
go.
5-man roam clear this guy. Let's try to put all 5 people on him. See if he
Attackers are
can't get a
moving to
pick.
defuse a bomb.
If he manages to survive here in Blue Bar, I would be very surprised.
What do you think? What do you think is the over under on him getting a kill
I would
or
say
an interrogation?
an interrogation, very unlikely, 0%.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Oh,
0%.
what are you doing, Search? Trying to get a cheeky kick onto Alec, but he doesn't even shoot back. Taking maybe 1 bullet of damage onto Alec before he's sent to the Shadow Realm. Right now, they know that Braction is on this cab, but it looks to be that they have no idea where he's currently at. And Defiance looks to be possibly rotating around to help him out. Khalid will take a little bit of damage from possibly an impact used by the Zofia lifeline.
Oh no!
But right now, this could possibly be a missed droning coming out here from the Nomad, and it looks to be so. Prod starting to enter in. Can Braction find this pick?
I think he gets the interrogation. I think he does it. I 100%. He's on his drone. If he went right now and just
It was
full
way-
head of
way
steam
too
right
late.
at Pod. Yeah, it's way too late now, but he could catch him potentially as he rotates into the floor. But the timing not working out here for him. LSG finally gets a trade onto DP Fire, and Trippin will put his team back in the advantages. I mean, this kill does. Oh, I just want to see what happens here for Braction, but there's so much going on elsewhere. The air jab will get
Oh.
off, and yes, the
Oh, he's gonna get it.
interrogation coming up from Braction as he'll be spotting out every member. Now he's gonna say it in chat. Yeah, type it out. Ha ha ha. Gonna be leaving Nick in the 1v2 as somehow Call jumps on to a Claymore, getting too aggressive. I had a feeling the interrogation would be coming out, and Braction will be the hero of this round if they're able to win it. Nyx could easily clutch this out though in a 1v2, plenty of time, and it seems like he might have some intel onto the remaining players. The Cav playing close on the pot. Grenade might come through as Nyx is gonna cook it for a second. He does have 1 left. He's gonna spot the feed
Oh,
and go
no,
for the pre-fire. Not gonna hit a single bullet, however, though, on to Ledge. Gonna hop right over, go for
No
the shotgun.
chance.
Braction with a 2K in the round. Huge round for the Cav as she got an interrogation as well. That'll be
What?
the second round now here for your waifu is trash.
What are we
We should have
witnessing?
put money on it. I had a feeling that
We
the
should have put
interrogation
money?
was gonna come. We should have put. I should have put like
cannot
$5.
believe that I can't believe PogChamp were actually that careless. They droned him out in prep phase. They knew that there's a Cav. Very poor droning from Prod right there. And that's all that it really is. It's poor droning from Prod. That's something that you don't normally see come out of Prod. I don't think I've ever witnessed that happen in a while. I think the last interrogation we had was what, USN finals this
Attackers
past
need to
year,
locate and defuse
or was it
bombs.
the previous USN finals when EG went? I don't think we've seen an interrogation happen in Pro League outside of that, because the one before that was when Kanto interrogated Supremacy back in like ESL Pro League season.
The most recent one that honestly I'm remembering right now is
It's Vertical,
Eunice.
right? Eunice?
Oh, okay, that too actually.
Oh yeah, that was at
Vertical as
that was
well.
at the Invitational.
Bomb located
Yeah.
by attackers.
Wait, wasn't it at the Invitational?
No, I think that was the Paris major.
Or no, that was Paris
against
Major.
Evil
Yeah,
Genius.
Insertion.
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean that's the first one that comes.
Oh,
to
he's
my
bringing
mind.
it
That's
again.
also like, yeah.
He's
Well, that's just a
bringing
very
it
iconic
again.
one.
Attackers are moving.
He's in a different spot this time though. He's still in the blue bar, so I
Oh.
mean we'll see if the drones miss him
A
again.
bomb has been located.
2 times in a row, there's no way. There's no way, right?
I don't know. We saw some very sloppy droning from PogChamp that previous round, so
Cover the diffuser.
anything is possible. Braxton could find himself with another 2-piece here on this round. Only time will tell, though, as we get our way underway here for the final defense round for Your Waifu is Trash. But Search currently going to exit the bathroom to make his way into lobby, but he'll be compromised and put himself back into the main lobby. He's positioning himself right now inside a bathroom prone to look over towards the double door, but wide swinging for a gunfight is Defiance. You can't win a gunfight against DP no matter what gun he's using. If it's a one-on-one head-on, you just can't win. It's impossible. DP makes Defiance pay, and Defiance didn't even have a chance to shoot back.
Now we're back it on, and the plant's actually coming down, or at least starting from DP Fire. I'm not sure what's going on here. It's now all up to Braxton and Call the Cav and Alibi to operators. Good night, Nix on the garage roof. Kyle takes the head right off of it. Nix with the nice shot. Gotta give respect for that. That was definitely a nice shot coming out from the Alibi. It'll now be all up to Call though on the Alibi in the 1v3. They accidentally shoot his own Alibi, but take a little bit of damage in the back, and Pod from main lobby will finish off what's rest of the Alibi. Another round here for Pog after losing the previous 2 in an interrogation. They'll come back strong, get the plant down in round 6, and take the half 4-2.
Wow, that my mind is still on that interrogation round, but you know that's 2 rounds where PogChamp just completely decimated Waifu, and I'm honestly surprised that there weren't more rounds like that. The first 2 were so close, so close. It could have been anyone's round, but this time as we switch sides, we're bringing out both Blackbeard and 6 picking from Zofia into Amaru, as DP Fire will switch away from Ella into Mozzie.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
The first Mira that we're also getting seen played today. So Trippin gonna be bringing that out. Gonna be playing it on that kitchen wall into Turbot. Typical Mira. Likely the second one will go on the barrel wall looking into the main lobby. They could have one wall soft here. It seems as though that's exactly where Trippin's gonna want to go place it. Yep, exactly. So your typical setup for a Mira on the site. They're not gonna choose to go for the defense upstairs, which normally, I mean, sometimes you'll see a Mira get placed upstairs inside a theater if they're looking to hold the top floor, but not the case in this round. As TP is just looking for some drones he might be able to, take control of, being hidden on the shelves inside of the blue bar. No drones from the we can see is we are able to see those, especially during prep days. We are able to see all the drones. But they still have spawns. It looks like we might have a push in through the service entrance. It looks like we're gonna have a Blackbeard, the typical Blackbeard, upside down rappel, head glitching a doorway. So, you know, your typical toxic play is Prod. He'll get the opening kill the second time now in this map, picking down Defiance, who has had a terrible time on the opening. Now 0 for 3 on entry. As a Nitro, so that looked like that might have been, or I'm not sure what exactly happened.
I think that was a breach charge from the IQ,
Yeah.
and the sludge just ended up coming through, hitting it, which destroyed it. But Prod's gonna be able to take care of LSG. Fraction, I don't even think he knows where he's getting shot from. Great pick from Surge, however, onto DP Fire, but Braxton isn't able to get caught up by an ADS. Braxton can't even fight against Young Alec as he gets shot in the back. 4v2 here yet again for PogChamp. It's Call and Search, but he'll get taken up immediately by Young Alec sprinting in from Hall of Fame, and all of a sudden, Search is in a 1v4.
I don't know what's happening here. Just not really well coordinated here from your wife, who's trash. Again, this is a pickup squad for those of you just joining us. So they are playing a team that was inside of Challenger League. Obviously, this iteration hasn't been inside of Challenger League, but they were so close to making it. Just had to play another team that ended up making it to Challenger League as well. But Search is waiting out the rest of this round. Is going to be able to find one freebie onto Nyx. Is Prod going to be able to give him the kill as well? Looks like he will play it safe, even though he does give that yawn in chat. You know, he's tired of this guy just baiting it out, but it will be him playing it safe regardless. There's still players here inside of VIP as well. I'm not sure if Search is aware of that. Alec, I believe, is the one who is sitting here safeguarding that diffuser. Take a couple of shots through the floor. He's going to try to spot out this mirror. The Nitro still comes up, and it will be a down actually for Search. Sport's able to go up. Young Alec swings wide on VIP, our Hall of Fame, I should say. Rips ahead right off of Search and gives that round over to PogChamp, and the first round of the second half is theirs.
I think Alec was up there the entire time that the Ash was baiting up top, trying to get those free picks. But one thing to note right now, DP popping off on Oregon, he's been anything but. He's gone 1 kill, 6 frags, and 5 deaths. This is pretty unusual for him. It's affecting him so much that he'll be playing Smoke this round. Defiant switching away from Finka possibly. It's a Blackbeard, so LSG giving him that role, and Fraction bringing in the Hibana instead of a Sludge.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
I love it. Like some of my favorite part about these games is being able to like read chat and kind of see how the players poke fun at each other. Just because I mean we all know that these players are close, especially Braxton. I'd say he's definitely like I mean I don't want to say close because I don't know the extent of their relationship, but they're definitely know each other and are able to poke a little bit of fun back and forth, which is always good. You can have fun while playing these because that's what this is. It's a video game. We're all supposed to be here having fun, so it's good when the teams can allow themselves to have that type of fun. Looks like we might be seeing a run out or a spawn peek here from Nyx as he's going to rip down the service barricade. There was a drone on him inside of bathroom, so they're going to be aware that he is in service for the time being. He's actually just going to get onto a camera here, see if he can spot out where any of this attack is coming from. You can see Defiance is aware of this angle, and he's going to be the first person to peek it with the shield in front of his head. Smart decision here from your wife, who is trash. Ooh, just barely able to miss the angle there on the player inside a kitchen. A shot will ring out, and it'll land onto the shield, but DP Fire actually starts the fragging out on the call on the SMG-11, so going to be taking down the buck here fairly early on.
I'm not so sure where Call was playing, but I'm pretty sure DP Fire just sniped his head off with the hollow. First minute will Eclipse here on round number 8. We're actually going to go ahead and rappel on into VIP Balcony alongside Defiance. You have LSG with the Diffuser on Zofia. Questionable call there, but if it works, it works. Search has gone to the Ash, just solo down below. Nick's going to be able to pick him off. That's LSG gone off the round, as well as control of Diffuser. Search has been down. And there goes Alec, able to clean him up as well. 5v2 here. Shield from the Blackbeard will get shot off and immediately refragged here by Trippin. Falls round will be denied by Braxton, taking care of Nick's wide swinging on the white stairs. As Braxton starts to creep his way, he's got an even count here in his kills and deaths. Will be able to find one. He'll take out DP Fire for almost turning on young Alec. The PogChamp will put themselves here on a match point.
Oh my god. I don't know. I mean,
Braxton almost hit that. He was like
Yeah,
a
he did.
centimeter
That
off,
was
I
almost a
think.
nasty shot to say the least. But it doesn't go his way, and I mean I don't know, another round just in favor of the of PogChamp. And at this point, it just seems like your waifu is trash. Have kind of given up. I mean, it's obvious that PogChamp are memeing at this point, especially if young Alec sticks this Tachanka. And it seems like Braxton. I mean, Braxton has been kind of trolling the entire time, um, and I don't know. He says you guys won't see this coming, but he's obviously stuck the Amaru, and it seems like Prod is kind of
Attackers
on
need
to
to
him
locate and defuse
a
as
little
many
bit
bombs
here
as they can.
with the Amaru in through big window, but they're actually not going to be upstairs. So you can Amaru into that big window all you want, but there's likely not going to be anybody up there. Hookah. Maybe just try to have a fan meetup inside of the billiards room.
This could potentially be the last round, and I don't know if LSG. Okay, yeah, his drone's not gonna get caught out here, but it's very close to that pest.
10 seconds.
Full 1-for-1 winner gets the frag.
5 seconds to insertion.
I want to keep an eye on Prod here. I wonder where Prod is at. DP's gonna go ahead and smoke off spawn. Okay. I want to keep an eye on where Braxton is. So we want to see where Prod and Braxton are going to be fighting. So Prod is currently sitting inside of Blue Bar. So this is a bit of a disappointment. I thought he would actually be meeting him up top, but Trippin's gonna get the first pick of the round here. On to Search. And Call doesn't check his corner. Nix with the turn onto LSG. Braxton takes care of DP, but there goes Alec, able to take care of Braxton. The Frost, for the first time, could have a 100% win rate here in Nerd Street Gamers tournament.
Oh my god. Even Braxton is typing it in chat. And
Disrupt sucks.
Disrupt sucks. I tell this is the favorite part, the memeing back and forth.
Oh my god.
It's all of the Defiance 1v4 situation here. He's gonna give this kill to Alec. 14 for the Gunner. He had 6 on map number 1, so a little more than double his kill count from that map, and he will give the round, the map, and the series over to PogChamp as they are now advancing into the finals to play the winner of Beast Coast versus Joe Academy. And it looks like that match is still going on, so you're gonna have to wait for them to finish things out here. But overall, a very solid performance from PogChamp today. They win out the series of a total scoreline of 14-4. So only giving away 4 rounds to your waifu is trash. Pretty promising scoreline for PogChamp.
Yeah, Alec going 14-4, huge there. It's almost like he and DP just completely traded roles, because DP was going out of his mind on Oregon, and then just nothing on Coastline. And then Alec, he was kind of like in the shadows a little bit on Oregon there, and then he just completely popped off on Coastline right there, as we just saw. So 2-0 victory for PogChamp versus your waifu is trash, and just like you said, they'll be going up against the winner between Joe Academy and Beast Coast. I'm not so sure exactly what the scoreline is there, but the match has eclipsed over the hour 41-minute mark, according to Faceit. So we should be getting results soon if it is a 2-0 from Beast Coast. If not, I'm curious how Joe Academy are holding up here. But PogChamp have booked their tickets into the finals to fight for that $1,500 prize pool that they'll be earning should they win first place. And Beast Coast, not so sure how they're holding up against Joe Academy, but any thoughts on that matchup other than it was just more than a meme fest than anything?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to analyze a series like that, where especially in the second map, when the teams kind of know it's over at that point, and they're just kind of memeing the rest of the match out. It was good. Like, this round right here was a good round. The first round was very competitive, and like the first couple rounds were like that. So ever since that point, once it started to get out of hand for waifu, it seemed like they kind of gave up on the match. We saw Braxton run Cav and actually get an interrogation, but But anytime a team runs Cav, it's got to be at least some sort of a meme fest, and that the teams aren't trying to their fullest. But regardless, I mean, strong work from PogChamp. That's the first time that they are going to be, broadcasted as this roster. So, their debut, to say, it was strong. Good for them, and this roster definitely looks poised and ready to possibly make Challenger League next season. Unfortunately, we won't be able to see them get played in it this season, but regardless, I think that we saw a lot of good things out of PogChamp today, and I'm excited to see how they play in the finals against whoever they play from the other side.
Yeah, it's more than likely going to be Beast Coast if anyone had to give a guess, but for right now, that game is still being played out. I still can't believe Braxton got an interrogation. I cannot believe it. That is, wow. And then just to finish it off with the shotgun hop from the vase cabinet, man. This shot right here from Call, he wasn't able to get much, but man, 1x owns Nyx. Incredible. That was a great shot, but overall, PogChamp were the deciding team to come in here. It's not bad that pickup team came this far. They had a pretty easy ride. They were able to take care of Ohio State and seemingly just dismantle Jewelers. Both of those games were 1-0 since they were best of ones, and then obviously coming in here and not able to get a map against PogChamp. So we'll just be waiting for the victors to come out of Joe Academy versus Beast Coast. I do think it will be Beast Coast. I'd be shocked if it wasn't, because at least for right now, I would assume that they would be using their strats since they aren't on stream. But I would assume that Beast Coast will be making it into the grand finals. But we're gonna kick it to a break for right now. We'll get some water and rest up for the grand finals that should be happening within a few minutes, hopefully. But the moment we get word that Joe Academy and Beast Coast have finished, we'll be right back with our grand finals.
Welcome to Field of View with Nerd Street Gamers, your weekly dose of gaming news. I'm Darth Mike coming to you live from the rolling fields of Whiterun Hold, and we've got some industry-shaking news this week, so let's dive into it. Sony have had their second PlayStation Forward online event, and in it they've revealed more details about their next generation of consoles. Starting with the main PlayStation 5, the console will be priced at $500. This is the version with an optical drive and all the bells and whistles, so it's competitive with Xbox's Series X in price point. Meanwhile, their digital edition comes in a little lower on the radar at $400. This version ditches the disk drive, but still has all of the energy and oomph that you need for that next generation of gaming. It's a little bit more expensive, coming in at $400 as opposed to $300 for the Xbox Series S, but it should still be a very attractive purchase. And frankly, despite all of the insane computing power that's being promised this go around, the next generation of consoles look downright affordable. Alongside the details about their next console, Sony also unveiled a whole bunch of game announcements, starting with one of their tentpole franchises, Final Fantasy. The next iteration, dubbed 16, looks pretty awesome from the cinematic trailer we saw. It seems to be set in a medieval era. There's swords and sorcery as per always, but there's also a whole bunch of crazy fantasy buzzwords, something about an icon and crystals, and there's a kid who's the Duke's son who you're either trying to protect or kill, and he either turns into a phoenix or an ogre. I'm really not sure what the hell is going on, but it looks awesome, so be sure to check it out. For this next announcement, folks, you better don your sorting hats because we're headed to the Wizarding World. Hogwarts Legacy has been announced, an RPG set in the Harry Potter universe that puts players in the role of a student attending Hogwarts in the late 1800s in a completely different era for the franchise. Now, this game's been rumored for years, and it has a fervent following already who've been trying to compile all the little drips and drops of leaks and information they could, but now it's actually out there in the world and it looks good. And it had better, folks, because if they do this right, if they make you genuinely feel like a wizard in an RPG scenario exploring and experiencing the world, they're going to have a guaranteed blockbuster smash hit. But if they do it wrong, if they fail the fan base, well, there were a whole bunch of other titles teased, announced, and more details given, but the most exciting announcement came right at the end of the broadcast, when a teaser popped up for the next iteration in the God of War franchise, this one titled Ragnarok. Now, we don't know anything about it, apart from the fact that it comes out in 2021, and it deals with the end of the world of Norse mythology, although frankly, end of the world feels more like a 2020 thing. In a cool piece of gaming news, Valve are bringing a new update to Left 4 Dead 2, a nearly 10-year-old game and the first update in 8 years, this one made entirely by the community. The Last Stand game mode will feature all sorts of new content, and it's free, so check it out. In a complete industry shakeup, Microsoft have announced the $7.5 billion acquisition of ZeniMax Media. Now, if you're not familiar with ZeniMax and you're wondering why on earth they're worth $7.5 billion, you might recognize some of these developers under their umbrellas who make some of these games, a few of which might be some of your favorites. They're a huge tentpole developer still privately held, now part of the Microsoft umbrella, and that could completely reshape the gaming industry as we know it. All of these games will likely now be Xbox and PC exclusives that won't be sniffing the Sony market, but as has already been established by Microsoft, the current exclusivity deals will be honored for games like Deathloop over on the new PlayStation 5. This is going to completely change things, and it's all part of Microsoft's bid to build basically the Netflix of gaming with Xbox Game Pass, where for one monthly subscription fee, you'll now have access to all of these games, including any new releases in the franchise on day one. This is huge, and it's going to reshape the face of our industry. I don't know what this is going to look like 2 years down the line or 5 years down the line, but I am very curious to find out. That's it for us this week on Field of View with Nerd Street Gamers, your weekly dose of gaming news. Now I'd better get out of here so I can keep my knees safe. Not again.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Nerd Street Gamers Rainbow Six Siege $2,500 monthly tournament presented by Mike and Ike. As of right now, we've got a quick update for you guys just to let you guys know what's going on. Beast Coast and Joe Academy are still currently playing. The score is at 1 apiece. So they are on a map 3. Right now, we're trying to see if we're able to get both teams into a lobby and see if they're wanting to play it out on stream or not. But if they're already in a game and we can't reach them, there's not much that we can do. But if Joe Academy are able to beat Beast Coast, that'd be really impressive for them.
100%. And definitely looking like it's going to be close. But like we said, we're just trying to figure out if we can't get into the lobby. But it's likely that they're already playing and they're already focused on the match. So we will probably be coming back to you all once that match concludes. So don't go anywhere. Go get a snack, of course. Go get some food. Stand up a little bit. I know I need to stand up and go for a walk because I've been just sitting here all day. But make sure you guys are here because the grand finals will most certainly be up next, regardless of who wins. So make sure you stay tuned for that, and we will be right back.
Welcome to Field of View with Nerd Street Gamers, your weekly dose of gaming news. I'm Darth Mike coming to you live from the rolling fields of Whiterun Hold, and we've got some industry-shaking news this week, so let's dive into it. Sony have had their second PlayStation Forward online event, and in it they've revealed more details about their next generation of consoles. Starting with the main PlayStation 5, the console will be priced at $500. This is the version with an optical drive and all the bells and whistles, so it's competitive with Xbox's Series X in price point. Meanwhile, their digital edition comes in a little lower on the radar at $400. This version ditches the disc drive, but still has all of the energy and oomph that you need for that next generation of gaming. It's a little bit more expensive, coming in at $400 as opposed to $300 for the Xbox Series S, but it should still be a very attractive purchase. And frankly, despite all of the insane computing power that's being promised this go around, the next generation of consoles look downright affordable. Alongside the details about their next console, Sony also unveiled a whole bunch of game announcements, starting with one of their tentpole franchises, Final Fantasy. The next iteration, dubbed 16, looks pretty awesome from the cinematic trailer we saw. It seems to be set in a medieval era. There's swords and sorcery as per always, but there's also a whole bunch of crazy fantasy buzzwords, something about an icon and crystals, and there's a kid who's the Duke's son who you're either trying to protect or kill, and he either turns into a phoenix or an ogre. I'm really not sure what the hell is going on, but it looks awesome, so be sure to check it out. For this next announcement, folks, you better don your sorting hats because we're headed to the Wizarding World. Hogwarts Legacy has been announced, an RPG set in the Harry Potter universe that puts players in the role of a student attending Hogwarts in the late 1800s in a completely different era for the franchise. Now, this game's been rumored for years, and it has a fervent following already who've been trying to compile all the little drips and drops of leaks and information they could, but now it's actually out there in the world and it looks good. And it had better, folks, because if they do this right, if they make you genuinely feel like a wizard in an RPG scenario exploring and experiencing the world, they're going to have a guaranteed blockbuster smash hit. But if they do it wrong, if they fail the fan base, well, there were a whole bunch of other titles teased, announced, and more details given, but the most exciting announcement came right at the end of the broadcast, when a teaser popped up for the next iteration in the God of War franchise, this one titled Ragnarok. Now, we don't know anything about it apart from the fact that it comes out in 2021 and it deals with the end of the world of Norse mythology, although frankly, end of the world feels more like a 2020 thing. In a cool piece of gaming news, Valve are bringing a new update to Left 4 Dead 2, a nearly 10-year-old game and the first update in 8 years, this one made entirely by the community. The Last Stand game mode will feature all sorts of new content, and it's free, so check it out. In a complete industry shakeup, Microsoft have announced the $7.5 billion acquisition of ZeniMax Media. Now, if you're not familiar with ZeniMax and you're wondering why on earth they're worth $7.5 billion, you might recognize some of these developers under their umbrellas who make some of these games, a few of which might be some of your favorites. They're a huge tentpole developer still privately held, now part of the Microsoft umbrella, and that could completely reshape the gaming industry as we know it. All of these games will likely now be Xbox and PC exclusives that won't be sniffing the Sony market, but as has already been established by Microsoft, the current exclusivity deals will be honored for games like Deathloop over on the new PlayStation 5. This is going to completely change things, and it's all part of Microsoft's bid to build basically the Netflix of gaming with Xbox Game Pass, where for one monthly subscription fee, you'll now have access to all of these games, including any new releases in the franchise on day one. This is huge, and it's going to reshape the face of our industry. I don't know what this is going to look like 2 years down the line or 5 years down the line, but I am very curious to find out. That's it for us this week on Field of View with Nerd Street Gamers, your weekly dose of gaming news. Now I'd better get out of here so I can keep my knees safe. Not again.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Nerd Street Gamers Rainbow Six Siege $2,500 monthly tournament presented by Mike and Ike, as well as Rothman Orthopedics, Zip Chair Gaming, Temple University, and the U.S. Army. I'm Uzu. Alongside me, I have Razors, and we just witnessed PogChamp 2-0. Your waifu is trash, and they'll be going up against none other than Beast Coast in the grand finals for the $2,500 grand prize.
Yeah, that's a lot of money playing between both these two teams, and we have, I mean, in my opinion, the two best teams by far in this tournament going to be going and battling it out on the finals of best of three here. Our maps are going to be Oregon, Clubhouse, and Villa. So Oregon being chosen by Beast Coast and PogChamp picking Clubhouse. I've yet to see either of those two teams play today. We have yet to see Beast Coast play on stream as well. As their last match up against Joe Academy, it was a 2-1 for them in the semifinals. That was off stream. We did cast Joe Academy earlier, but Beast Coast is yet to be casted. Of course, you just watched PogChamp 2-0. Your wife, is trash in very convincing fashion. So PogChamp obviously looking strong coming into the finals. Beast Coast having a little bit of a tougher time, but regardless, they're still here and they're ready to try to make a name for themselves, being the only Challenger League team in this tournament.
Yeah, Beast Coast looking to make it, coming in here looking to win it all, make it their own, and own the Nerd Street Gamers September monthly tournament. And also, guys, if you aren't aware, these tournaments are happening every single month. So be sure to sign up, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, at the end of every single month on the final weekend every Saturday. So if you guys are interested in trying to make some money, earning money, and also earning some, I believe you also earn Face It Elo if I'm not mistaken. So if you guys are trying to get your name out there, get casted, get noticed, so be sure to sign up for the next monthly tournament. It'll be happening in October.
Yeah, so it's definitely highly recommend. This is the first time that they're going to be doing this tournament, so obviously there's a lot to improve on, but for it being the first time, it's definitely been a very successful time. So I can't wait to see what comes out in the future. But yeah, so PogChamp versus Beast Coast, and obviously both you and I, we got experience with both of these two teams. But I mean, what are your predictions? Our first map is it was Oregon. I think I said right. Did I say Oregon was the first map? Yeah, Oregon's the first map.
It was Oregon. Yeah, Oregon, Clubhouse, Villa. My predictions, we haven't seen this new Beast Coast. We say new, even though they've only changed out one player, which was Jay for Ghost. But even bringing in just one player, it changes up the roster entirely. With the way that they play the game, with the way that they're able to direct the pushes. If they're an IGL, it just changes the team composition entirely. So Ghost coming in actually from PogChamp, so he's going to be facing his former teammates of Prod and Trippin. So this will be the first time that we see these two teams battle it out against each other, and it's nice to see former teammates going up against each other like this in a tournament in a best of three. But we're just waiting on a couple members from Beast Coast, like about one or two members, just to join the lobby. We've got everyone from PogChamp in here. And we just need we're just waiting on the players to come in. But like we mentioned before, it's going to be starting off with Oregon and Clubhouse getting played out. Should we need a map 3, we will be heading back into Villa. We haven't seen Clubhouse get played out yet today, so that's definitely going to be a guaranteed map we will be seeing for us tonight. And this grand finals, I'm pretty excited for it. I'm really hyped for it. We've got the Beast Coast. They were known as Bruh back in ESL Challenge League Season 11, and then they got picked up by Beast Coast last stage in stage 1 for this year, and just for some reason, I don't think anyone expected it, but they ended up going down 0-2 in their matches. They lost to the Favelas, and they lost to the Last Dance as well, if I'm not mistaken, and they just had a rough time. So they made a roster change. Hopefully Ghost is able to build them back on top. I was actually talking to Foza earlier today before the tournament happened, and he says, Beast Coast has, offered them nothing but the greatest support that Foza has ever had with an organization. The org really takes care of them. Beast Coast is they feel like family with Beast Coast.
Yeah, definitely. It seems like that. And I've just been on Twitter as well, and it looks like they've got a lot of org support, which is nice for a T2 team trying to make it into Pro League. So, yeah, definitely excited for this matchup. Two extremely prestigious teams here, and it should be nothing but the best competition. And starting things off on Oregon, I think that we're going to be seeing. I don't know. I think we see a Villa potentially in this series, the third map. I really do not see either of these two teams going 2-0, and if it is a 2-0, I don't expect it to be a blowout by any means. I expect us to see two very competitive maps, possibly 7-5s, even overtime. Regardless, though, both these two teams, they have a lot to prove, especially PogChamp, who unfortunately got knocked out of CL quals in the previous weekends, the last CL quals were. And so,
yeah, last weekend.
And so they have a lot to prove. They feel as though they're a team that deserves to be in Challenger League. And, they could do it right here, proving it that if they can beat Beast Coast, who, is a Challenger League team, it's not going to change the fact that they're not in Challenger League, but it's definitely going to give them more confidence going into the coming weeks and whatever tournaments they might be participating in or leagues. And then finally, when we have CL relegations again at the end of the season, I believe it's sometime in December, if I'm not mistaken. But
I think so.
They definitely have a lot to prove and work on until then.
Yeah. For those of you who aren't aware, Beast Coast will be playing in their first Challenger League matchup this following weekend on Saturday, October 3rd. So if you guys want to check them out inside of Challenger League and see how they play in their first matchup, it will be streamed on twitch.tv/R6 esports NA. Me and Razors will be casting those games alongside Loath and Crow, if I'm not mistaken. So if you guys want to check out more Beast Coast action, be sure to check us out on when Stage 2 of Challenger League kicks off next weekend. We're super excited. I can't wait for Stage 2 to kick off. In all honesty, Beast Coast, from what I've heard from Fozo, they've been playing better than ever. So I'm really excited to see that. I'm really excited to see if Beast Coast are able to, elevate themselves on top to what we've heard from scrim reports and stuff. But hopefully soon we can get this matchup underway. I know it seems like we're stalling and just talking, but we're trying to get this matchup underway. We're really close. We're just waiting on I think some Moss issues might have been happening. I'm not so sure, but we're trying to get everything underway for you guys, and we want to get this matchup underway as well. We want to see how both these teams are gonna clash against each other.
Well, we're almost there, and I guess we can take a look at the previous maps here. We did just see PogChamp. They played Oregon and Coastline, so it's probably unlikely that Beast Coast were able to watch the Oregon matchup while they were playing. It's more likely that they had a coach or an analyst of some sorts watching that Oregon match and are going to be able to call out some strats, and that's probably one of the big reasons why Oregon was picked out by Beast Coast, because it was recently played by PogChamp. So they're going to have at least some sort of an idea of what they're going to want to play on that map and how they're going to want to set up their own attacks and defenses to counter how they witness them play. So definitely a big brain play from Beast Coast to be picking out that map, especially since they've got the VOD on it. Not necessarily a VOD, but they at least had somebody watching the match and were able to determine how they want to set up their own counters towards PogChamp. But aside from that, there really shouldn't be much on that map. It was quite a blowout there from PogChamp, and they spent most of their time on the attack. So regardless, we are going to be making our way right into map number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, the finals. This is for $1,500, and of course, second place, they'll also get $750. But definitely both these teams gunning for that first place prize, as we're going to be kicking things right off with Oregon.
Oregon first ban is going to be Thatcher, none other than himself. Not too surprised here. Thatcher is a very common ban for this map, as we saw earlier. I'm pretty sure Thatcher was also banned alongside Maverick. So Ash going to get banned here as well. So
Of course.
Beast Coast are going to be target banning DP Fire. What we saw earlier, he really popped off on Ash and Jaeger. So
yeah, most certainly. He's definitely a player who, and we could honestly even say the same thing about Nyx in the past. We've seen teams actually ban Ash against him, and we've heard Canadian talk about how he feels like Nyx just feels uncomfortable when he's not on Ash. Of course, that's changed since then. But regardless, we're actually going to see a no ban from Beast Coast. That is the first time I think I've seen a no ban in competitive play.
Especially since they just banned Ash, so this has to be some kind of game plan. And in all honesty, this, I believe, is the first time we're seeing a no ban from either side in a competitive format. So,
Yeah.
and it's really interesting because Beast Coast is starting off on attack. So you would think that they would want to ban something on defense rather than attack, in theory, to give themselves a little bit more comfortability. But my guess would have probably been Mira. But since obviously Beast Coast didn't ban it, so they'll be bringing Mira on PogChamp. Anthony going to switch away from Blitz over into Sludge, bringing in those nades. They're also bringing in an Ace for Hard Breach. Ghost going to be on entry alongside Anthony. Sippin will be your flank watch, and Foza will be your hard breach alongside Rudy. Meanwhile, over on the defending side, you got Mute for drone denial as well as breach denial. DP Fire going to be on that fragging roll with the Jaeger. Trippin, as always, on the smoke. Alec going to be playing that support flex roll. So this time he's going to be on Maestro. Prod will be donning on the Mira, so I'm curious what Prod will be placing his mirrors. I'm pretty sure that they're going to have one looking towards Freezer and the other one in E-Box looking over towards the blue bunker double door. At least that's if I had to guess. We haven't seen where they're being placed at right now, but
that's what most
first round is underway.
Is, guessing games. But
yeah,
like you were about to say underway. Before I really cut you off.
No, you're good, man.
The first round underway, and it's looking like we're seeing a small tower / freezer / main stairs attack from Beast Coast. As you see Anthony starting to open up some rotations for he and the rest of his teammates upstairs, just so that you can get around the map a little bit quicker with these holes in the walls and allow for the attack to start to unfold. But the Mira being in play from Prod, we've seen her banned out quite a lot recently, and so it's refreshing to see her get played out. As looks like a mute jammer, actually well placed, is going to be able to deny the hatch from being opened up before Koza is finally able to take it out after blowing one little hole with the blowtorch in the hatch. Able to spot that easily on top of the washer machine. Only a minute gone, and it seems like all the roamers have been cleared out. There weren't any to begin with, but seemingly Beast Coast aware of this now, as they're going to start to make the execute happen on to site. They're going to have to deal with a lot of denial here from the side of the defense, and a nice shot there from Alec. Won't prevent the hatch from being opened up, but takes down Fozo, and a set of grenades from the attack. A huge pickup from the Maestro, as Anthony will get the trade onto Nyx, make it even man count, even health advantage as well. Possibly go for a push in through the freezer, but they're gonna have to deal with the Mira window that's prohibiting this push.
Minute 10 left on the clock here. The drones are starting to try to get intel. Trippin will be situated inside, but Anthony will get taken care of by DP from way downtown in the laundry. Huge pick to come through there for DP, preventing one more nade from being used by Anthony, and another gun cannot be utilized here. Trippin's able to find one, as Alec will find his second on the round here. Now all of a sudden it's all on Ghost in a 1v4. Trying to find one who looks to be Prod sitting inside of the closet, but I think it might have been DP. But there's 40 seconds left to go. Ghost is just going to see if he can try to bait out a couple exit frags, see what he can do here. But this round, more than likely, is going to be PogChamps. But Not the round that East Coast 1 will start on. Toxic Bays will get tossed out from Trip, and he'll have none of those left in his pocket. And you still have a C4 with prod on that Mira using the new 1.5 scope that is on the Vector. So now Ghost is going to go ahead and go for a drop on in to the laundry storage. He's got to deal with one to his left, just checking his angles, making sure he's clear. But he's going to get shut down, not even find one exit pick as prod swings up from the sinks. And PogChamp will win out round number 1.
Well played there by PogChamp, allowing the attack to fall right into their waiting arms. Not even roaming whatsoever, but giving all that area up to the attack, allowing them to push in right into their trap as the guns will come alive and they will find the kills. I saw it in chat, Anthony. He's going to be now on the Blitz. I know people have been looking for this as a fairly strong Blitz player, and still likely that he could possibly 6-pick off of it, and he actually will go over to the sledge. So he's just going to flash it for the time being, but isn't actually going to be picking up that operator, which is curious. I know a lot of people want to see him play the Blitz, and he's got to please the crowd. You definitely have to be only going operators in which the fans want you to go.
Yeah, the only person that's like notable for their Blitz play, at least ever, would probably just be Mint on Dark Zero, and maybe
I think Pengu for his Monty at least.
Yeah, Pengu does play Monty. He did actually. Pengu also did play Blitz against TSM in the Raleigh Major and the quarters. I'm not mistaken what they were, but the most recent Blitz play that's been effective recently has been Mint, and I haven't really seen Pengu on Monty all that much, but I would like to see some Blitz gameplay come out. It's something that you don't get to see every day, so it's interesting to see how teams are able to formulate that into their attack strategy. And hopefully one day or one round, Anthony will stick onto that Blitz, but for the time being, he's going to stay on Sledge for these past 2 rounds.
I can't play Shields the same. I have no idea how anybody plays a Shield operator. But I mean, I also suck at the game, so definitely don't want to be taking advice from me. Regardless, though, it is a small tower attack here. The site's upstairs now. It's be a switch up here from PogChamp as they can't go down to the laundry site. And they don't want to go to either the meeting or the dining. Obviously, I think they prefer the meeting. From when I've casted them in the past, they've preferred that meeting site, but not choosing to go there, wanting to go to a more. I'd say this bomb site is played out even more than the basement. I mean, both this and the basement go hand in hand, and two most powerful sites for this map. As we see the Maverick, it will be Sippin. He'll be able to persist a little bit longer in this round as he was the opening pick, or at least Fozo on the Maverick was the opening pick in the previous round. So they will have this hard destructor to allow them to entry into the sites and possibly take down a few of these reinforcements that might stand in their way. Anthony, however, he'll get the first kill of the round, taking down Trippin. So going to be a huge pickup onto the smoke of all operators.
And the nade that comes in from the Maverick of Sippin will be able to clear out the meat jammer and the bubble that was placed on the reinforced wall. Minute 15 remains on the clock. Sippin trying to entry is still in this attic. Currently, Prod will be tucked away inside the deep corner. Pull out the shotgun for a close range engagement, but he'll be able to down Sippin, and there's no refrag potential to come here because Ghost was too busy on the highway. Now with less than 60 seconds to remain, Ghost will have to be the one here to take on Prod. But Prod having a C4 prep will toss onto the window. Will it connect? No, the C4 will miss. Now Anthony on low HP outside on the window. Ghost trying to see if he can find Prod. Will successfully going to, it's actually Fozo, excuse me. But Fozo is able to take care of Nyx as well. Nyx missing every shot onto Fozo there before DP Fire is able to trade it back. And Young Alec taking care of Ghost. 2v2 here for Anthony and Rudy versus Young Alec and DP Fire. Not a whole lot of time remains in the rest of this round. Rudy on the big window as Anthony's going to entry in from master bedroom. Time is running thin here for Beach Coast if they want to get this round. And now the smokes, are coming in from Rudy to try to cover his entry. That's going to be a big miscue from Anthony as he finds the pick there onto from the Maestro. Now Rudy's starting to enter on in. He can't even find the frag against DP, and Pacham will put up 2 rounds in a row here and put themselves up 2-0.
Huge clutch out from the Jaeger and Maestro combo. Both Alec and DP Fire clutching it out. The 2 gunners for this team, putting their second round on the board and allowing them now to go to meeting in kitchen. So that site that we were talking about earlier, the third site, the favorite site for, or at least the favorite site between the kitchen splits. You know, you can either go kitchen dining or kitchen meeting, and obviously kitchen meeting being the preferred site here for PogChamp, as Anthony will yet again show the blitz, but yet again 6 pick off of it to the sledge. So playing some mind games here, seemingly, with PogChamp, as I mean, at this point, it's kind of going to be obvious that he's 6 picked off of that until he finally chooses to stick that operator. I don't think that this is going to throw off PogChamp much.
Yeah, I don't think so either. DP Fire currently coming up 3-0, as well as Young Alec 4-0. Next, however, is having a bit of a slow start, currently at an 0-2 score sheet here. But, you know, PogChamp, they're currently up 2-0, so it's not really mattering right now in Nix's, stat sheet right here. However, on the side of Beast Coast, they've only got 4 picks amongst themselves between 2 rounds, with 2 from foes of that previous round, and Anthony able to find a pick at least once per round, or at most, once per round. So, something's definitely got to change here for Beast Coast if they want to have any hope of trying to fight up against PogChamp, here on Oregon. But, for the time being, it is Oregon. It is defender-sided. You're playing without a Thatcher, and, Ash isn't really being used here since, well, I don't even know if Ash would be used here on the side of Beast Coast if she wasn't banned. I know that she was a target ban for DP Fire, so if DP wants to have any, entry luck, he'll probably be on the Zofia, while Alec might be on Sledge. I'm not so sure what the composition will be since they're having no Ash when they switch over to the attack.
DP Fire stuffing his face full of Wendy's right now, as he, I don't know. I'm not too sure why he had to tell us that, but regardless, he is. So everybody, I hope you all know how much DP Fire likes Wendy's. But regardless, it's going to be attack on through Big Tower. They have the Maverick yet again to try to, cut off these, or to open up these walls in order to entry into the site, and some air jabs being placed down below in order to prevent the flank. Trippin holding the angle here with the M590. He's going to get actually super aggressive. It'll be Rudy from behind on that long hallway window to take out the SAS operator. Huge pick up on the board, as that's not only one of the Nitro cells, but also Trippin, who is a very strong player indeed. So always good to take him out early on.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, Beast Coast did put out a Maverick guide, so it's no wonder that Sippin is able to open up that wall pretty effectively. But a second pick here will come through from Fozo onto Nyx, not able to find anything for himself here up in this matchup. 1 minute remains throughout the remainder of this round, but a great pick through the hatch. It's DP Fire as he's downing that Wendy's. He'll be able to take off down Fozo, trying to put the favor in his team's hands. 50 seconds to go, and the attack is starting to slowly stall, but that ace charge will get shot out by Prod, but they'll at least be able to get some kind of line of sight, at least into the bomb site. DP Fire yet again onto Anthony MGS. Almost a pick here from Rudy, but the advantage that was in the favor of the attack has slowly dwindled away. Prod able to get down here from the shots coming out by Rudy on that AK-12. DP Fire and Young Alec on such low HP. 1 bullet will be the death of them. A nade will get tossed into the corner. That could be the death of Young Alec before he's able to move away, but now the Maverick is starting to push on down the tower stairs, trying to fire right covered, but DP going huge here. 1v3 for Rudy, trying to get that plant down, but he won't be able to do so just yet. And he can't win the gunfight versus DP. 4 kills for the man. PogChamp rising up to the occasion. And DP, the newly young picked up gunner, coming out for PogChamp, is stunting on Beast Coast.
I'm telling you, DP Fire on Oregon is a different beast. Like, you can't take DP Fire. Like, forget about PogChamp. You cannot take DP Fire to Oregon. Otherwise, you're just asking to get absolutely fragged on by the man himself, who has a outstanding record and has in the past had outstanding performances on this map. So it's it's curious as to why Beast Coast even chose to bring them here. But regardless, it's going to be a 3-0 start here for PogChamp. They complete their site rotation successfully, and it will allow them to now go back downstairs to the laundry site, and they're going to be setting up fairly similarly to the first time around, bringing everything except for that Mira. So they're going to be switching the Mira over to the Kaid. So going to be bringing a little bit more denials. It seems that their Mira windows weren't really that influential the first time they went down to the site. They were able to get opened up by the ace on the side of East Coast in the previous round. So an excellent adaptation, I'd say, from PogChamp reading into that.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
You know, I think it just might be the Wendy's that is kicking in here for DP, because he's currently 7-0 right now. An absolute monstrosity of a performance to come out here from DP. And Beast Coast, they're down 3-0. PogChamp have run the tables on all 3 bomb sets that they've preferred. This is not looking good here for Beast Coast. Something has to start working here. A notable player that I am noticing that has been really quiet so far in this matchup is going to be Sippin, as well as Ghost. So 2 notable players, actually. It's just, I don't know if it's just timing or exactly what's happening, but they haven't been able to put themselves on the board just yet. And, you know, Sippin in previous seasons, he was on that entry role. He was on Zofia, but then they come in and pick up Ghost, who is a lot more comfortable on that entry role. So then Sippin, you know, he's on a little bit more of a flex role this time around for Beast Coast, and he's going to be donning on the Maverick. He hasn't been able to find anything for himself yet outside of an assist, and you know, maybe it's just the fact that the way that they're playing. I'm not sure, but PogChamp are really finding a way to shut down the gunners coming out from Beast Coast.
Yet again, we see a player on the side of PogChamp peeking this hatch as it is being opened up by the Maverick of Sippin. Not going to be a frag for PogChamp this time around, as it was last time they were able to get a nice pick, Young Alec, onto the Maverick, just trying to open up the hatch. But a little bit safer this time around is going to be proving huge for this attack, as it's about minute 15 left. Ghost just drops the hatch, gets gunned down by Young Alec, who finds a double kill onto Anthony as well. Excellently played there by the Maestro, able to find 2 big pickups as the attack is seemingly to unfold. The Maverick is just in the hallway, pushing up very aggressively. He's able to find 1 kill, and he gets downed actually. We'll actually be able to find 1 down and unable to find the finisher, as it's now going to be a flawless round here from PogChamp. As I'm saying, frags keep happening, and it's going to be an easy closeout there for the team, up now 4-0.
That was a very questionable plan coming out from Beast Coast, but I mean, I understand it. You know, you're down 0-3. You need to try to make something happen, so you try to hit them with a sneak attack, but Alec was completely ready for it. It looks to be that Alec might have been misdroned, that he was paying attention to tower stairs, then Alec hears the drop happen, Ghost swings out of the corner, but Alec, proper crosshair placement, great gun, 81 bullets just to sing through, and he finds himself a pick onto both Ghost and Anthony, Anthony wasn't even able to use those nades and to try to pick off Alec, try to help out Ghost. You know, if Ghost ends up dying, then there's a nade that's there to fight for his refrag. Unfortunate situation here. You know, Beast Coast, they're just coming off of a very tough game from Jill Academy. PogChamp, they've had some time, you know, take a breather, gather themselves, you know, get some food in their stomach. So I'm not so sure if it's due to the fact that possibly the players on Beast Coast just haven't had time to eat, and hunger could be a factor. I know that whenever, you know, I'm playing, you know, just even in rank, like I don't play as well with it on an empty stomach compared to when I've already eaten. So I'm not so sure if Beast Coast are just shaking like physically from the fact that they're on hunger, or what's going on exactly.
Locate and defuse your bomb.
But this is a bit of an interesting take on this bomb site. Normally you see one of the walls inside of the attic reinforced when you go into the dorms. But this time around, PogChamp have decided to open up footholes to look inside of attic.
Definitely a curious decision from PogChamp. Obviously, they want to play it from a little bit further back, maybe give up the attic to the attack and let them drop down on that little drop there as they drop from the attic itself into the little box right outside. Right. Could be possibly what they're planning on doing, but it seems as though they're going for a separate take. They're going to be going from the master side of things, trying to open up the map wall potentially. Isn't the Ace and the Maverick and the Nomad are in big tower, so they are gonna attempt to open up the wall, and it's likely that they'll be successful, especially since they have a Maverick available to them. But a lot of pressure being applied into Master leads me to believe that this is the primary focus for the Ace. He'll shoot off one of the things in the utility is able to get a little bit of a better line of sight, but these impacts actually going to do huge damage. Anthony's just going to try to enter in, but it's going to be an immediate kill there from Nyx, just going to be able to shut him down with ease. That's going to be evening the man count out as DP Fire will find his first death on this match in this round.
I actually can't believe that Anthony didn't get that pick there on Nyx. Was it Nyx that turned around and picked him off? Oh my god.
Yes. Wow,
what an incredible performance. What an incredible individual play right there from Nyx. Fozo's going to get taken down here by Trippin as well from a headshot off the SMG-11. 4v3 here for PogChamp as Trippin tries to pre-fire what looks to be Ghost inside a trophy. 60 seconds remain. You have another player of PogChamp, which I believe is Sippin. He's currently trying to fight against Trippin, but he'll back off for the time being. He'll hop away outside onto the highway. But Alec will be able to pick off Ghost yet again. A great pick from Trippin! Swinging and pre-firing from the window, but there goes Riddy, able to take him out as well as Alec! Now all of a sudden it's a 2v1 here. He's got one shot left to put into Nyx before he's in the grave. And Pod having the MPX in hand, although it's a pea shooter, he's been able to click heads multiple times in the past series. But Nyx able to pick him off fairly easily. PogChamp on a tear here. They are currently up 5-0 against Beast Coast.
I mean, anytime you're able to win a round, or anytime you're able to take 5 rounds on a half, it's a positive, for your team. That's one more than is like average. Normally we'll see 4-2 half, and that's ideal for the team that started on the worst of the two sides to come back as they switch over to their own side. But now 5-1. So at most, PogChamp come out of the half 2 rounds away from taking map number 1 round away from putting us on the match point. And if we see them go on to match point here and take a 6-0 lead going into the second half, only needing to win 1 attack here on Oregon, it would definitely put them into a strong position to take not only map number 1, but the East Coast map.
What's really questionable for me right now, looking back at the map bans, this was Beast Coast's map pick. And I'm really shocked to see that they are down this far, 5-0 against PogChamp. I have no idea what's going wrong with Beast Coast. Sippin has yet to find the board here. He's been really quiet this game, as well as Ghost. Anthony hasn't been able to find the frag since round number 2. Things are just not going in the favor right now for Beast Coast. They're losing gunfights that they've lost gunfights that should have been in their favor multiple times. I don't even know what's going on. If Trippin hit that, oh boy, we wouldn't be able to hear the end of it. Oh man, getting so close to what I believe is Ghost outside the front door, and that's exactly what it's going to be. So, wow. Very confident peaks coming through from PogChamp, and they're able to hit their shots.
Oh, Ozo. Okay, so interesting little fact here. East Coast have had the opening pick in 4 of the 6 rounds now. This round included. This only led to a round win. Get this, 0% of the time. So
Attackers have located a bomb.
they definitely need to be taking advantage of them having the opening pick. I mean, it is only a Jaeger that you're taking off the board, so it's not the most influential operator to be taking off. But that's DP Fire. You know, we've seen him absolutely frag out on this map, and so definitely need to be taking advantage. They have the man advantage, and they have a fragger like him off the board, and on a bomb site like meeting the 3rd site here for PogChamp, their technical off site. But only 1:20. It seems like the stack is coming out on the tower side of things. Ghost is going to add on to the fragging as he takes one out onto Trippin, but it'll be Trippin. No, actually Trippin just falls now to Anthony. So looking very strong. It's a 2-1 to the 5 here for Prod. Looks like we might see the only round here for East Coast. Yes, we will. It's a flawless one from them. They salvage what little they can from the round. They won't be on match points. They won't be on match points just yet. So they give themselves 1 round buffer in order to possibly make the comeback happen here.
Oh, I love Anthony. Well, Beast Coast are finally fired up. They respond to a flawless round with the flawless round of their... Well, no. 2 rounds ago was a flawless round. But yeah, they're able to respond back with a flawless round of their own, finally putting themselves on the board here with the round win. And I'm not exactly sure what it was that changed for Beast Coast there, other than they were able to win the gunfights that they put themselves in. And, you know, Anthony really came alive there with 2 great picks from the tower stairs. So finally, we're going to be switching Beast Coast over onto the attack. And, you know, maybe they're kicking themselves for not banning out an extra a defender. Because when they were doing bans, obviously, as you can see, they didn't ban an operator. And unfortunately for Beast Coast, you can't redo your bans if you do that. So they were forced to attack with only 1 defender ban. And with Beast Coast banning Ash here, they're honestly looking for the long game. You know, hey, we got to attack. We'll try to pierce together as many rounds as we possibly can. DP Fire has been an absolute monster with Ash from what we saw earlier versus your wife is trash. And they know how crazy DP Fire can be with that Ash from what they've seen, you know, in ranked and in scrims and in quals. So I think that ban was definitely played out for the long run whenever they switched over to defense. And I'm really excited to see what Beast Coast can do here on defense. Hopefully they can turn this around and make this a game. If not, PogChamp are looking at a smooth 7-1 here.
It definitely feels like it's going to be a PogChamp victory, regardless of the final scoreline. Early on in the round, it looks like Sippin wants to try to slow down the attack in through the big tower, as he's going to get droned out and forced just off of the big tower for the time being. But with the potential of a flank still in the realm of possibility for him, he's going to just hold off for the time being and wait for the attack to unfold and, you know, take his chances where he can get them. It looks like he will actually just rotate all the way up to the first floor now and potentially now back to sight up the white stairs. But no, it looks like he actually ran towards the wall tower and go for a jump out here and potentially take somebody out on the front door, but won't find anything. Looks like he was caught on a drone and a few shots will be rattled off towards his direction. None will land, so everybody's still at full EP aside from DP Fire. Is the only person to take damage thus far in the round. But again, the attack, similar to what we saw from East Coast, they're going to be opening up the attic wall, and then it's likely that they'll move over towards Master and use the Ace, or not, I guess the Thermite in this case, over towards the Master side of things, and make that double-pronged push start to take fold as they are looking for match point here on map number 1.
A bomb has been located.
Minute 10 remains, and Fozo is still sitting inside of Attic. However, Anthony has been downed here, and he should be getting picked up soon. I'm not so sure. By Ghost, yes, that'll be the case. So both these members, Anthony and Ghost, are on very low HP, and these, the way that the health is on these operators will definitely be a big advantage when PogChamp decides to take those gunfights. So now Anthony's still sitting inside of games, trying to push his way into Addicts. Sippin's going to be the first pick here, and just hasn't been able to find the board. Prod going to find the next pick onto Rudy as Anthony takes care of Nyx, but Fozo's able to equalize here onto Young Alec with the headshot. 35 seconds remain as Prod from the kids' room window is able to take care of Anthony. Prod, Trippin, and DP all remain here. Ghost on very low HP. Fozo is the only member who can really take these gunfights at a moment's notice, but Ghost will get caught out. DP will find Fozo. This is not looking good here for Ghost. Ghost has to rotate away from these white stairs as DP will start to enter on in. Trippin has that diffuser in hand and needs to start to get it planted. C4 will get chucked out from Ghost, but it won't make its mark. And as DP and Ghost trade, DP just needs one body shot onto Ghost, and PogChamp will put themselves on match point.
Well executed attack there from PogChamp to, like you said, put themselves on to match point here. Now, no room for error for Beast Coast as they look to make the 1-6 comeback happen on their own map to potentially send us to overtime here. But, I mean, it's quite likely that we might see even a 7-1. The site will not change for Beast Coast. They'll go back to dorms. And seemingly they may be going for a different lineup here. We'll see a 6 pick and Ella to come out. Or no, a Mira. So for the top floor, they're going to be choosing to bring the Mira. It'll be interesting to see how they decide to set up the strategy. Another notable change here is that Ghost is now going to be flexing off of that Valkyrie over to a Pole. So 2 new operators here for the defense. The attack, however, I mean, they're going to stay the exact same. It's typical that stay pretty consistent throughout all of their rounds because, you know, they have their specific setup for each specific, for every single possible site. Unless they know exactly where the attack is going to be going, or the defense, my apologies, is going to be going, you normally won't see them change off the standard operator setup. So I'm still curious about where these Mira windows are going to go. Possibly one here on the dorms wall, yeah. It's interesting that window actually cannot be shot out. That Mira window cannot be shot out from the rappel on the kids' dorms window. So a very strong Mira window. You aren't able to peek out, but the fact that it's able to persist there is very influential for the round. As we have the Pulse here, he's downstairs. So we'll spot out this player pushing in through blue pretty fast. And I'm not sure if DP Fire is aware of it. Yeah, it actually looks like they have a drone potentially on him. DP Fire will find the opening pick on the round. Ghost, not only a Nitro Cell, not only all that intel, but a strong player in the Nyx. He'll add on to the frag and giving PogChamp 2-0 lead here on match point.
A very interesting strategy, most likely thought out by the head of Frozen, Beast Coast's coach. This is a very interesting take on the upstairs bomb site. It's pretty unorthodox to what most teams that I've seen play. They don't normally utilize a Maestro with a shield being played on top exactly like that, or they're able to peek on over to the tower stairs. But losing both Sippin and Ghost early on, and now Anthony, he'll get taken out as well. I believe that's Nyx down below inside a classroom. This is not looking good here at all. Fozo is going to go down. Is all on Rudy with an SMG-11. Can he find the one pick here? He can't! A flawless round to end it on Oregon. PogChamp are not messing around, and they completely humiliate Beast Coast here on Oregon. 7-1, not giving up an inch. It was practically a 4v5 because Sippin never was able to find a pick at all throughout this map. Wow. What a map from PogChamp, and they are really feeling themselves. DP Fire, he doesn't even need Ash to frag out. He just needs Ash, and he just needs Jaeger and Nomad, apparently. Oh my god, what a game from PogChamp. And we've still got Clubhouse to go. This is looking really scary here for Beast Coast, and I'm actually terrified for them heading into next week on Saturday for Challenger League.
Yeah, that didn't look good. PogChamp absolutely ran through Beast Coast on their own map pick. And like I said to start things out, you do not take DP Fire to Oregon, okay? That is just not something that I would recommend anybody do. I ban it out first. Whatever you have to do, do not let DP Fire play Oregon. And you can see from the highlights here, this is his map, and he was fragging out all the time on it, whether it be the flank, whether it be him on attack. In those last few rounds on Nomad, we said, he can't frag out without Ash. No, he can frag out with whatever operator he wants. It's just that his teams normally have him on that Ash Jaeger role. So, regardless, I think that PogChamp looked very strong, and they're here to prove, that they deserve to be in Challenger League, and they're not going to rest. They're not going to stop until they've made it. So, honestly, well done by PogChamp. Beast Coast, like you said, very didn't look good. Definitely did not look good. Losing that badly on Oregon, but hopefully they've got some more strats set out for our second map of Clubhouse. Again, Clubhouse is PogChamp's map pick, so it's likely that we might see another shutout here. And I mean, PogChamp, I don't know. They just look like a team on a mission right now. That's really the bottom line of it.
I do too. But I mean, granted, Beast Coast, they do have their game on Saturday, so it's safe to say, they don't want to reveal any strats.
Fair
and they're
enough.
just trying to play defaults and adapt to PogChamp, but this is really scary right now for Beast Coast if they're not able to, if they weren't even really able to adapt on attack. And they let 5 rounds go through. They couldn't even find themselves on defense, which, you can argue that Oregon is one of the most defender-sided maps, if not the most defender-sided map right now, currently in the map pool outside of Villa. But man, this was a real winner for PogChamp. 7-1 is nothing to, shy ourselves away from. That nade coming in there from, I believe it was Prod, was so clutch. And I actually can't believe that Rudy lost that gunfight down below on the white stairs. I thought that he would have been able to have won at least one gunfight right there, but clearly Nyx just had other ideas and was ready for it. So, PogChamp, 7-1 so far in the scoreline. We'll be heading to Clubhouse for our second map, and if Beast Coast aren't able to formulate something, I don't know. PogChamp it honestly looked like PogChamp and Ape were the favorites for making it in CO, but then when the bracket came out last weekend, we saw that both PogChamp and Ape were in the same side of their bracket, and they ended up playing each other in the quarterfinals, which was really unfortunate for them. But if any team deserved to make it, it was either PogChamp or Ape. And no hate on Guidance, but they just had an easier bracket compared to PogChamp and Ape. Their side of the bracket was significantly easier compared to the PogChamp and Apes, but we'll be heading into map 2 fairly soon, ladies and gentlemen. We're just giving the players a little bit of a break. I'm not so sure if we'll be heading into a break ourselves. I think we're just gonna keep on going here, but we'll be moving into Clubhouse just shortly. Don't go anywhere, and it'll be happening here in just a few moments. But going to Clubhouse, I think the bans are probably going to be Thatcher, Ace, Wamai, and since Echo is permanently banned, possibly either Mirror or Maestro. I'm not so sure who we'll be seeing for defense, but I would think it's safe to say that both Thatcher and Ace might get banned on Clubhouse.
I would agree. I definitely think the Thatcher. I mean, at this point, that Thatcher is almost like it's just always banned. Like we just gotta expect to not play with Thatcher on the board. It's likely also that we'll see a Maverick, as we are going to be rotating our way right into map number 2. Again, Clubhouse chosen by PogChamp. The previous map, a 7-1 in favor of PogChamp on Oregon. So, gonna have to be seeing a lot of improvement here from Beast Coast, as they are going to start off the banning as they did in the previous map. Ban out Ash. It didn't seem to matter to PogChamp, but they're going to continue with that trend of banning Ash. Hopefully they actually ban a defensive operator this time and don't just let it go to a no ban. That might help out them a little bit. Thatcher will be second. So that's going to be since you've banned now Ash instead of a more useful operator, that's going to allow for Maverick, Capital to stay up on the board. That's going to make attack that much more easier, as you are going to be able to, use those asphyxiating bolts, use the Maverick blowtorch in order to make it through the wall. So, going to be the Valkyrie on defense first here for Pog. I believe that's exactly what they banned in the previous map as well, and I believe in their series before as well, against your
Huh?
waifu. No ban again. They've obviously think that they think they're big branding it. I think by not banning anything, and therefore leaving more operators for them to play on the
I
board.
mean,
I'm trying to think of some way that they could be thinking like, yo, banning, because I mean, you don't have to ban anybody. This game was played without bans before, so it's not like necessary to ban something, but you figure like you have the ability to do it. Why not do it?
I have no words. I was expecting for something to come through, but as I'm thinking about it, Beast Coast are starting off on defense. They obviously want the extra edge, and that extra edge that they're bringing in here is going to be Mira, trading it from Ella. Meanwhile, DP selects Jackal in the pick phase. Then when the sixth pick comes around, he'll be switching on over to the Capital, but no secondary hard breach from DP Fire to help out Trippin here on this map. In my honest opinion right now, what I think should happen with DP Fire to trade out the Claymore for that secondary hard breach, because the wall that Rudy is currently reinforcing right now, when he gets to the left side on that side of the wall, DP can just rappel up onto the garage right there, if I'm not mistaken, place a secondary hard breach on the spot, and then Habana can get to work on the server wall if she so desires to. And they're also going to be using a mirror on the server wall. I believe both walls are reinforced.
I mean, I'm still just kind of baffled that they didn't choose to ban another deep operator. Obviously, I think that, they're just trying to target ban, I guess, DP Fire and take out the Ash. Regardless of what they're trying to do, it's gonna be. This is gonna be the setup that we have. Rudy,
Oh no!
Rudy almost throws the shots there, trying to take down DP Fire, but the opening pick will be onto the Capital. So that's a huge pickup on the board to take out the. One of the more influential operators with those asphyxiating bolts, and Anthony is going to tack on another kill, take down Nick. So one of your two sets of grenades off the board. Rudy gonna go for a jump out and takes down Alec as well. So it seems as though the strategy here for Beast Coast, at least through round number one, is let's just peek every door, jump out of every single window, and see if we can't catch PogChamp off guard. Because whatever we were doing last map wasn't working.
Well, from what it looks like, Beast Coast were respecting PogChamp a little too much. And now there's hardly any respect coming out at all from Beast Coast. Like, it's just frag city here for Rudy and Anthony, who's able to pick off Nyx. And wow, this is a different type of Beast Coast from what we saw in Oregon, clearly. And this could be their second round win between these two maps. But Prod looking to enter into construction, and he'll be able to take care of Sippin, but not before he loses 75% of his life. This is looking really tough right now. But you do have Rudy, I believe, still sitting in there. Oh. Yes, he'll be in gym and be able to take care of Prod. He'll dispatch him for the time being, and Trippin pressuring on those red stairs. Toxic canisters will be singing on up from the top of red stairs, but with Prod dropping down the hatch, he'll be able to get picked up by Trippin. And now Trippin just awaiting for this drop as Prod is able to crawl into safety. This is a big time for Rudy, but he misses the shots. Oh no, Rudy, you gotta hit those shots, man. Wade's gonna come out from Prod, but it won't hit the mark, and Rudy, he doesn't even care. He'll keep bulldozing on his way through PogChamp. Less than 40 seconds remain, and Rudy looking for that 4K. Which he'll be able to do so, no questions asked.
Oh my god.
Rudy Goat.
Rudy Goat indeed, and DP Fire's got to give the respect out to his opponent, because he just popped off knowing pretty much where everybody was, starting things off with that just window punch, taking out DP Fire of all people on the drone. An excellent round for the Kaid, using the TCSG, not something that we've seen since its recent nerf, or I should say, I guess, the buff of the of the AUG. So definitely going to be, we're bringing back that TCSG, the slug shotgun, as going to be finding a 4K in round number 1. And looks like we are going to be seeing, they're going to show that they're going to be on the Finca, but DP Fire will 6-pick over to the Buck, actually. Showed he wanted to go Nomad, but it will be the Buck that he ends up sticking as we make our way into round number 2. Already looking much better for Pog this time around than it did at any point in map number 1. But still a long way to go for both these two teams. And the potential for a map number 3 is still there.
Very much indeed. I think Beast Coast just had to collect themselves, in that little small break right here between Oregon and Clubhouse. And as far as the first round goes, it clearly worked. Hopefully, throughout the duration of this map for Beast Coast, they can pull themselves together and put themselves on map 3. I'm not so sure exactly if the servers had anything to do with the reason for Beast Coast, failing to pick up more than one round there, but it just, really settled on gunfights, and PogChamp just won gunfight after gunfight after gunfight. There was no mercy from PogChamp on Oregon. Now starting here on Clubhouse, there was no mercy from Rudy. But next is going to go ahead and be on an aggressive entry here into the bar, and getting drawn in, if I'm not mistaken, by Trippin. And he's already making his way down the main staircase, but Rudy's going to get caught off guard here, not expecting Nyx to come down, but the Jaeger coming out from Sippin, trying to see if he can fight for that refrag, won't be able to do so, and Prod has already made his entrance into dirt.
Huge pickup. The star player from the previous round taken out pretty early. And going to be giving his team the advantage in round number 2 as the rest of the attack starts to unfold. Prod aggressively making his way through dirt. He'll take down Fozo, who is completely unaware of the angle. Prod will choose to fall back further into dirt, not giving away the advantage just yet. Could have possibly completely taken control of Arsenal, but playing it passively may prove instrumental in the long run, as he wasn't exactly sure where those remaining defenders were placed. So just playing the long game is definitely the smart game. As the Bucks starting to open up above the kitchen, or above the back of Arsenal, is just looking to see if he can't find out where that smoke went to place the shield. Prod getting down inside of third, and Anthony's actually going to just swing wide on main stairs, takes the head right off of Nyx. It'll now be a 3v3 with Prod getting finished off by the knife. Only a minute left, and the attack seemingly stalling out, as they had the 2-man advantage, but have yet to find a kill since. Shotgun playing close inside of dirt. Sippin finds another kill. A nice shot there by Trippin to take the head off of Ghost, and another one from Trippin as he gives his team the advantage. Anthony, the last player on this defense. Trippin with a 3K to end off the round. Excellently played by the Habana, as it'll be PogChamp taking round number 2, tying things back up.
Yeah, I gotta credit Trippin there, and I think the credit is due to the Bolo Charm. Without the Bolo Charm, I don't think he would have been able to have gotten those clean and precise frags that he was able to do so on the Habana. Wow. What a play from Trippin. What an entry. And he's able to give PogChamp their first round here on Clubhouse. Heading back to Church Arsenal, we won't be having any kind of breach denial. Instead, we'll be having a Mozzie come in for a Bandit. The attacking lineup is going to mostly stay the same here. I don't think there's anything really being changed here from PogChamp.
Yeah, like you said, only the Mozzie being the difference here on East Coast. Everything else being the same. It's refreshing to see the Mira getting played on this bottom floor. Normally, she's strongest and most played on the top floor bomb site, the gym master site, as well as the cache CCTV objective. So
10 seconds
seeing her be played out on the bottom floor is definitely, good, because not as many strats, not as much developed here for the bottom side. We didn't used to see her get played. You'd see this exact setup with those reinforcements on the church wall, but you'd see the mirrors actually go on those hard walls. As we see Ghost playing a little bit of a game with the drone there. Some good fun. Both these teams definitely feeling the good vibes.
Yeah,
Mirror
Ghost and
window
Alec
actually
having a little bit of a
getting
dance.
dirt. What?
This, I don't know what's going on here, but it's possibly clear that Beast Coast just don't care. It's a possibility. I don't really know. I think they're just trying to have as much fun as possible from the looks of it, and they don't mind because they have an org and PogChamp doesn't. But I don't know. Rudy is all the way in strip trying to pressure Nyx, who loses the gunfight. Oh boy, this is crazy.
Yeah, definitely an interesting matchup thus far, especially after map number 1. Prod gives his team back the man advantage after taking out Anthony on the main stairs, but there's still a member inside of dirt, and they don't need to do much here.
Wow.
Sees the full of Rudy, but Rudy too strong today. Finds another frag for himself. He's now 6-1. Trippin will take down Bozo, but goes for the immediate trade. Trade's coming back and forth as Prod is now on a tear. A triple kill for him in the round, leaving everything up to Ghost in the 1v2. Still has 2 toxic babes, but there's plenty of time for this attack to unfold and for them to gather intel. You see 1 drone coming out. There's still 2 drones left for these last 2 attackers, 1 apiece. So you go for even more intel if they do want to. That's what they are planning on doing here. But looks like they're just going to go for the push right into the site. The peek out from Ghost, he finds an easy kill onto Prod as DP Fire. They rotate right in through Arsenal. Barely able to miss the head. It will be DP Fire win out the round. PogChamp take 2 in a row and take back the lead on map number 2 as they're looking to put things away here against Beast Coast.
I don't want to say it, but I think Beast Coast are just trying to have the utmost memory here while trying to not throw, I guess. I don't know, like they're just being unnecessarily aggressive, and they probably don't really care because they'll still end up getting money at the end of it either way. It'll be 750 split between the 5 players, and maybe they just want to give PogChamp a little bit of a boost for not making CL. Because all that PogChamp has to look forward to is the next 5 months of scrims and dry runs until the Challenger qualifiers will most likely be in March. It's speculated to be around March, just given the way that the quals have been, because you'll have the major, or you'll have the invitational rather at that time period, and then after the invitational, there's usually a test period for the test server for about 2 to 3 weeks. And then you end up going into the season where the qualifiers are played. My assumption is around the first day, around the first day of the new season. And PogChamp might be needing a rehost. We'll wait for their confirmation. We'll just pay attention to the chat for the time being. But if they don't rehost here soon, then they won't be granted that rehost from the looks of it.
Looks like they will be calling for the rehost. Looks like it will be confirmed in chat. So seemingly we will be coming back to the matchup on the same site and with bringing those same operators. So at least I would assume that that's what's going to be happening since the round was already started. Unfortunate that we had to have the rehost, but sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles. So I don't know, an interesting first 3 rounds here from both of these 2 teams. We saw Beast Coast come out strong on round number 1 and taking it, but then PogChamp quickly answered back with 2 very convincing rounds on attacks on the Arsenal. We are going to be able to see, though, the cash site get brought out again. So this was the only site that Beast Coast has been able to win through the first 3 rounds. So if history repeats itself, we'll be seeing a 2-2 coming out of round number 4. But only time will tell, ultimately.
Yeah. While the rehost is happening, PogChamp looked to be in the driver's seat. They've only lost 2 rounds in the past 10, I believe we've played so far, because we had a 7-2 victory. No, PogChamp only lost 3. I'm sorry, they lost 2 on Oregon. They lost 1 on Clubhouse. So they've only lost 3 rounds in the past 11, 12 rounds that have been played out so far. I'm not sure if it looks like Beast Coast is just like trolling, and they just really don't care if they win or not. But as long as Beast Coast are having fun, who cares? This doesn't really mean anything for them. They just have Challenger League to look forward to. I might have pulled the gun early on, saying that I look scared for them, but in all honesty, as long as Beast Coast right now, as long as they're having fun, they can care less. They have orc support. They have everything that they could have possibly dreamed for in the T2 scene. They have they've got picked up by Beast Coast. They have sponsors. They're surrounded by a great community. They're all these guys love each other. They're very good teammates with each other. They're able to play together. But man, just some of the plays that have been brought out here by PogChamp, absolutely insane. Especially that 1v3 clutch right there by Trippin. Magnificently played. And the shots here coming out from Rudy. Rudy's hit some incredible shots onto PogChamp this map so far.
Yeah, Rudy currently 6-2 before the rehost. The only person close enough in frags is Prod and Trippin. Prod 5-2, Trippin 5-2 as well. But it's really been the Rudy show, at least in terms of frags thus far. So I expect him to continue to show out, but I also expect a couple more players on the side of Beast Coast to kind of let their guns come alive and start to kind of help Rudy out here, because that's what they're going to need to do if they want to win this map. Like you said, this map, the series doesn't really mean much to them, as they do have a Challenger League match coming up next weekend. So they don't want to give away too much for a tournament that they could just potentially win some money in. It doesn't really mean much, as they're trying to make it into Pro League. That's their main goal. It's everyone here's main goal is to make it to Pro League. So regardless of how this matchup ends out, I know it's just good fun between these two teams, as they're both just trying to gain experience, have some fun, maybe make a little bit of extra cash.
Yeah, like I mentioned before, Beast Coast necessarily don't need to win this tournament. If anything, they'll probably just it'd probably just be PogChamp that ends up winning it, earning that 1,500 prize for first place. And Beast Coast, they just get a little bit of extra cash in their pocket heading into CL next week. So I'm not too worried here, honestly. After just thinking it through and realizing that it's highly possible that PogChamp are just that Beast Coast are just not taking this seriously, which is fine, But they have CL to look forward to on Saturday. PogChamp have the next 5 months to think about what they want to do with their strats, with practices, with scrims, just refining themselves to the highest ability that they possibly can, and get ready for the next Challenger League quals for Stage 1 in 2021. Yeah. But as far as this game goes, there's not a whole lot to talk about. It's just more so just been a frag fest, a frag highlight reel for PogChamp versus Beast Coast. And I think, as long as I mentioned before, as long as Beast Coast is having fun, I don't think they're necessarily caring.
Definitely agree. I don't know. I mean, like you said, it's really just been a frag fest, a highlight reel for PogChamp. But in particularly, I'd say DP Fire, Alec. Pretty much everyone. It's been a quiet day, I will say, from Nyx. He has kind of sat towards the bottom of the scoreboard the past 2 series that we've casted. Nothing against him, because obviously, if your team doesn't need you to frag out, I mean, like, just sit there and call. You know, he's one of their support players, one of their most experienced players, one of their more experienced players, I should say, pro league wise, alongside Trippin as well. But yeah, definitely look to see them try to step up here. But again, they don't really need to at this point. Their young gunners are really carrying most of that load for them. But regardless, we're going to be making things back into the game here, and it looks like they're going to be keeping this. Oh, actually, no. It looks like they're changing. No. This is the same lineup. I'm pretty sure. No, they didn't have the therm last time. They had. They definitely didn't have the thermite. What did they switch it out for though? I think the Habana. No, yeah, the thermite and the Habana have been switched out now, so I'm not sure if that's. I know that's not allowed in Pro League or CL. You're not allowed to change it once you've chosen a side and the operators, and you can do the rehosts. I think you have to stick with those operators. Not sure how it works for this tournament, but if there isn't anything said by the admins, then we're just going to go ahead and stick with it. So we'll be, round number 4 to come through for both these teams. Again, the catch for Beast Coast.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
Those are going to be utilizing the FMG9 on the smoke, as Ghost will take on the Wamai. DP's attachments have reset in the middle of this rehost. I am not so sure what attachments he'll be running on the Buck. Unless he's not running any attachments at all, but he'll be running Hollow. I don't know if he was using the 1.5 scope. Nick's getting tagged up a lot before getting rid of Ghost. Early pick here for PogChamp. That'll put them in an advantage of a 5-4 split here versus Beast Coast.
Definitely a big pick to come out early on, though. She gets stronger as the round goes on since she regenerates those charges, and an even better shot from Alec, hitting it threading the needle through the server rack. Takes out Bozo as Sippin will start the trade back onto his opponents before Alec can find another frag. So 2v4 to follow suit in favor of PogChamp as the drones are going to spot out that Jaeger rotating up the bedroom stairs. Nyx with a nice grenade takes out Sippin. It's now all flipped to Rudy. He was the saving grace with a 4K in the first round on this bomb site. Is he going to be able to repeat that magic? No. Young Alec, he'll start the needle yet again through that server rack. Rip the head right off of another opponent. Now 3 convincing rounds in a row for PogChamp as they are starting to run away with Clubhouse.
Yeah, I think PogChamp right now, for the time being, are just saving strats for CL. If I'm not mistaken, I believe they played Joe firsthand. If I'm not mistaken, but yeah, you know, as long as Beast Coast, they're just trying to have fun. They're just trying to have have some laughs with their friends and see what they can do. But Beast Coast do play Joe as the second match on Saturday, which should be slated around
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused
3 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Eastern, depending on how Last Dance and Eve goes. But that first map or matchup should most likely be going 3 maps, if I'm not mistaken, between Last Dance and Ave. So Beast Coast will most likely be playing around 3 p.m. Eastern on Saturday, October 3rd. I'd like to see a Chonka strat come out here from Beast Coast, to be honest with you. I'd like to see if they would utilize Chonka as they'll only have 1 more round to do so after this round. Then maybe
I'd like to see a
could come
Chonka
out.
strat. I don't think I've ever heard anybody say that. I'd like to see a Chonka strat come out here. I mean, I would love to see a Chonka strat to come out from Beast Coast, or even PogChamp once it's their turn on defense. They almost picked the Tachanka on the last map, but it was sadly 6 picked away. So I mean, hopefully in this match we can see the Chichanka finally get utilized. But regardless if it does or not, still going to be entertaining to finish out the rest of this series as Rudy looking to get aggressive is peeking out through the garage with just a little bit of hole that he's made TCSG. The attack seemingly coming from the master. Young Alec could actually give away this angle if Rudy is still watching it, but it looks like he wasn't able to find the angle he needed to get that kill before the attacker rotates away. I like this this attempt at trying to deny the main wall. We've got that mirror window set up with the half unreinforcement, half reinforced, half unreinforced to be able to kind of peek out, maybe deny some of the utility getting placed on that wall. Leaving a wall soft though is always a risky move, especially when the attack is being top construction. And the drone clear already starting to come out. It looks like it's the first frag of the round. We'll go to DB Fire, 2 headshots onto Flozo and Tippin, as it'll be the Buck to start off the fragging in round number 5. Rudy gonna find 2 huge kills. So Young Alec, good night, my man. He's not gonna be able to persist at all through this round, and Rudy going huge yet again with the TCSG. He seems to just thrive on this operator and this gun.
Oh my god, Rudy!
See you on the other side.
Oh man, that is one of the filthiest shots I've seen in a while. Wow. Absolutely demolishing Young Alec. 45 seconds will remain on the round as Trippin is able to open up at least some kind of line of sight into the bomb side, but Ghost cleans up the kill there onto Trippin, and Ghost, I don't even think he was aware of who he killed because of the bags sitting inside a cache.
Yeah, definitely an interesting shot there to say the least, and Pride will go be there to even up the man count at 2 apiece. 15 seconds left. Diffuser drops inside of construction. Kind of a split push here. The remaining 2 attackers, the Ghost and the gun of Anthony, the Smoke and the gun of Anthony will finish off DP, and it'll be Ghost there using the mirror window. Actually, no, just catching the rotate up the cache stairs. We'll find the final kill of the round, giving Beast Coast their second round on the map. So bringing things a little bit closer here on Clubhouse.
Man, Rudy just sent, I don't even think going into the Shadow Realm was a proper term for what Rudy did to Alec on that lobby door. Oh my god. Wow, that is absolutely insane from Rudy. And the TCSG, that's helping him with this crosshair placement. If you're able to click heads, man, Rudy is on one tonight. But
Attackers need to locate
wow.
and defuse as many bombs.
3-2 scoreline, a much closer map score here for Beast Coast compared to what we saw on Oregon.
Back down to the Arsenal defense. So we've yet to see the bedroom gym defense from Beast Coast. Obviously, just not wanting to go there. More confident on this side. They have yet to win Arsenal yet, though. 2 pretty wipeout rounds for PogChamp, as
5 seconds left before
it'll
insertion.
be their 3rd attempt here. So maybe 3rd time's the charm if you're a fan. Interesting 2 Maestro cameras set up here on the kitchen door. I'm not really too sure if there's a strategy behind that. It doesn't seem like it. I wouldn't think that really gives you any sort of advantage. Just makes it easier for you to destroy the 2 Maestro cameras. But we'll have to see. He's going to make a quick entry onto the site. It looks like the Acre is aware.
Oh,
Fozo
my
will
God,
wide,
Fozo.
rip the head right off of Nick. Good night, sir. We'll be seeing you in the next round. We get the beautiful gameplay of just the 2 Maestro cameras staring at each other.
Yep. 1x Fozo owns Nyx. So, there's nothing that can really stop these evil eyes now outside of an impact from possibly young Alec. But what? Bozo! No! Oh my God! Trippin standing on the bar gets cleaned
Recovered the bomb diffuser.
from Fozo, trying to find a third now on these main stairs. But he's going to be surrounded by two members of PodChamp and a drone as well. But Prod is there, able to clean up Fozo, no problem. A minute 40 remains on the clock. And Alec is all by himself trying to hold blue as best as he can.
Excellent start to this round for Beast Coast, as they are going to actually tack on another tally to their kill total, taking out that member, dropping onto the oil pit. Prod just trying to see if he can't open up this hatch, having a difficult time. It's difficult, getting the Maverick trick to work perfectly in your favor. He will be able to finally open up the wall. Still has plenty of torch left if he wants to make a couple holes onto any other parts of the objective. The push down main stairs coming. DP Fire going to be trying to take out the engagement. Trying to use a skeleton key, see if he can't dislodge that mirror window, but just too far away for the skeleton key to be able to do enough damage to that wall. 45 seconds left. Toxic Babe will ring out onto the main stairs as Prod is going to look to drop through oil pit and come down in through blue. I'm not sure if Sippin is aware. Could be an easy kill for the Maverick as well. Prod finds one on the rotate, but his teammate is now going to fall. It's going to leave him in the 1v3. Spots out the mirror. A nice headshot onto Anthony. A triple for Prod. He's going to have to ace in this round if he wants to be successful. Taking a few shots all the way from the jukebox inside of the church. He finds another one. Another headshot. It's a quad for him. Last player is going to be Rudy. He's been so strong on the TCSG, and he will continue to be strong as he finds the feet of the Maverick. Going to be shutting down that clutch from Prod. An excellent attempt, but the angle too strong from Rudy. Going to be tying us up here going into the second half.
I wonder if there's going to be an option to give the TCSG an attack just specifically for Rudy. Because he's been absolutely monstrous with that TCSG in this map. Incredible display of performance from Rudy. And, Beast Coast definitely, looking a lot better here on this map. Even if they're, not really trying to use strats here. Obviously, because they have CL on Wednesday, or on Saturday, sorry. But sixth pick will be coming out from a mute into a legion.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused.
That'll be
by
with
attackers.
Trippin.
So, first here for PogChamp is actually going to be the Arsenal. We saw Beast Coast choose to go to Cash for their first defense. A little bit of a switch up here between the two styles of play. Still a similar operator lineup here. We've got your typical Melusi, as she has been such an influence since being taken out of quarantine, having those three. I call them the Wub. I don't really know what their actual name is. I just know that's what that's a bunch of people like Pengu. I know Kickstar calls it the Wub. I know a lot of people that actually call it the Wub thing. I don't know. Honestly, I just don't know what it's called. That's just what I call it. I like Wub more than whatever its actual name is. I like Wub a lot more. So, regardless, Ghost here just looks like he's just waiting for his time to enter in through the garage to finally get the clearing from his teammates. Potential drones, as they're going to try to make a swift execute in round number 1 of the second half.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
Yeah, the Wubs, from at least from what I know, like whenever she places it down, I believe that those are called Banshees. I could be wrong.
Yeah,
but
I think you're right. Actually, I think you're right. That sounds right.
Yeah, Rudy gonna go ahead and spot out the Legion of Trippin all on the bottom of blue stairs over by, I believe that's called Tut, if I'm not mistaken. But Bozo's gonna go ahead and get to work on the hatch. Meanwhile, Sippin on the bug up above will be raining terror, trying to see what he can make up above. But ooh, does he see someone sitting behind the gun rack? inside of Arsenal. I'm not exactly sure who that would be, but I think that might have been
Nice
Trippin
shot
peeking out from the blue,
Attackers have located a
peeking
bomb.
out from blue.
Yeah, whoever that was, it was almost a really nice shot onto the head glitching from inside. Who goes? Absolutely deletes Trippin from through the floorboard. So the opening kill, 2 of the opening kills going to be going in favor of East Coast here to start things off. They're specifically in the driver's seat. Next going to try to bring things back. Fire goes for a vault over, just barely misses out on getting fragged or getting fragged.
Oh!
But goes for the wall bang. Rudy's head's going to be quickly taken off of his shoulders as about 55 seconds left in the round, and the 2-man advantage has swiftly been brought back and tied up here
Attackers'
at
bomb
3
diffuser has been
apiece.
dropped.
Both these two
Attackers
teams
recover
playing
the
very well, very competitive gameplay to say the least. Sippin making his entry through
bomb
Moto
is
isn't going to be able to find anybody. I don't think actually there's anybody even inside of Church just based off of the outlines that we are seeing. But there's a player in dirt. There's 2 in dirt. One from either side. Anthony trying to see if he can't aggress onto Nyx, but with 1 toxic babe left, it would be difficult for Thermite to make this happen.
Onto DP,
seconds to go.
but Anthony's trying to fight up against Nyx here on the smoke, but Prado will be able to take care of Sippin inside a Church. Nyx answers back onto Anthony. Now a 2v1 here. Goes all on his lonesome. Will have to fight against Nyx, who's got the shotgun in hand. Easy pick for Nyx, and PogChamp will win out their first defense round here on Clubhouse.
Yeah, an excellent defense, really, from PogChamp. After losing the first 2, kills, I guess opening picks, I don't know, losing their first 2 members right off the bat and not getting any trades, they were able to, compose themselves, pull themselves together, and win out the round convincingly. So excellent work there from PogChamp to not get flustered after going down 2 men early. So like to see them try to continue that into their second defense now. They're going to be going upstairs to Cash, and they're going to be going for a similar lineup here. Looks like Nyx will now be on the Wamai, and we're also going to be seeing a Cade brought out for the defense, likely to use those Cades to trick the main wall, or even potentially put those Cades in some spots that you aren't able to take off with any grenades or whatnot. It's not going to really matter since the Maverick is on the board where you put those Cades, I guess, since the Maverick is going to be able to open the wall regardless. But whatever the purpose, they obviously have one for the Cade, and they're going to be trying to influence the round with that, as opposed to, they could have been bringing like a mute or even an echo, or not an echo, because the echo is permaban. Ooh, that's actually interesting. I think that's going to be able to kite the garage wall. That would be the only wall that would be close enough to be, electrified. But that's interesting. That's going to prevent the Thermite from opening up one of the garage walls at least. It's likely that we see the Maverick try to, take that job from him. But we'll just have to see exactly how East Coast choose to play out their hard destruction in this round.
Bomb located by attackers.
Yeah, East Coast's only options for hard breach are going to be with the Maverick and the Thermites. I wouldn't be Fozo most likely is going to go for the server wall, and then Anthony will be using his thermite charges on the construction wall as well. Sippin going to go ahead and pop open logistics hatch, possibly going to go for an entry in there. But right now, it's actually going to be flipped upside down for me. I thought that it would be Fozo on the main wall, but instead Fozo's going to go ahead and try to blast open the garage wall to gain access down below.
Attackers have located
There
a
are
bomb.
so many magnets here from Nyx to hold himself upstairs, up on those garage rafters. But upon getting that wall soft, so far nothing's happened here. The Zofia of Rudy isn't around to necessarily open up that garage wall, but instead Rudy will go ahead and use one impact, at least from what it looked like, down below in lounge to open something up inside of the bomb site up above.
Looks like the attack kind of split for the time being. Most of the members are on the garage side of things. The only person not, Rudy, but he will be swiftly taken care of, as
Attackers recovered
that'll
the
be
diffuser.
young Alec to open up the fragging for the round on the side of PogChamp. It's quickly traded back, though, as Nick will fall to Ramai, another strong operator who gets even stronger as the round goes on, will no longer be with us. So it'll be up to the remaining anchors to try and hold off the attack. But as I say that, Tippin gets a nice kill onto young Alec, taking down a Nitro Cell. 2 kills for Tippin. He's been on a tear with his puck. It's now a 1v4 here for Pod. It'll be Fozo and DP Fire, or not DP Fire, Fozo and Sippin to clean up the round here. 2 kills apiece. And that'll be giving them the round and tying things back up at 4 apiece.
I know that Beast Coast was somewhat trolling on their defenses, but I'm curious if they'll want to take us to a third map, because the way that the past 2 rounds have gone, it very well could be they could be very well taking us to a third and final map in this grand final, which I'm pretty sure a lot of people would like to see from these 2 teams, but only time will tell. We'll have to wait and see. Meanwhile, we'll head into round number 9. No 6 picks will be coming out from either side.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
And we'll be heading into gym and bedroom for round number 9 here for PogChamp.
Surprisingly, this map's playing out much closer than map number 1. I don't know if it's just East Coast coming alive, or maybe PogChamp are falling asleep. But regardless, it's been a much closer matchup and way more competitive than really any of the matches that we've kind of seen today. PogChamp has been really running through people, a 7-2 earlier, a 7-1 on the previous map. So this is the most rounds that they have given up in total today, aside from excluding this map, of course. But I don't know, it's just been the Beast Coast show the last couple of rounds, and they've really been able to come alive here and show what they've got, show why why they're in Challenger League. So good on them to make this a little bit more competitive, but we're going to need to see a lot more from Beast Coast if they want to be able to, take this map as well as the last map of the evening, which was, what was that, Villa? Yes. So going to have to, show a lot more resiliency here.
Maverick of Fozo has already made a line of sight, but can he find the elbow? No, he will, but it's not going to come out in time. Nix pulls the trigger first, and he'll be able to dispatch a Fozo without losing any HP here. So 1 hard breach dead. Down goes Fozo. Minute 55 remains on the clock here as Anthony will go ahead and open up the solo con wall. C4 gets tossed out, but it'll hit the windowsill. That's a big miscue from Trippin. That C4 will no longer be of use, as there's 2 shields, 2 sets of impacts, and 0 barbed wire left to come out from the defending squad. However, Nyx is currently trying to hold himself inside of Cash, but the nade goes below the table. He looks away at the wrong time, and a great pick to come through from Ghost, who finds himself in trades with Trippin.
What a headshot that was from Ghost, able to miraculously find 2 big kills, evening the man count and allowing for the Cash to be taken control of. They now have that control of the map and are able to push on towards the site. So huge plays here from Ghost, the most recent pickup here for Beast Coast. 1 minute remains on the round, and it's up to the anchors here. TP Fire, surprisingly still alive, as normally he's your entry, normally the first frag or death of the round. As young Alec is trying to just guard on the shield. It's just smoking out the door into construction. Flashbangs coming, Free Fires landing every which direction. DP Fire takes the head right off the Tippin. He'll get traded back out. Prod, a nice shot though, keeping his team alive. Young Alec finally pops up from behind the shield, and PogChamp take round number 9, taking control of the match putting them on 5-4, 1 round away from match point, 2 rounds away from winning out this tournament, taking the $1,500 and the title of I don't know, winning this the tournament, the champions. Yeah, the title of champion. That's the word I'm looking for. Thank you, production, just giving that to me. My brain is a little all over the place right now.
Alec just he looked like a we really didn't want to die in that spot. He just kept turning every which direction there was noise coming from, whether it was bullets, explosions, what have you. And he just managed to stay just alive just enough to be able to pick off Rudy in the final moments of the round there. That round did look to go in the favor of Beast Coast, I'm not going to lie. But then DP Fire comes around and he's able to take care of Sippin, who was making his entrance into logistics from construction. But man, Ghost really impressed us there with that 2-piece before getting traded out by Trippin, who in return also traded his frag onto Ghost. So both those players really stepping up right there, able to trade each other out. Nyx getting avenged by Trippin. And then everything, as we saw, just kind of fell in the favor of PogChamp that way.
5 seconds to go. Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
There's a little bit of banter in the chat, as always. Like I said previously, I love the banter.
Attackers dropped the
But
diffuser. Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
no, this is round number 10 here. This is a huge round for Beast Coast. If they can prevent PogChamp from going on to match point, it's definitely looking a lot better for them to win out this map, or at least send us to overtime. This is the banter, man. I gotta try to not get distracted, but it will be Ghost making that entrance yet again in through garage. We saw him do this previously on the attack of the basement site, so just looking to see if he can't find any cameras that might be getting placed inside of blue. But there is no Valkyrie on the board, and Echo is banned, so permanently, so it's not going to be able to play that operator. As the first set of impact tricking is going to be unsuccessful. Not any of the impacts were able to land there for Trippin. I'm not sure what just happened. A huge misplay from a player who is normally very consistent.
I think the way that the Hibana pellets are placed, where you use the impacts to trick the hatch, it's not within the range to get picked off. So Beast Coast obviously spent time there trying to see how they can counter impact tricking with the Hibana pellets, and right there showed a clear case of what to do when you're trying to fight against an impact trick. However, Foza will be able to open up both the Moto hatch as well as the blue hatch. Already the Zofia of Rudy will start to be making his entry over on blue, but Prod, I believe, getting naded by Ghost, if I'm not mistaken. Either Ghost or Fozo.
From either one of the two players with grenades. Only 47 seconds remain, and everybody's still alive from both teams. Alec trying to hold on to the blue as long as he can. Anthony will be getting found out seemingly from below. It's going to be a rotate right in through. Sippin going to shotgun Ashwall and just walk right into sight. Got the player inside of dirt, unable to land enough bullets to take the member out. That'll be DP Fire opening things out onto Sippin, giving his team the one-man advantage. Only 20 seconds left. Still Toxic Babes in favor of Nyx. As Prod throws out the Nitrocell, takes down Rudy. Fozo is going to try to stick this plant in. There's going to be no cover. DP Fire swings wide, finds himself a third on the round. All up to Anthony on 10 HP. Young Alex swings wide from the boxes in back Arsenal and is able to end that round and send PogChamp on to match point, series point.
One more round is all PogChamp will need, and they'll be the victors of the September NSG monthly tournament. Currently at a 6-4 scoreline. Beast Coast were making a comeback here, but they've slowly let their their rounds slip away from them, so to speak. But right now, PogChamp trying to settle things for once and for all here on a cash and server. Young Alec not going to be donning the Maestro this time around. Instead, he's going to put on the mask of Vigil. Possibly going to go for a duo roam with DP
Attackers
Fire.
need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Possible. Next one most likely be holding control on Rafters while tripping and a fraud play on the bomb site.
Match point here. It's almost over for both these two teams. If only Beast Coast are able to put 2 rounds together on attack of Clubhouse. I mean, they do have the advantage of only having Ash banned on it. Or I guess no, Ash and Thatcher are both banned. My apologies, but I was kind of reading that ban list wrong. But regardless, it is only the Thatcher really that's banned. I mean, the Ash not being the most influential operator, more of just a target ban seemingly from Beast when they decided to do it. But they definitely have the ability to win out 2 rounds here. And as an opening engagement already going in favor, it looks like DP Fire is trying to go for an aggressive peek, but Ghost, too strong, is able to shut down at least one of those players attempting to get aggressive on the construction wall. It'll be tripping to bite the dust. And again, more banter coming out through chat. Alec could possibly be on a nice flank here if he's able to catch out these players inside of the jacuzzi. Finds one, finds a second, potentially. No. The pre-fire from Anthony is going to win that gunfight out. Almost a double kill there for the Vigil, but will ultimately be going in favor of East Coast.
Ghost picking up his second of the round here. Nick's trying to see if he can fight anything back here for PogChamp. We'll see and hear Rudy place down that Claymore, but doesn't want to give away his position. This should be a free pick! And there goes Nick, able to trying to fight this in favor for PogChamp. Meanwhile, it's all on Nyx and DP Fire here for PogChamp to win it out in this matchup. As Nyx starts to make his way into the ramp, he's going to make his way into Lounge. The Thermite from Anthony will go ahead and entry and open up the cash wall. Some flashbangs are going to come off to burn out the ADS. Anthony might have seen Nyx rotating away from the red hallway. And he will get tossed on in. This is a great pick from Nyx, and he'll go ahead and get in and down Bozo. 2v2 as Nyx equalizes, finds a third here. Can DP Fire finish it off here? Can he find Ghost, who's been on a mission here so far? Creeping up with the SMG-11 inside of the red hall, but DP Fire is ready for this peak as Ghost slowly creeps on up. Will DP Fire react? Easy pick to come through for DP. And PogChamp are your victors here, 2-0 against Beast Coast. And we will see PogChamp rocking away with that $1,500 prize. And congrats, PogChamp, on securing the W and the first place in the September Nerd Street Gamers monthly tournament.
You can see again all of the banter in chat. I mean, everyone knows Beast Coast inside of Challenger League. They definitely don't want to be giving away any strats. And obviously PogChamp, who unfortunately didn't make it out of the qualifiers, are kind of stuck in purgatory. I guess Challenger League is kind of technically the purgatory, but I guess the purgatory to purgatory would be not being in CL. So definitely worse than actually being in it. But regardless, good match between both these two teams, and like we've said most of the time, Beast Coast definitely not wanting to show too many strats as they have Challenger League next weekend. So I can confidently say that that's not the Beast Coast that we're going to be seeing inside of Challenger League. And PogChamp, obviously, it was kind of their show out day. They needed this. This is the first time that they've actually been broadcasted with this iteration of their lineup. So well played to them to be able to come out here and absolutely dominate on a fairly competitive stage. So great for them, and I can't wait to see more from them in the future.
Yeah, Beast Coast clearly didn't want to reveal anything in this tournament, knowing that I had tweeted out before the tournament started that Beast Coast was playing in this, but Beast Coast clearly not wanting to show anything in this matchup. They were just trying to have as much fun as possible, play some ranked, go for some memes, see what they can do against PogChamp to try to just annoy them. But PogChamp, congrats on securing the W here. Congrats on your 1500, and hopefully we'll see you in the next tournament next week, next month in October. But I don't know if there's anything else to say here, Razors. If you have anything else to mention.
No, just congratulations to PogChamp. Congratulations to every team that came out and played, and to those trying to play in this next month. Make sure you guys sign up. Nerd Street Gaming. Make sure you guys sign up for the tournament next week. This is the first iteration of the league, so yeah, make sure you guys register at nerdstreetgamers.com. Yeah, there's also a bunch of games that you guys can go ahead and participate in these tournaments for. So hopefully next time around, we're going to have a bunch more teams, a bunch more competition, and it's going to be even better. This attempt at it, this was this is the first time that it has been in Siege. So big props to all production that was involved. Our beautiful producer, Crash, as well as our observer Yeti and our replay specialist Impulse. So huge shout out to all of you guys for helping us out today. Huge shout out to Chris as well, Uzu, for casting, beautiful casting today. And like I said, I can't wait for more for Challenger League next weekend and for this tournament as well in the following months.
Yeah, Challenger League is right around the corner, guys. If you haven't already, go ahead and follow twitch.tv/R6esportsNA. You can catch more Beast Coast action there on Saturday, October 3rd at around 2 to 3 p.m. Eastern. Me and Razors will be casting these games alongside Loaf and Crow on Saturday for USCL. And then right after that, the following day on Sunday, you'll have Canadian Challenge League as well. So without further ado, guys, thank you very much for coming out to support the teams and watch this tournament all afternoon long. I really appreciate you guys from coming on out. Thank you to Mike and Ike for sponsoring us, as well as Rothman Orthopedics, Zip Chair Gaming, Temple University, and none other than the U.S. Army. Thank you, everyone, and have a good night.